If you're listening to this, the monitors already went silent. That line was transcribed from a body camera. It was never spoken again. This file contains a reconstructed narrative based on emergency service logs, medical telemetry records, and witness statements. The primary subject is an unidentified adult male. The incident occurred during a routine night medical call.
Dispatch reported it as a simple collapse. A man sitting on a bench at the central bus terminal. Unresponsive, no visible trauma. The phrase they used was possible cardiac arrest. The ambulance arrived in under 6 minutes. 2 paramedics, 1 trainee. No police requested. The man was sitting upright, hands folded neatly on his knees, eyes open, focused. He was breathing, slow, controlled. One of the paramedics checked for a pulse, then checked again, then switched wrists. Nothing. Cold skin can fool you. Weak pulse can hide. They applied the ECG pads. The line was flat, perfectly flat. No spikes, no noise, just absence. The trainee thought the machine was broken. She tapped the screen, replaced the leads. The line did not change. Tension rising. The man looked at them directly. His eyes were clear, alert, aware.
Are we going somewhere? Dead patients do not ask questions. They tried to lay him down. He resisted, not with force, with weight. His body felt heavier than it should have, as if gravity favored him. The cardiac monitor began logging errors. Timestamps skipped. 1 second repeated 3 times. 03:17 a.m. All devices froze on that minute. They told him help was on the way. They told him to stay still. He smiled. It was not a human smile. It was polite, practiced. Can you still hear it? Hear what? The rhythm, he said. No one answered. They attempted CPR protocol. Hands pressed down. There was no resistance, no chest rise. It was like pressing on an empty container.
The ECG line remained flat, but the man inhaled. Deep, steady, breathing without a heart. The trainee stepped back. She said she felt dizzy. She later described a sound, not audible, felt, like a vibration behind the ribs, a beat you don't hear. The man nodded. You can't hear it anymore, can you? All monitors powered down at once. The ambulance lights went dark. Radios stopped responding. For 11 seconds, nothing existed but breath. His breath. When the systems rebooted, the bench was empty. No blood. No disturbance. The man was gone. Only one thing remained. The ECG printout. The flat line was gone. In its place, a rhythm. Not a heartbeat. A countdown. Archival note. The paramedics were cleared of misconduct. All equipment passed inspection. The trainee resigned 3 days later. She reports difficulty sleeping. She says she can feel a second rhythm when she lies still. At 3:17 a.m. last night, a new emergency call was logged. Location: Central Bus Terminal. Complaint: a man sitting on a bench, breathing, no pulse.
This story was sent to me by a subscriber who asked that his name never be mentioned. He works as a firefighter. He said he's told this story before to supervisors, to a therapist, to his wife, but this is the first time he's recorded it out loud, alone, late at night, because every time he tries to sleep, he hears the same sound again. Breathing. He says this recording is not a warning, it's not advice, it's just a record, something he wants out of his head. It happened on a routine call, the kind you forget, or you're supposed to. The call came in just after midnight. Residential building, older construction, elevator malfunction. Caller reported a sound coming from inside the shaft. Not banging, not screaming, just breathing. He remembers laughing in the truck. Someone joked about raccoons. Someone else said, homeless guy. Something normal, something that fits. No one thought it was serious. If it was a person, they figured they'd be stuck at the bottom. That's where people end up. The building was quiet when they arrived. Too quiet. Holiday lights still on in some windows, blinking lazily, like the place was pretending to be alive. The elevator was stopped between the 6th and 7th floor, and that's when they heard it. Not loud, not desperate, slow, even, as if whoever was inside wasn't panicking at all, as if they had all the time in the world. They shut down the power, standard procedure. The breathing didn't change, didn't speed up, didn't slow down. Someone called out into the shaft. No answer, only breathing. That's when I realized something was wrong, he said, because whoever it was wasn't reacting to us. They opened the maintenance panel on the 6th floor. Flashlights cut down into the dark. Dust floated. Cables stretched endlessly downward. And between the 6th and 7th floor, something was there. At first, it didn't look like a body, more like a shape, long, pale, hanging in open space, not touching the walls, not touching the cables, just suspended. Stunned, almost clinical, the cameras mounted on their helmets picked it up before their eyes fully did. The thing had arms, legs, a head, all of it stretched slightly too long, like someone had pulled it apart gently and never put it back correctly. Its skin looked wrong, not damaged, not decayed, just thin, too tight in some places, too loose in others.
It wasn't falling. It wasn't climbing. It wasn't stuck. It was hovering. Its chest moved slowly, deliberately, breathing. Someone whispered, "Jesus Christ," and immediately went silent, like even sound felt dangerous. Then the head moved, not toward them, toward the camera. The helmet camera saw it first. The footage shows the head turning in a smooth, careful motion, stopping exactly when its eyes lined up with the lens. The eyes were open, wide, focused, not wild, not scared, aware. It wasn't looking at us, it was looking through us. The breathing changed then, slightly deeper, as if it knew it was being seen, as if that was the point. One of the firefighters stepped back, another dropped his flashlight. No one gave orders, because no one knew what this situation was anymore. They didn't hear the voice with their ears first. They heard it through the camera feed. A soft whisper, picked up close, even though the thing hadn't moved closer at all. Not loud enough to be echoed, not quiet enough to be imagined. "Don't stop here." The words were clear, calm, almost polite. The mouth barely moved. And then it smiled. Not wide, not exaggerated, just enough.
Someone yelled to pull back. Someone else said to keep recording. The radios crackled with overlapping voices from command, asking what they were seeing. No one answered. The thing's body shifted slightly. Not up, not down. Sideways. Still not touching anything. That's when I understood something, the subscriber said. It wasn't trapped in the shaft. The shaft was trapped with it. The eyes stayed locked on the camera, as if it knew exactly where the footage would end up, as if it was aware of being documented, as if this wasn't the first time. The thing leaned forward, just a few inches, enough to make everyone flinch. Its breathing synced with the firefighter holding the camera. Slow. In, out, in, out. I stopped breathing before I realized I had. The whisper came again, louder this time, closer. Don't stop here. And then the lights went out. Emergency power kicked in seconds later. The shaft was empty. No body, no marks, no damage, just air and the smell. Not decay, not smoke. Something sterile, like a hospital hallway that hasn't seen people in years. They reviewed the footage later, frame by frame. The thing was there. Then it wasn't. No exit, no movement, just absence.
The building was evacuated. The elevator was sealed. Officially, the report lists equipment malfunction and audio distortion. Unofficially, the subscriber said 3 other firefighters from that call requested transfers within a month. 1 quit. 1 stopped sleeping. 1 refuses to enter elevators at all. And me? He pauses here in the recording. You can hear him thinking. I still respond to calls. But now, sometimes, when he rides an elevator alone, it stops. Not long, just long enough, between floors. And in that space, that narrow, suspended moment, he hears it, breathing. Not from above, not from below, from all around him, waiting. I looked it up, he says. Other cities, other buildings, same reports, same words. He never says what those reports concluded. He doesn't need to. So if your elevator ever stops between floors and you hear breathing, don't stop there.
In some states, they say don't look under the Christmas tree at midnight. Not because it ruins surprises, and not because parents want to preserve a little magic for the morning, but because sometimes something appears there that was never meant to be seen. Something that does not move, but breathes. I used to think it was just another winter warning, one of those half-forgotten rules adults repeat without remembering where it came from, a story meant to keep children in bed when the house is dark and everyone else is asleep. I believed that right up until the night I was alone with the tree. The house had been decorated since early evening, lights carefully wrapped, ornaments placed just far enough apart that none of them touched, the tree standing in the living room slightly off-center because one of the legs never quite locked the way it should have. I remember adjusting it more than once, nudging it back into place, and each time feeling the faint impression that it had leaned closer to me when I wasn't looking. It hadn't moved. I checked. Midnight came without ceremony. No bells, no distant fireworks, just the quiet click of time passing from 1 minute to the next. I was awake, not because I was excited, but because the silence felt crowded, as if the house were holding its breath along with me. That was when I noticed the sound. Not a noise exactly, more like the absence of one. Between my own breaths, there was a gap that didn't belong to me, a space that felt measured, patient, and deliberate, as if something else was breathing in the room, but taking care not to be heard. I stayed still, staring at the ceiling, telling myself that houses settle, that winter air does strange things, that fear always looks for a shape to wear. And then I smelled the pine. Not the sharp, fresh scent of the tree itself, but something damp and cold beneath it, like snow that has been pressed too long against fabric and forgotten. I turned my head without sitting up. The living room was dark, except for the faint glow of the lights on the tree, each bulb dimmed just enough to soften the edges of everything they touched. The presents were where I had left them. The rug was flat. The shadows were normal. Almost normal. Under the tree, between the lowest branches and the floor, the darkness looked thicker, as if it had weight, as if it were pooling instead of simply existing. Whispering. I told myself not to look closer.
I did, anyway. There was something there, folded into the space beneath the branches, shaped wrong for an object, but too still for a person, its outline broken by needles and tinsel that brushed against it without moving. It wasn't reaching. It wasn't watching. It was waiting. I could see the smallest movement then, not of limbs, not of hands, but of surface, a subtle rise and fall that made the ornaments above it tremble almost imperceptibly. Breathing. I didn't scream. I didn't move. Some instinct told me that motion was an invitation, that sound would finish whatever had already begun, that the rule existed for a reason far older than fear. Minutes passed, or seconds. Time didn't behave correctly anymore. The lights on the tree flickered once. When they steadied, the shape beneath the branches was closer to the edge of the rug. It still hadn't moved, but it was nearer. That's when I understood why they warned the children, why the ones who look first don't cry, don't scream, don't explain anything when morning comes. Because whatever breathes under the tree isn't there to chase. It's there to be seen, and once it knows you've seen it, it doesn't need to move at all. They say the children are still alive. They say they eat and sleep and grow, but they never speak again. And sometimes, years later, if you stand very still at midnight, you can hear them breathing somewhere nearby, perfectly calm, perfectly patient, as if they are still under the tree, waiting for someone else to look first.
If you're hearing this, don't look at the mirrors after closing time. That sentence was the first line on the file. It was already there when we opened the archive. No author, no timestamp. The following is a reconstructed narrative based on a personal statement, security footage descriptions, and an unfinished written confession. The witness was employed as a night security guard at a 24-hour supermarket on the outskirts of the city. The original audio ends abruptly. I worked the night shift because nothing ever happened. That's what they told me. From midnight to 6, the store felt like a warehouse full of sleeping objects, rows of shelves, frozen light, no people. I memorized the place, every reflection, every aisle, every blind spot the cameras couldn't reach, especially the mirrors. They were installed on the corners of the aisles, wide, curved, designed to prevent theft. They showed you things before you reached them. Sometimes They showed you things that weren't there. At 2:17 a.m., motion alert. A small one, low to the ground. My first thought was an animal. My second thought was a system glitch. Then I saw the size marker. Child height. A child cannot legally be in the store alone at that hour. A child should not exist in a locked building. I zoomed in. The camera showed a figure between the cleaning supplies and bottled water, still, facing away. She didn't move, not even when the lights flickered. She was too still. I told myself she was lost, or hiding, or waiting for someone. I grabbed my flashlight. I left the control room.
The aisle was empty. No footsteps, no movement. But the monitor behind me still showed her standing there. I switched cameras. 1, 2, 5. Camera 7. The mirror aisle. She was there, standing directly in front of the convex mirror, so close her head almost touched the glass. She tilted her head, slowly, like she was studying something. The reflection did not match. Where her face should have been, there was nothing. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just smooth skin. But in the mirror, there was a face. Too old to be hers. The proportions were wrong. The smile was stretched, practiced. It watched her, not me. She lifted her hand, placed it against the mirror. The reflection did the same, a fraction of a second too late. It wasn't copying her. She was copying it. I whispered her name. I don't know why. I didn't know her name. She reacted. Her head not toward the mirror, toward the camera. She took one step forward, then another. Each step made the reflection clearer. The mirrors along the aisle began to show the same face, dozens of them, all smiling. I backed away. I felt something behind me, a presence. I didn't need the cameras anymore. She was there, in the room. She had no face, but I knew she was looking at me. Behind me, in the dark glass of the security office window, I saw it. My face. Smiling. I don't smile like that. She reached out, not to touch me, to touch the reflection. She was learning, practicing, trying to remember how a face works. The last thing I remember was thinking, if it finishes, there will be two of me. I tried to. Archival note. The guard was found at 6:03 a.m., seated in front of the mirror aisle, alive, uninjured. He does not recognize his own reflection. He avoids mirrors. He refers to them as windows. All convex mirrors were removed from the store. A new motion alert was logged at 2:17 a.m. Child height. No reflection detected. This story was sent to me by a subscriber, a woman who, along with her husband and young son, had recently moved into a quiet suburban house. It was affordable, too affordable, but the neighborhood was clean, the street calm, and the house felt warm in that hollow, echoing way empty homes sometimes do. We thought we were starting fresh, she wrote. We didn't know someone else never finished leaving. The first week passed without incident. Boxes were unpacked, furniture was placed. The house slowly filled with life, footsteps, laughter, the hum of appliances. But the subscriber noticed something odd.
The closet smelled faintly of old crayons and dust. Not mold, not rot, just childhood. She dismissed it. It happened while rearranging the bedroom furniture. She pulled the wardrobe away from the wall and froze. Taped to the wall behind it were drawings. Children's drawings. Crude stick figures, crayon lines, uneven coloring. But the subject matter was wrong. The drawings depicted the bedroom. Her bedroom. The bed, the nightstand, the window, and in the bed, her, sleeping. The details were unmistakable. Her hair, her posture, even the way her arm rested over the blanket. She stepped back slowly. They checked the rest of the house, behind the hallway cabinet, inside the guest room closet, behind the washing machine. More drawings. Her husband, her son, sleeping. Different nights, different positions, always asleep, always watched. When they asked their son if he had drawn them, he shook his head immediately. No, the other kids did. What kids? She asked. He hesitated. The other ones who still live here. That night, the house felt different. Not louder, quieter. Too quiet. She woke to a soft sound, paper brushing against a wall, a crayon scraping lightly. She didn't get out of bed. She didn't turn on the light. She listened.
Footsteps padded down the hallway, small, careful. They stopped outside the bedroom door. She felt the pressure of someone standing there, waiting. After a long moment, the steps retreated. The next morning, they checked the attic. There were handprints in the insulation, small ones, adult ones too, and food wrappers, old, recent. Someone had been up there, watching through the vents. They contacted the police. Records showed the previous family, parents, 2 children, had moved in 8 years earlier. Reported missing. No signs of forced entry. No bodies. But officially, they never moved out. An officer found something else. More drawings, hidden inside the walls. Hundreds of them. The drawings continued past the disappearance date, showing new furniture, new people, the same house. They packed that night. As they carried boxes to the car, the son tugged at her sleeve. "Mom, they're upset." "Who?" she asked, whispering. "The family. They don't like when people leave." Inside the car, she found one last drawing slipped into her bag. It showed the empty house, the door open, and behind the door, stick figures standing in the dark, smiling. They never returned. The house went back on the market within months. Neighbors reported lights turning on at night, children's laughter, crayon marks appearing on the windows. Some families move on, some disappear, and some never learn how to leave. They just wait for the next ones to move in.
In Pennsylvania, there is an old Christmas warning that parents rarely explain and children only hear when they're already old enough to feel afraid. They say that on certain winter nights, when frost seals the windows from the outside, a small doll may appear on a windowsill, standing perfectly upright as if it has always belonged there. No one knows where it comes from. No one ever sees it arrive. It simply waits. The doll is plain at first glance, dressed in faded winter clothes, its porcelain skin pale and cold, its glass eyes dull, almost unfocused.
but something about it pulls attention, like a thought you can't stop returning to once it enters your mind. I first saw it when I was 9 years old on Christmas morning, just as the sun was beginning to rise and the house was still quiet. It stood on my bedroom windowsill, facing inward as though it had been watching me sleep. I didn't scream. I didn't even feel surprised. It felt expectant. The glass was cold beneath my fingers as I reached toward it, my breath fogging the window as I leaned closer. The doll didn't move. The doll didn't blink. When I picked it up, the cold bit into my palms immediately, sharper than ice, deeper than winter air. Then it became heavy, not gradually, instantly. The weight dragged at my arms, pulling them down like gravity had doubled, like the doll wanted to sink through me and into the floor. And then it spoke. "Will you leave me here?" The voice didn't come from its mouth. Its lips never moved. The words formed directly behind my ears, soft and pleading, as though the thought wasn't mine, but had borrowed my head to exist. I dropped it. The doll hit the floor and rolled onto its side, suddenly light again, harmless, silent. My heart raced as I backed away, convinced it would move on its own, stand up, crawl back toward me. It didn't. I told myself it was just a toy, a joke, something someone left behind. I carried it outside and set it on the porch, refusing to look at its face as I shut the door. By the time I went back to my room, the windowsill was empty again. I thought it was over. The next morning, the doll was back, standing in the exact same place, facing the bed, waiting. This time, I didn't touch it. I called for my parents, my voice tight and shaking as I pointed toward the window. They didn't see anything wrong. Just a doll. Just a decoration someone must have left by mistake. When my mother picked it up, she smiled. She didn't feel the weight. She didn't hear the whisper. It was only for me. That night, I lay awake, staring at the outline of the doll against the glass, afraid to blink for too long. The moonlight caught its eyes, making them seem brighter, more aware. Then the whisper returned. You didn't answer me. My throat tightened. I wanted to scream for help, but something about the voice made me hesitate. If you leave me here, I won't be alone anymore. I realized then that it wasn't asking about the windowsill. It was asking about me, about whether I would stay. I grabbed the doll again, ignoring the way the weight crushed my arms, the way the cold burned into my skin, and carried it as far from the house as I could. I left it at the edge of the woods, buried beneath snow and dead leaves, and ran home without looking back. That night I slept, deeply, peacefully, until morning. The doll stood on the windowsill again, closer this time. Its glass eyes weren't dull anymore. Thank you for finding me. I didn't understand until years later that the doll never returned on its own. It was waiting for the moment I finally stayed long enough for it to leave.
The Secret Stories Archive opens another file. This material was not intended for public release. The recording begins without warning. No music, no introduction, only a child's breathing. At exactly 0241 a.m., a home security microphone captured a voice that did not belong to anyone registered in the house. The voice was coming from under a child's bed. The words were simple. Don't look. The house belonged to the Carter family, 2 adults, One child. No basement access beneath the bedroom. No crawl space listed in city records, and no history of break-ins. The first report was dismissed. The child's name was Evan Carter, age 6. According to his father's statement, Evan began waking up every night at the same time, 2:39 to 2:42 a.m. He did not scream, he did not cry. He would sit upright in bed and stare at the floor. Then he would whisper, "He's talking again." When asked who he was, Evan answered, "The man under my bed. He knows my name." On the fourth night, Evan refused to sleep. Audio log, father's phone, 02:38 a.m. "Buddy, there's nothing under there. You know that." Evan did not look at his father. He kept his eyes fixed on the space between the bed and the floor. "He says you shouldn't look either." 02:41 a.m. The house microphone activated automatically. A second voice entered the recording. It was male, low, controlled, and too close to the microphone. "Don't look." Static. The father later stated the sound did not come from Evan. It came from below. The father lifted the mattress. Nothing. He checked with a flashlight. Only dust, old toys, a shoe. No person, no movement. At 02:42 a.m., Evan whispered again, "He's mad now."
Police were contacted on night 6. Officers conducted a full sweep. No signs of forced entry. No loose vents. No floor access. Thermal imaging detected no heat signature beneath the room. The case was logged as child hallucination, stress-related. That same night, Evan began answering questions before they were asked. Audio log, child monitor, 02:40 a.m. "He says you're standing by the door." The father froze. He had not moved. "He says your heart is loud." Long silence. Then another voice, clearer this time, not whispered, not hidden. "He shouldn't be listening to me." At 2:43 a.m., the father bent down. He placed his face level with the bed. Evan screamed, "No, he said don't look." The lights flickered, the recording distorted, and for 3 seconds, the audio captured breathing that did not match either person. Too slow, too deliberate. On night 8, the father ignored instructions. He removed the bed frame completely. What police found beneath was not a crawl space. It was a hand-dug cavity inside the foundation, just wide enough for a human body. Inside were food wrappers, bottled water, a flashlight, children's drawings copied in pencil. One drawing showed Evan sleeping. Another showed the father standing at the door. All were signed with the same word: quiet. A man was found hiding beneath the house. Name withheld. History of burglary and long-term concealment. He had been living there for 3 months, only coming out at night, only watching, only talking. The case should have ended there, but it didn't. During interrogation, the man denied speaking to the child. He denied using words at all. He claimed he only ever whispered one phrase: "Don't look." When asked how he knew the child's name, he paused, then said, "I didn't tell him. He told me." He also described things that were not visible from under the bed: The father's habits, the sound of his heartbeat, the exact time the lights would flicker. He said the boy talked to someone else first. The family moved out. Evan stopped speaking at night, but neighbors reported hearing a child's voice through the walls of the empty house, always at 0241 a.m., always saying the same thing: "Don't look." The house was sealed. No further investigations were conducted. The crawl space beneath the bedroom no longer exists in city records. File IA09 is closed. No further audio has been recovered. The archive remains open.
This story was sent to me by a married couple living in Northern California. They described their home as ordinary, a quiet neighborhood, tall fences, friendly neighbors, nothing unusual. The kind of place where nothing bad is supposed to happen. "We never thought something could be inside the house with us," they wrote. "Not watching, not breathing, not waiting." The noises started at night. At first, they were so faint they could almost be ignored. A soft scraping sound, like fabric brushing against drywall. Sometimes a slow, rhythmic tapping. They assumed it was animals. "Probably rats," the husband said, "or squirrels. Old houses make noise." But something about the sounds felt wrong. They didn't scurry. They didn't scratch. They paused. A week later, the wife woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. She didn't know why at first. Then she heard it. Breathing. Slow. Controlled. Not animal. It came from the wall behind the bed. She held her breath and listened. The breathing stopped. In the morning, she told her husband. He laughed, gently, nervously. "You were half asleep, dreaming." She wanted to believe him, so she did. Over the next few nights, the noises changed. Not louder, closer. Sometimes something seemed to crawl above the ceiling. Other times it moved between the walls, slowly, carefully, like it was avoiding making noise. It sounded like someone learning where to step. A month later, the noises became routine, and then the food started disappearing. Small things at first, slices of bread, leftovers, snacks they were sure they hadn't eaten. They blamed stress, memory, each other. "Guess I was hungrier than I thought." Then the knife went missing. One of the large kitchen knives, heavy, unmistakable. They searched everywhere. Drawers, trash, cabinets, nothing. That's when we stopped laughing.
Evan breaks into a run. Cameras track him moving toward the exit. Behind him, in the reflection of passing car windows, metal poles, chrome bumpers, the smiling figure appears, closer each time. The reflections are sinking. Camera 7 captures Evan reaching the stairwell. He pulls the door open, pauses, looks at the glass panel. The reflection is already there, standing behind him, hand raised, smiling. The camera glitches. 14 frames are missing. When the feed stabilizes, only one man exits the stairwell. He walks calmly. His posture is slightly off. His smile is too wide. Evan Miller was reported missing at 7:42 a.m. His vehicle remained in the garage. The mirrors were intact. No fingerprints were found on the glass. However, every reflective surface on level B3 now shows a 2-second delay. Staff report seeing themselves smile before they do. File PL44 closed. Further review is not recommended.
This was a record from the Secret Stories archive. After this, only reflections remain. The one who stands beneath the tree. In some families in Pennsylvania, Christmas lights are never left plugged in overnight, not because of fire hazards, but because of something far older and far less explainable. They believe that if the tree lights turn on by themselves in the middle of the night, glowing only red, then someone else has entered the room. They call it the garter. Not a ghost, not a spirit, not something that knocks or moves, just a presence. The stories say the garter appears when children are being watched too closely, when fear has already settled quietly into a house and is waiting for a reason to grow. It does not touch, it does not speak, it does not speak. It stands beneath the tree and looks at the children as if it is counting something only it can see. And it can only be seen in mirrors. I grew up hearing the story from my grandmother, who unplugged the tree every night without exception, her hands shaking slightly as she did. She never explained why, until the night the lights turned on anyway. I was 8 years old, half asleep on the couch, when the room filled with a dull red glow that didn't belong to any dream. At first, I thought my eyes were still closed, but when I opened them, the tree was glowing red from top to bottom, every bulb lit evenly, without flickering. Red wasn't one of the colors. The room felt heavier, as if the air itself had thickened, pressing against my chest with slow patience. I tried to call out for my grandmother. My voice wouldn't come. I sat up slowly, my eyes locked on the tree, afraid that if I moved too fast, something would notice. That's when I saw the mirror. It was the hallway mirror, angled just enough that I could see the tree reflected in it. And beneath the branches, in the reflection only, stood a tall shape. It wasn't solid. It wasn't smoke. It looked like a shadow that had learned how to stand upright. Its outline was wrong, shoulders too narrow, arms hanging too long, tapering down like they never quite finished forming. No face, just a darker space where a face should be. I squeezed my eyes shut, counting silently, begging myself to wake up. When I looked again, the shadow was still there, closer. In the mirror, its head tilted slightly, as if it had noticed me noticing it. I understood then why they called it the garter. It wasn't hunting. It wasn't threatening. It was watching, judging, measuring. The red light pulsed faintly, slow and steady, like a heartbeat that didn't belong to anyone in the room. I slid off the couch, my feet barely touching the floor, and tried to move away from the mirror. The garter moved too, not in the room, only in the reflection. Every step I took backward, it stepped forward beneath the tree, never breaking its stare. I felt small, exposed, like something deeply personal was being examined without my permission. The lights grew brighter, and I knew somehow that it wasn't there for me alone. It was there for every child who had too normal. My grandmother burst in moments later, breathing hard, her face pale when she saw the unplugged cord still lying on the floor. She didn't ask what I saw. She already knew. We never spoke about it again. But every Christmas after that, she covered every mirror in the house before nightfall.
Sheets, blankets, old towels. Because if you don't look, the guarder can't tell whether you're watching it or if it's time for it to start watching more closely.
The camera is mounted above lane 12. A silver sedan pulls in and shuts off its engine. The driver exits the vehicle. Male, early 30s. Identified later as Evan Miller, local resident, no criminal history. He walks toward the driver's side door to retrieve something. Nothing unusual, until he reaches the mirror. The reflection does not match him. The reflected figure is taller. Its shoulders slope unnaturally forward. Its eyes are hollow, no whites, no pupils, and its mouth is stretched far wider than a human face allows. The reflection smiles. Evan does not. Evan steps back. The reflection does not. There is a delay of approximately 2 seconds. When Evan raises his hand, the reflection waits, then copies the movement, but not exactly. The fingers bend too far back. The wrist twists slightly wrong, like it is learning. Security officer log, 02:19 a.m. Driver appears confused, possibly intoxicated. Reflection lag noted. Could be camera latency. There is no latency in mirrors. Evan leans closer to the glass. The reflection leans closer too. Their noses almost touch, except one is inside the car and the other appears pressed against the mirror from the wrong side.
The reflection's lips move. No sound is recorded, but Evan reacts. He steps back suddenly, shaking his head. According to his later statement, the reflection said, "Don't blink, I'm almost aligned." Evan takes out his phone. He activates the camera. The phone screen shows nothing abnormal, only his own face, tired, afraid, human. Relief lasts 0.8 seconds. He lowers the phone. The mirror smiles wider. The reflection lifts its hand before Evan does. This time there is no delay. At 02:21 a.m., Evan turns to leave. The reflection does not follow. It stays in the mirror, watching him walk away. Watching. Then, the reflection knocks, once, from inside the glass. Evan breaks into a run. Cameras track him moving toward the exit. Behind him, in the reflection of passing car windows, metal poles, chrome bumpers, the smiling figure appears, closer each time. The reflections are sinking. Camera 7 captures Evan reaching the stairwell. He pulls the door open, pauses, looks at the glass panel. The reflection is already there, standing behind him, hand raised, smiling. The camera glitches. 14 frames are missing. When the feed stabilizes, only one man exits the stairwell. He walks calmly. His posture is slightly off. His smile is too wide. Evan Miller was reported missing at 7:42 a.m. His vehicle remained in the garage. The mirrors were intact. No fingerprints were found on the glass. However, every reflective surface on level B3 now shows a 2-second delay. Staff report seeing themselves smile before they do. File PL44 closed. Further review is not recommended. This was a record
from the Secret Stories archive. After this, only reflections remain.
This story was sent to me by a female subscriber. She told me she had hesitated for years before sharing it, not because it was frightening in the usual way, but because it felt deeply personal, something gentle, something unsettling in a quiet, lingering sense. It's not about a monster or a curse that didn't understand the word ending. Books when he studied. It rested against his chest when he was sick. The cat wasn't loud. It didn't demand attention. It simply stayed. It felt less like owning a pet and more like being accompanied. When he left for college, the house felt emptier. The cat stayed behind with his parents, spending more time sitting by the window, watching the driveway. During his second year away, his parents called him late when he stood still too long. The sensation of being watched, not threatening, but attentive. He told himself grief does strange things, but the feeling never faded. Years later, after a painful breakup, he returned to his apartment alone. The silence felt louder than any argument. That night, he lay awake, staring at the ceiling. Then he felt it, a slight movement on the blankets, soft, careful, like paws. Something settled beside his arm, warm, light. His breath caught. He reached for the lamp and turned it on. Nothing. The bed was empty. When he turned the light off again, a soft purring filled the darkness, right beside him. He didn't scream. He didn't move. He let the sound wash over him. He knew, the same way you know when someone you love is near. The presence stayed until morning. It didn't happen every night, only when he felt truly alone. Sometimes there was purring, sometimes just warmth. Never fear, never cold. The subscriber ended her message with this. He realized his companion never left. Death just changed the way it stayed. Some spirits linger because they are angry, some because they are unfinished, and some stay because love never learned how to let go. In some southern states, people don't talk about Santa Claus the same way they do everywhere else, because there's another version of him that doesn't belong in songs or decorations. They call him the Red-Horned Santa. The stories say he appears only on Christmas night, never in busy neighborhoods, never where lights are bright or people are awake. He prefers abandoned places, empty houses, burned-out farmsteads, old porches that haven't heard footsteps in years. He is always tall, too tall. His coat is red, but not the cheerful kind, darker and heavier, like the color has soaked into the fabric over time. And beneath his hood, curling dark red horns, smooth and polished, as if they'd been worn down by years of use. No one ever sees his face clearly, just the shape of it, stretched and hidden beneath the hood, as if it doesn't quite fit the body wearing it. They say if you see him, you must not speak to him. Not a greeting, not a question, not even a scream. Because Red-Horned Santa doesn't bring gifts. He takes voices. I heard the story for the first time when I was a kid, sitting on a broken porch with my cousins, listening to the older ones whisper it like a dare. I didn't believe it. None of us did.
But belief doesn't matter when something is real. Years later, on a Christmas Eve thick with heat instead of snow, I saw him for myself. I was driving back roads late at night, avoiding the highway, the radio off, the world quiet in a way that made every thought feel too loud. That's when I noticed the house. An old plantation home, half collapsed, its windows dark, its porch sagging like it was tired of holding itself together. Someone stood in the yard. At first I thought it was a shadow. Then it stepped forward. A tall figure in a red coat, standing perfectly still, facing the road as if it had been waiting for me specifically. The hood was pulled low, hiding the face completely. But the horns, I could see them clearly. Dark red, curving upward from beneath the hood, catching the faint light like polished bone. In uneasy whisper, my foot hovered over the brake. I should have driven past, but curiosity is dangerous. I rolled the window down. "Hey, you okay out there?"
The words felt wrong the moment they left my mouth, like I had just stepped over a line I couldn't see. The figure lifted its head slightly. I felt pressure in my throat, sudden and tight, like invisible fingers closing gently but firmly around my voice. I tried to speak again. Nothing came out. Not a whisper, not a breath. Red-horned Santa stepped closer. Each movement was slow and deliberate, as if he wanted me to understand exactly what was happening. The hood shifted just enough for me to glimpse part of his face. Skin stretched too tight, a mouth that didn't move, eyes sunken deep into darkness, watching without blinking. He raised one gloved hand and gently pressed 2 fingers against his own throat. Then he twisted them. Pain flared through my neck, sharp and suffocating, like my voice was being pulled out of me, thread by thread. Memories rushed in all at once, every word I'd ever spoken, every laugh, every scream being stripped away. Red-horned Santa leaned closer. "You offered it." I felt something tear loose inside me. Then, suddenly, the pressure stopped. He stepped back. My voice was gone. Not hoarse, not damaged. Gone. I slammed the gas pedal and drove until my hands went numb and the road blurred, not stopping until the sun began to rise. Doctors couldn't explain it. My throat was fine, my lungs were fine, everything worked, except my voice. They told me it was psychological. But every Christmas since, when the night grows quiet and the air feels too still, I hear something outside. A voice, my voice, calling out from somewhere far away, somewhere near an abandoned house, somewhere Red-horned Santa is still waiting for someone else to speak first.
This material was not meant to be released. The file was recovered from a county property archive marked uninhabitable, no structural cause found. No fire damage, no mold, no gas leaks, no criminal activity. And yet, no tenant stayed longer than 30 days. The house is known locally as Hawthorne Wall House. Built in 1926, 3 bedrooms, 2 floors, wood frame construction. No deaths on record, inside the building. At least, none officially. The first report appears ordinary. Tenant number 1 stayed 11 days. Tenant number 2 stayed 19 days. Tenant number 3 stayed 27 days. All left behind personal belongings. Beds unmade, clothes in closets, food in the refrigerator. None returned to collect them. At 3 a.m., according to every tenant's statement, the walls began to bleed. Not liquid, not dripping, seeping. The owner of the property, Margaret Hale, age 61, lived on the adjacent lot for over 40 years. She never experienced anything unusual. She slept through every night, no sounds, no movement, no blood. She reported only one recurring issue. Tenants keep leaving without notice. Maintenance logs show identical complaints from unrelated occupants. Objects found displaced each morning. Books thrown from shelves overnight. Repeated knocking from inside the walls. Interior doors slamming at exactly 3:07 a.m. No external force detected. Then came the audio reports. Tenant number 4 recorded a voice memo on day 16.
I'm not hearing footsteps. It's like something is moving inside the walls. Not crawling, shifting. At 3:07 a.m. that night, neighbors reported the sound of wood cracking, followed by silence. The tenant left at sunrise. Tenant number 6 remained the longest, 31 days. His name was Eric Bowman, graduate student, psychology. He installed interior cameras. Footage from night 22 shows nothing moving until 3:06 a.m. The walls begin to change. Not violently, not suddenly. The surface darkens. Veins appear beneath the paint. Whisper. Then the red starts to come through. Not dripping, pulsing. At 3:07 a.m., Eric can be heard whispering from his bedroom. That's not paint. The camera captures books lifting from shelves, not thrown, released, as if rejected by the room, one by one. Eric flees the house barefoot. He never returns. The footage ends with the walls slowly returning to normal color by 3:12 a.m.
Health inspectors found no organic material. No blood samples matched human or animal DNA. No residue. But forensic microphones placed inside the walls detected something else. At night, low-frequency impacts, not random, rhythmic, as if something inside was trying to knock its way out. Every strike occurred from inside the structure, outward, never the reverse. Tenant number 9 lasted 4 days. Her final statement: the walls aren't haunted. They're full. Every tenant who stayed past 20 days reported the same progression. Week 1, noises. Week 2, movement. Week 3, blood. Week 4, pressure. At 3:07 a.m. on day 28, tenants reported the sensation of the house leaning inward, as if listening. The walls stopped bleeding only after the house was empty again. The owner never experienced this. She slept peacefully. Investigators believe the phenomenon only manifests when the house is occupied by someone who does not belong to it. Final entry. The house still stands, unoccupied, lights off, no sounds, no blood, until someone moves in. At the time of this report, 14 sets of belongings remain inside. None claimed, no bodies recovered. At 3:07 a.m., thermal sensors still detect heat movement within the walls. There is no known explanation. File HW17 closed. No further tenants scheduled. This was a record from the Secret Stories archive.
Ranger Eli Warren had worked in the Pine Hollow Reserve for 14 years, and in all that time, his radio had never made him afraid. It was just a tool, crackling weather alerts, lost hikers, requests from other rangers. Routine, predictable, comfortably boring. But tonight, as he locked up the station and stepped into the cold, pine-thick air, the radio on his shoulder crackled in a way he didn't recognize. A soft hiss, like someone breathing too close to the microphone. Then a tiny voice whispered through the static. "Hello? Is someone there?" Eli froze. It sounded like a child, maybe 8 or 9, but something was off. The syllables stretched unnaturally, as if someone was pulling the words out like strands of melted plastic. He pressed the transmit button. "This is Ranger Warren. State your location." The reply came instantly, too instantly, without the delay that radios usually have. "I'm here. Come get me." The voice echoed oddly, as though it traveled through a long tunnel, even though the forest around him was open and still. His radio chirped as GPS coordinates auto-logged the call. He checked the screen. Coordinates deep inside the North Valley, a place abandoned for decades. No one should be there, Eli muttered to himself. The North Valley was off limits. Landslides, hidden sinkholes, unstable ground. Not even animals roamed that part of the woods anymore. Every tracker placed there returned blank. But protocol demanded he check. So he grabbed his flashlight, his rifle, and started down the trail, his breath fogging in front of him like thin ghosts. The deeper he walked, the quieter the forest became. No crickets, no wind, not even the distant hum of the river, just his boots against frozen leaves and the faint crackle of the radio. It hissed now and then, as if the child was still breathing into it, waiting for him to answer. Halfway down the old hunter's trail, the voice returned. "Are you closer?" Eli flinched so hard he nearly dropped the radio. He tried to steady his breath. "I'm coming to check on you. Can you describe your surroundings?" A long silence. Then, dark. The way the child said it made his stomach twist. It was too calm, too matter-of-fact. Eli stopped walking. "Do you see trees, rocks, any landmarks?" Another pause. Then the voice whispered, "I see you." His blood turned to ice. He whipped his flashlight around, scanning the branches, the bushes, the trail behind him. Nothing. No prints, no movement, no eyes staring back. Just dark, empty woods. "Kid, tell me where you are," Eli snapped. The radio didn't crackle this time. The voice came through crystal clear. "Behind you." Eli spun so fast he nearly slipped on the wet leaves, beams slicing through the trees like lightning. Nothing, not even the sway of a disturbed branch. He forced himself to keep moving. The coordinates were less than half a mile now. His heart thudded in his chest, too loud in the suffocating silence. The forest began to look wrong. Trees bending in unnatural angles, roots splitting the ground like something had pushed up from underneath. And then his radio beeped again. Not a call, a location update. The source of the signal had moved. It was now directly ahead of him, no more than 20 meters. But the ground in front of him was a clearing. Nothing alive had grown here in years. There was nowhere for a child to hide. Eli lifted his flashlight and froze. There, in the middle of the clearing, stood a small wooden radio tower, or what was left of one, twisted metal, snapped supports, and a rusted speaker box dangling from a broken pole. The speaker crackled, and the child's voice came out of the speaker. "Come closer." Eli stumbled back. What the hell is this?" The speaker screeched. Then the voice shifted, lower, older, like an adult trying to mimic a child. "Don't leave. I'm lonely down here." "Down where?" Eli aimed the flashlight lower. The earth beneath the tower was disturbed, freshly dug, soft, like something had crawled out or was waiting to crawl out again. The radio on his shoulder burst to life. "Eli, come down to me." The voice was right behind him now, close enough he felt breath on his neck. He spun. Nothing. He ran. Branches whipped his arms, roots tripped his boots, his lungs burned as he sprinted back toward the station. The voice followed him through the radio, shifting between pitches. Child, woman, old man, sometimes all at once. "Come back. You heard me. You answered. You came." Eli burst from the tree line and didn't stop until he was inside the ranger station with the door locked. His radio lay on the ground where he'd thrown it. For hours it whispered, begging, calling his name, asking him to return. When it finally went silent, Eli gathered his courage and checked the call logs. There had been no calls, no coordinates, no transmissions from the valley. Just one entry: signal source, reserve station, channel 1. His own radio, his own channel. The call had come from inside the station the entire time. They say the cold in Minnesota becomes something different after midnight, something alive, something old, something that breathes between the trees when the temperature sinks past -20. And on nights like that, when the sky turns white with frozen fog, people claim you can hear children laughing somewhere deep in the woods, too far to see, yet too close to ignore. Most call it a legend, a warning, a piece of northern folklore meant to keep hikers and hunters from wandering alone. But I know the truth because I followed the sound once. I was 17, stubborn, and convinced the stories were made up by bored locals who needed something to blame their winter disappearances on. So when the cold snap hit, when the town alerts warned everyone to stay inside, when the frost crept up the windows like white vines, I went out anyway. The moment I stepped off the road and into the tree line, something felt wrong, like my heartbeat didn't belong inside my own chest. The cold wasn't just cold, it pressed against me, thick and expectant, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. Then I heard it. Children laughing. Not giggling like siblings playing in the snow, not joyful, light but hollow, like voices trying to remember what real laughter was supposed to sound like. I told myself it had to be wind scraping the branches. I told myself no one else could possibly be out there, but the laughter drifted again, closer this time. My legs moved on their own, following the sound through the frozen fog, deeper into the trees. The air grew colder with every step, biting deeper into my skin until it felt like someone was dragging icy fingers down my spine. And then the fog shifted. They appeared.
Shapes at first, small pale outlines in the mist, scattered between the trunks like shadows that hadn't decided if they wanted to exist. As the fog thinned, I saw them clearly. Children, no older than 8 or 9, standing motionless in the snow, their arms hanging at their sides, their skin almost glowing with the frost that coated them. Their eyes were the worst part. Empty, not white, not black, just hollow, like something had scooped out whatever used to be inside. One of them tilted its head at me, slowly, as if listening not to my footsteps, but to my thoughts. Another smiled, too wide, too wrong, like its face was trying to mimic a human expression it didn't fully understand. The laughter stopped all at once. Silence, heavy, suffocating silence. And then a girl stepped forward, her frozen hair drifting as though underwater, her empty eyes fixed directly on mine. She whispered, barely moving her lips, "Are you cold?" My mouth moved, but no sound came out. It felt like the cold had reached inside me, squeezing my lungs, draining the heat from every vein. Another child stepped forward, then another. Their small feet didn't break the snow, didn't sink. They glided, like the ground wasn't real for them anymore. They circled me slowly, their hollow eyes reflecting nothing, their faces pulling into strange imitations of innocence, as if they'd forgotten how real children behave. The girl spoke again, closer this time. "We get lonely." I wanted to run, but my legs felt numb, locked in place by the cold sinking deeper into me, wrapping around my bones like something alive. Another voice whispered behind me, so close my breath hitched. "Stay with us." Their hands reached out, small, pale, almost gentle, and the cold radiating from them felt like knives. It wasn't the cold of winter, it was the cold of something that had never been alive but desperately wanted to be. My vision blurred, my heart felt slow, heavy, my thoughts sluggish, fading like they were being pulled into the winter itself. But a sudden gust of wind broke through the fog, scattering the shapes, pulling the frozen mist away just long enough for my body to move again. I ran harder than I'd ever run in my life, not looking back, not listening, not thinking, only moving, forcing my legs through the numbness until the trees thinned and the road emerged through the frost. Quiet, shaken. When I finally collapsed near the streetlights, the warmth of the town felt like waking from a nightmare I wasn't sure had truly ended. No one believed me, of course. They never do. But sometimes, late at night, when the temperature drops past -20 and the frost climbs the windows again, I lie awake and hear the faint echo of children laughing far beyond the houses. And every time, it sounds a little closer than before.
The following material was recovered from a closed-circuit security system inside Midnight Mart, Flagstaff, Arizona. The store had been abandoned for 11 years. Footage from camera 4, aisle 4, begins at 2:03 a.m. The first anomaly occurs at the 19th second. A child appears in the frame, small, still, facing a mirror display stand. But the part that triggered the internal alarm system was this: the child has no face, no eyes, no mouth, no features, just smooth, pale skin stretched over a head-shaped surface. The guard on duty that night, Evan Cole, reported hearing soft footsteps between the aisles even before he saw the alert. Audio log 01, 2:04 a.m. Shaken breath, quiet. I think there's a kid in here. I don't know how he got past the doors, but he's just standing there, not moving. The mirror in front of the child flickers. Only the reflection moves, its head turning slightly, as if inspecting Evan through the glass. But the child itself does not move at all. Evan whispered something the mic barely picks up. It's looking at me. When Evan approached aisle 4, every other camera in the store glitched for exactly 3.2 seconds. Only camera 4 stayed clear. The child lifted its hand toward the mirror. In the reflection, 5 small fingers touched the glass, but the real child's arm never moved. Audio log 03:206 a.m. Tense, quiet. I'm behind him, 3 feet away. I should see this kid's face, but there's nothing. It's blank, completely blank. And the reflection, its reflection is smiling. The footage confirms it. Inside the mirror, the faceless child has a mouth, a wide one. It stretches too far, but the child in the aisle remains blank and motionless. Then something else. The mirrored version blinks. Sharp, cold pause. The real one does not. Evan steps closer. Every motion detector in the store activates at once. All of them point toward aisle 4. The child doesn't react, but the reflection's head snaps toward Evan, smooth, unnatural speed, mouth stretching wider. Audio log 05:209 a.m. Whispering, terrified. It moved. It moved in the mirror. Not here. Not here, only in there. It's copying me wrong, like it doesn't know how a person moves. Evan reaches for the child's shoulder. His hand never touches. The reflection grabs him first. Something presses against the mirror from the inside. Glass bends outward like soft plastic. Evan screams off camera. The reflection's mouth opens wider than a human jaw could. The real child finally moves. It tilts its faceless head toward Evan, as if listening. Then it does something the reflection does not. It raises its hand to its own smooth face and begins pressing, like it's trying to pull features out of the skin. The skin stretches. No eyes form, but indentations appear, as if someone is pushing from inside the skull. Evan drops the camera. The recording shakes, capturing only his voice. Shouting, panicked. It's trying to wear a face. It's trying to wear a face that isn't its... The audio cuts. When officers arrived at 2:17 a.m., the store was silent. No broken glass, no signs of struggle. Evan was gone. Aisle 4 looked untouched, except for one detail: the mirror. A small, smeared handprint remained on the glass, perfectly shaped, too perfect. And when forensic teams enhanced the footage from the final camera glitch, they discovered a single frame that did not belong to any footage before or after. It showed Evan standing inside the mirror, his face smooth and empty like the child's, but he was raising his hand, pressing from the inside as if begging to be let out. The child behind him was smiling, with Evan's face. Calm. File FR09 is closed. No further activity detected. The mirror remains in evidence storage.
Officers report hearing tapping from inside the glass at 2:03 a.m. every night. End of file.
Elias had always loved the forest near his town, the way the pines whispered, the way the air felt colder even in summer. That afternoon, the sky was dull and pale, the kind of washed-out gray that made sound carry strangely far. He and his friends walked along the narrow trail, talking lazily, kicking stones, joking about how quiet the woods were. Nothing felt wrong yet, not really. At one point, Elias jogged ahead, turned around, and cupped his hands around his mouth. "You coming or what?" he shouted, laughing. His voice echoed lightly through the trees, bouncing back like rubber. He waited for his friend Mark to shout back. They always yelled dumb stuff at each other in echoing places. But what came back wasn't Mark. The response shot through the forest immediately, with no delay, like someone had been waiting right behind the trees, mouth pressed up against them. "I'm here, are you?" The voice wasn't his friend's. It wasn't even close. It was deeper, older, weathered, and it sounded like it had been smiling when it said it. Elias froze. He knew how an echo should sound, warped, distant, thin. But this wasn't an echo. This was a reply. Someone or something had understood his words and answered. He swallowed hard, suddenly aware of how still the forest had become. Even the birds were silent. "Mark?" he tried again, voice cracking. But before the name even left his mouth fully, the forest spatted back at him. "Mark?" Same old voice, not mocking, just copying, stretching the name as if tasting it. Elias stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a root. His breath came out in sharp white bursts, even though the air wasn't cold. He didn't wait for his friends to catch up. His legs moved on their own. He sprinted down the path, branches smacking his arms, dirt kicking up under his shoes. His heart hammered so loudly he barely heard the forest anymore. Barely, but not entirely, because behind him came a sound, a warped mixture of a laugh and a breath, like someone trying to inhale words instead of speak them. He burst out of the tree line and onto the hill clearing where his friends stood near their bikes. They looked startled. Elias was pale, sweating, trembling like he had outrun a wolf. "What the hell happened?" Mark asked, stepping toward him. Elias grabbed him by the jacket. "Did you hear me? Did you answer me? Tell me you answered." Mark frowned. "Dude, you didn't yell anything. You just walked ahead and then ran back like something was chasing you. We thought you were messing with us." Elias tried to speak, but the words fell apart. He hadn't screamed. He hadn't called out. But he remembered his shout vibrating in his throat. He remembered the echo. He remembered the reply. Too fast, too close. "Someone answered me," he whispered finally. "A man, but too deep, too wrong." His friends exchanged glances. Joking stopped, smiles faded. Mark put a hand on Elias's shoulder. "Maybe it was a hunter," he offered. "Someone else in the woods." But there were no hunters allowed there. No camps, no houses, no one. And Elias knew, absolutely knew, the voice was not human in the way it should have been. That night, Elias couldn't sleep. He kept replaying the moment in his mind, the speed, the tone, the way the voice seemed to know exactly what he meant. The way it said, "I'm here, are you?" Like it wasn't answering his question, like it was asking him something else. He closed his eyes, but every time he did, he imagined someone standing just inside the tree line, lips peeled into a strange half-smile, waiting for him to speak first so it could learn his voice better. His phone buzzed suddenly, a voice note from an unknown number. Elias stared at it for a long time, unable to breathe. His thumb trembled as he pressed play. The recording was only 3 seconds long, 3 seconds of quiet forest air, followed by his own voice, cracked and terrified, whispering, "I'm here." Elias hadn't said that, not that day, not ever, but something in the forest had spoken with his voice perfectly, and now it knew more than just his name. It knew how he sounded when he was scared. It knew how to become him. The last thing on the recording was a faint rustle, like someone shifting closer to the microphone. Then, in that old smiling voice, "Are you coming back?"
The box arrived on the child's birthday, wrapped in cheerful paper and tied with a bright ribbon, looking harmless enough to belong at any ordinary celebration. But from the moment it touched the child's hands, something shifted beneath the surface, a faint movement, a subtle twitch, like something inside was adjusting itself, waiting to be held. The child froze, fingers trembling slightly as the box pressed back, almost too gently, as if it were testing his grip. Everyone around him laughed, assuming it was a toy, a prank, something mechanical, something explainable. But the child knew the sound he heard wasn't mechanical. Something inside the box had breathed. As he lifted it to his ear, a faint scratching slid along the inside walls, too soft for anyone else to notice, too delicate to be anything large, yet too intentional to be random. Then it whispered his name, not like someone calling from across a room, not like a voice coming through paper, but directly into his ear, as if the box itself had lips pressed to his skin. He dropped it instantly, stepping back so quickly his chair tipped behind him. No one else reacted. No one else heard it. His mother urged him to open the gift, teasing him for being nervous, unaware of the quiet dread settling deep inside him. He reached toward the box again, hands shaking, but as his fingers brushed the surface, the whisper returned. "Let me out." He shivered, tried to hide the way his pulse jumped, tried not to look terrified as his family watched with smiling faces, expecting excitement. The scratching inside shifted direction, moving quickly now, circling the interior of the box like something pacing in a cage, growing impatient. He pulled the ribbon with trembling fingers, peeled back the wrapping paper, and carefully lifted the lid. Perfectly, impossibly empty. But the whisper didn't stop. "I'm right here." The voice wasn't coming from the box anymore. It was inside his left ear, warm and direct, as though something were sitting just behind his eardrum, speaking through the thin barrier of his skin. He slapped his hand to the side of his head, stumbling backwards, but the voice followed the movement, sliding deeper, curling itself inside his thoughts. "Don't tell them. They won't help you." He tried to scream, but the sound lodged in his throat as a cold pressure began creeping behind his eye, slow and patient, as if something invisible were tracing lines across his mind, exploring him. His parents laughed, thinking he was overwhelmed by the surprise, encouraging him to look again, convinced the real present must be hidden, that he'd missed something. But the box remained empty, still, innocent. Meanwhile, the voice curled deeper inside him. "You opened the door. Now I live where your secrets live." He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block it out, but the whisper only grew clearer, sharper, threading through every thought like it knew how to follow each one. "What are you afraid of right now?" He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. The world around him blurred as if everything outside his head was fading. And the voice, his voice, grew louder. "Good. I like when your heart does that." Then it went quiet. Not gone, just quiet, like something settling into a comfortable place inside him, choosing a corner of his mind to lie down in. And though it said no more, he felt it there, listening to every thought, every breath, every fear. That night, he lay in bed, staring at the shadows on the wall, waiting for sleep to take him. But the moment he closed his eyes, the whisper returned, softer than before, patient now, no longer begging to be freed. "We're going to share everything." The child buried his face in the pillow, trembling, knowing the truth with a certainty that hollowed him out. The box had never been empty. It had just been waiting for him to open enough space inside himself.
At 2:42 a.m., all 4 students begin walking backwards simultaneously. Not stumbling, not sleepwalking, controlled. On their way back to their rooms, something small but catastrophic is visible in the footage. Their shadows do not match their steps. The shadows walk at a different pace, a different rhythm, a different shape. When each re-enters their room, the door closes. All shadows remain in the hallway for 3 additional seconds, and then slide under the doors without changing shape. That is the moment the building became quiet. Too quiet. Morning interviews. Student 1. Shaken, whisper. "I don't remember leaving my bed, but my feet were dirty, like I walked through dust." Student 2. Low. "I dreamed I was walking with someone else. 3 someone elses." Student 3. Nervous laugh. "I looked at my phone screen. My sleep tracking app says I stood still for an hour, but I wasn't in my room." Student 4. Quiet, trembling. "You said I stared at the camera, but I dreamed the camera was staring at me." At 3:03 a.m. the next night, all 4 students' doors open simultaneously without any physical contact. Their shadows leave the rooms, but the students remain in bed. The shadows gather in the hallway. They face the camera. They wait, and then the footage ends. Recovery team found. Doors closed, students asleep. All security cameras wiped at 3:03 to 3:04. Only one file left behind. A single line of text. "We walk when you dream. We look when you sleep. We wait when you wake." File ST-44 is closed. No further activity reported. For now. At 2:41 a.m., all 4 students looked directly into the same security camera at once. This file was extracted from Dormitory C, Ridgeview University, a building known for quiet nights and low incident reports. Until week 6. It began with a simple request from resident advisor Marcus Lee. "Can someone check the hallway logs? I keep hearing footsteps at night, but nobody claims it's them." For 3 nights, 4 different students filed identical complaints: sleepwalking, waking up outside their rooms, unexplained bruises on their knees. But each insisted, "I'm the only sleepwalker on this floor." Footsteps continued. Out-of-sync breathing drifted through the hall. Motion sensors triggered with no pattern. On night 4, the RA requested full review. That's when the anomaly was discovered. Security footage, Cam 04, left hallway. Timestamp, 2:12 a.m. The first figure emerges, student number 1, barefoot, eyes unfocused, neck bent slightly sideways as if resisting a pull. 32 seconds later, student number 2 appears, same posture, same angle of the neck, same pacing rhythm. Then student number 3, then number 4, all 4 moving in perfect synchronization as though responding to silent choreography. But the anomaly isn't the walking, it's the intervals.
Each student appears exactly 32 seconds after the previous, and each time a new one steps into frame, each other adjusts their pace by one single step, aligning again, like a machine recalibrating. At 2:26 a.m., they all stop simultaneously. Heads tilt upward toward Cam 04. 4 faces, 4 blank expressions, 4 identical micro smiles that do not belong to people who are asleep.
Then one of them mouths something. The others follow 1 second later. Then again, 1 second delayed. A chain reaction.
Audio captured faint breath patterns,
Are you watching?
but none of the mouths move in sync with the audio. They remain open, unmoving, while the whisper plays over top, as if coming from behind them or inside them. Then the main event. At 2:41 a.m., all 4 bodies snap their heads toward the camera, not gradually, instantly. Their eyes focus, not sleepy, not confused, aware. One student raises their hand. The other 3 mirror the motion 0.75 seconds later. They form a shape with their fingers, a triangle, upside down, pointed toward the floor. None of them remember doing this. R.A. Marcus, reviewing the footage live, radioed security. They're standing under Cam 04, but I only see 3 kids in the hallway right now. Where's the 4th? The 4th wasn't missing. He was behind Marcus, caught only in the distorted reflection of a trophy case panel. Motionless. Eyes fully open.
This story was sent to me by a subscriber, a woman living alone in a small suburban house. She said it began innocently enough, just glancing at her reflection in the bedroom window at night. She had always liked watching the streetlights ripple across the glass, the occasional passing car reflecting in the window, and the faint shadows of leaves moving across the walls. It was a little nightly ritual before bed, a quiet way to end the day. I never thought I'd see me there, moving without me. At first, she thought it was her imagination, shadows playing tricks in the dim light, the kind of thing that happens when you've been home alone all day. But soon, the details became impossible to ignore. The first night, she noticed something odd. I caught a glimpse of myself in the window, but my smile, it didn't feel right. Her reflection was smiling too wide, too many teeth, not her usual gentle curve, the kind of smile that doesn't belong to anyone you know. She froze. I thought maybe I was dreaming. Maybe the light was just wrong. Then she saw it move. A hand rose, slowly, waving at her, from the other side of the glass. But I was looking from inside, and it shouldn't have been able to wave through me. Or was it me? I don't know. The first night, she shook it off as a trick of the light, perhaps fatigue, perhaps stress. But by the third night, she noticed that the movements weren't random. Every night, her doppelganger appeared. Each time, it moved slightly ahead of her. Every gesture, every blink, every shift of weight, a fraction of a second sooner. The smile grew wider, unnaturally wide. It was impossible not to notice. Her own hand lifted, and her double's hand had already waved. It's like it's predicting me, reading me, knowing me before I even move. She started sleeping with the curtains half drawn, leaving the room darker than usual. But sometimes, even through the darkness, she could feel it watching. Its presence, like heat or pressure against her skin, was impossible to shake. She noticed that the reflection moved differently when she was standing closer to the window. It leaned a fraction forward. It tilted its head. Its wide smile never faltered. And I realized it was enjoying it. One night, She decided to test it. She stayed perfectly still, staring at the reflection. Her heart thumped loudly in her chest. The double tilted its head, grinned wider, and waved, slower this time, almost teasing her. I couldn't move. I couldn't look away. I was frozen. Then it stepped closer to the edge of the window. Not just a reflection anymore. It seemed present. Its hand pressed against the glass. And then it winked. Before I even blinked, it wasn't just copying her anymore. It was anticipating, leading, controlling the moment. The air in the room felt heavier, the shadows longer, the silence waiting. She felt her own reflection was no longer her own. She noticed the subtle differences, tiny, almost imperceptible. Its head tilted slightly more, its eyes glinting differently in the dim light, its teeth showing more than they should. It wasn't me smiling, it was something else wearing my face. She couldn't sleep, she couldn't eat normally. Every reflective surface in the house made her anxious. Even a spoon on the kitchen counter felt like a window into another world. I covered all the windows with thick curtains. Every mirror I could find turned face down or covered. But at night, I could still feel it, watching, smiling, waiting. She considered leaving the house, but part of her feared that her double would follow. Some nights, she swore she saw it in mirrors, phone screens, and glossy table surfaces, always smiling, always just slightly ahead of her. I began to think, maybe it's not just copying me. Maybe it wants to replace me. If you ever notice something off in a reflection, a blink too fast, a smile too wide, a hand moving before yours, do not approach. Do not mimic. Do not think you can reason with it. Some doppelgangers wait. Some doppelgangers learn. Some are already one step ahead. And sometimes, when you finally realize the truth, it's too late to tell who's real. Santa knocked at 3:12 a.m., and the sound was wrong from the very beginning, too slow and too deliberate to belong to anything kind or joyful. The boy woke up with his heart already racing, not because of a dream, but because something heavy was touching the roof above his bedroom. He lay completely still beneath his blanket, staring into the darkness, trying to convince himself it was just snow sliding or branches moving in the wind. But the pressure above him shifted, carefully, as if whatever was up there knew exactly where his room was. He reached toward his nightstand and checked the glowing numbers on his clock. 3:12 a.m. Christmas Eve. His mother always said Santa moved quietly, that he never woke children, that he slipped in and out without leaving a trace. This thing did not move quietly, and it did not care if it woke him. Something dragged slowly across the roof, stopping, then continuing again, like fingers testing the surface one careful inch at a time. The boy squeezed his eyes shut, hoping that if he didn't look, the sound would stop. It didn't. The movement paused directly above his bed, as if the weight had settled there on purpose. Then a voice slid through the ceiling, soft and close, like it was speaking directly into his thoughts. I know you're awake. His body went cold all at once. The voice wasn't warm or playful, and it didn't sound like it was smiling. It sounded dry, patient, and certain. He stared up at the ceiling, afraid that if he moved, it would know. Good children don't pretend to sleep. The boy slid out of bed, his legs weak, his feet barely touching the floor as he moved toward the window. Every step felt too loud, like the house itself was listening. Frost covered the glass, blurring the world outside into pale shapes and shadows. He wiped a small circle clear with his sleeve and slowly tilted his head upward. A man in red was crawling across the roof. Not walking like a person, crawling like an insect. His arms and legs bent at angles that made the boy's stomach twist, joints folding in ways that looked painful but effortless. The Santa suit clung loosely to him, stretched thin in some places and hanging wrong in others. The beard was dark and heavy, swaying beneath his chin as if it were soaked with something thick. The man stopped moving. Then his head turned toward the window. Too far, too smooth. His eyes reflected nothing at all. Not the moonlight, not the house lights, not the boy watching him. I can see your breath on the glass. The boy stumbled backward, his heart slamming against his ribs as the man began crawling again. Faster now, closer, straight toward the window. He ran to his parents' room, whispering their names, shaking them, begging them to wake up. They didn't move. Their faces were calm and wrong, like statues pretending to sleep. Behind him, the tapping began, slow and patient, always in groups of 3. 3 taps, 3 12. The voice returned, pleased and close. You left the curtains open for me. The boy turned. The face was pressed against the glass now. The Santa mask cracked and stretched tight. The mouth pulled open just enough to show teeth that were far too small. Child-sized teeth. Please go away. I already came inside. Warm breath brushed the boy's neck. When he turned, the man stood behind him, the red suit hanging loose like clothing stolen from someone else. The beard slid off his face and hit the floor, leaving only darkness behind. A hollow where a face should be. The thing leaned down until its voice filled the room. You were on my list. The clock clicked again. 3:12. The thing reached for him. Cold fingers brushed his cheek, marking him. Then it stepped backward, slowly, smiling with a mouth that no longer existed. Next year, I come earlier. It vanished into the night. The boy collapsed, crying as the room finally felt empty again. By morning, the roof was scarred, the window marked, and the boy would never sleep through Christmas again. And every year, at exactly 3:12 a.m., he still feels something crawling above his ceiling, waiting for him to open his eyes. The first 911 call came at 2:14 a.m. from a night shift worker at a supermart in Riverside, California. Her voice trembled through the recorder. Something's moving between the cars. It's not walking, it's legs. God, I can't describe it. She wasn't drunk, she wasn't tired. The security footage later confirmed every word she said. At 2:12 a.m., the cameras captured a man crawling across the asphalt. Not on hands and knees, not like an animal. His limbs were bent backwards, jointed the wrong way, elbows jutting up like broken wings. He slid low, chest scraping the ground, head twisted at an angle no living neck could sustain. And he's looking into the cars? The woman whimpered. Yes, he presses his face to the windows and he just stares. The footage showed exactly that. The man, if it was a man, moved with slow, deliberate motions. He'd stop at a vehicle, tilt his head, and peer inside. His eyes were impossibly wide, black like spilled ink. And when he crawled, his spine rippled under his shirt like something alive inside him. Cars left in the lot overnight were later found with a single word scratched into the metal: mine. A second worker, Jason Miller, volunteered to review the footage. He shouldn't have. His audio log begins at 3:01 a.m. It's looping. He keeps returning to the same row of cars, like he's searching for something. 6 minutes later. Oh God, he looked up. He looked directly into camera 12, as if he knew I was watching. The entity froze mid-crawl. Its neck rotated upward several seconds before the camera panned toward it, almost like it heard someone adjusting the controls, almost like it smelled attention. Jason's voice returned, now panicked. That's impossible. The camera doesn't make any sound. The crawling man lifted one hand, backwards, palm facing the wrong way, and tapped the concrete 3 times. Tap, tap, tap. Everyone who heard that sound later reported migraines, nausea, or ringing in their ears. The creature then dragged itself under a car and disappeared from view. Jason kept watching. He's under the sedan in row B, but nothing is moving. He's just waiting. 10 seconds of silence. Then, terrified whisper. He's waiting for someone to walk out. Within the next hour, 3 people went missing. 1, a teenager returning for a forgotten wallet. The camera shows him crossing the lot. The crawling man's hand slides out from under a car, silent, spider-like, grabbing his ankle. The boy's scream cuts off instantly. His wallet was found the next morning. His entire truck had the word mine carved into the driver's side. 2, a woman loading groceries into her trunk. The footage of her disappearance was corrupted, completely black, but the timestamp showed a single frame, 2 figures, her and something tall standing behind her, far taller than the crawling man should be able to stand. 3, a man returning a shopping cart. He stopped walking suddenly and turned around, as if hearing something. No footsteps, no crawling, no sound at all. Then, from the bottom edge of the camera frame, long fingers curled upward like roots breaking through soil. He vanished a moment later. At 4:07 a.m., Jason radioed the police from the security booth. I think he's in the lot again, but he's standing now. He's standing and he shouldn't be. The camera showed it. The crawling man, now upright, towered over the cars. His limbs were still bent wrong, joints jutting sideways. His head hung low, as if attached by string. But he was moving, and he was moving toward the booth. Jason whispered, "He keeps changing shape, stretching, like he's trying to fit a mold he forgot." His flashlight flickered. The creature stopped 5 feet from the booth. Jason sobbed. He's looking right at me, but the camera shows him looking another direction. Why am I seeing something different? And then, oh, there's something on the glass. I didn't hear him touch it. He screamed. The booth camera showed only a long black smear across the window. A word slowly appeared in the condensation. Mine. Jason vanished 10 seconds later. At sunrise, police found the parking lot empty except for abandoned cars, scattered groceries, Jason's radio, and scratch marks covering the asphalt as if dozens of limbs dragged across it all night. Every single scratch spelled the same word: mine, mine, mine. A maintenance worker cleaning the area later reported hearing something beneath a parked van. Tapping, like fingernails on concrete. 3 taps. Tap, tap, tap. He refused to return to work. Investigators reviewing regional footage discovered similar cases across 4 states. Always a late-night parking lot. Always missing people. Always the same shape seen crawling under vehicles. Some recordings captured it whispering. The voice didn't sound human. Looking. Keep looking. Until I find the one that fits. What that means, no one knows. But the most terrifying detail? Every victim who disappeared had something in common. They all made eye contact. Even for a second. Even by accident. And every time you look into a dark window, screen reflection, or shadow behind a car, you might be looking at him too. He likes when people look. It makes choosing easier. This story was sent to me by a subscriber, a man who had recently moved into a small, newly renovated apartment on the 5th floor of an old brick building. He said he took the place because it felt clean, simple, perfectly arranged. Everything had its place. Everything felt right. I thought I finally found a place that matched me. I didn't know how literally that would become. At first, everything seemed normal, quiet, predictable. But soon, strange details began creeping into his nights, tiny shifts that shouldn't have mattered, yet did. That was the beginning. The first sign was subtle. A mug moved to the opposite side of the counter. He assumed he'd forgotten. Then a book he'd left on the coffee table appeared neatly placed on the shelf, exactly the way he liked to organize books. I kept telling myself, "You're tired, you're stressed, you're misremembering." But each night, something changed. A jacket he casually threw over a chair ended up perfectly folded and put away. His keys moved from the entry table to the hook he always meant to use. His toothbrush rotated just the way he preferred. Someone wasn't just tidying up after him. Someone understood him too well. When he finally set up the camera, he expected to see a person, a burglar, a neighbor. He wasn't ready for what actually appeared. At 3:12 a.m., the double stepped into view. But this time, something new happened. The double paused in the center of the living room. It stood unnaturally straight, too still, like it was listening to something inside its own head. Then, without blinking, it began moving around the apartment. Not randomly, deliberately. It picked up objects and placed them exactly where the subscriber preferred. A mug to the sink, a book to the shelf, shoes aligned perfectly toe to toe. And the worst part, it never looked at the camera. Not once. Its head was always angled slightly away, as if it knew where the lens was and avoided being seen. At 3:48 a.m., something new happened. The double walked to the front door, stopped, tilted its head toward the bedroom, and stood perfectly still, listening for 12 minutes. The next night, he set up a second camera pointed at the bedroom door. At 3:12 a.m., the double appeared again. He watched, frozen, as it walked slowly toward the bedroom. It was coming toward me, toward the room where I was sleeping. The figure stopped at the doorway, its silhouette motionless, its breathing slow, too calm. Then, it raised a hand and placed it gently on the doorframe, fingers curling like it was deciding whether to enter. The double leaned in, not enough to show its face, just enough to listen. Then the camera recorded something impossible. The double began matching the subscriber's breathing perfectly, second for second, depth for depth. It wasn't watching him, it was learning him. Then, in a soft, broken imitation of his own voice, it whispered, whisper identical to him. He's still asleep. The double then turned and walked into a hallway the cameras couldn't see. He never saw it leave, never saw it come back. He left the apartment the next morning. I didn't pack. I didn't clean. I didn't even lock the door. He drove away wearing the clothes from the night before. Later, he sent the footage to the property manager. The manager called him back, his voice shaking. There's no record of anyone entering or leaving your unit. Locks untouched, no tampering. And then, you're not the first person to complain about that apartment. The previous tenant lasted 4 months. Before that, 2 months. Before that, 2 weeks. Each reported the same strange rearrangements, but none of them had footage. None of them saw the double. And one tenant left a note, whispering slow. If it starts thinking ahead of you, leave. If it starts moving before you do, run. If it starts touching the bedroom door, it isn't copying you anymore. It's replacing you. If you ever wake up and notice something moved in the exact way you would move it, if something reacts before you do, if a room feels familiar in a way it shouldn't, check the cameras, check the doors, check your reflection. Sometimes the most dangerous thing in your home is the version of you that shouldn't exist. And sometimes the one that walks out in the morning isn't the original. He came dressed in red, but nothing about him felt like Christmas. Motion detected at your front door. He opened the app. A figure stood there. Santa suit, red coat, black boots, but the beard was wet, dark, dripping. The figure didn't knock, didn't wave, didn't move. It stared straight into the lens, and the system wrote, "No face detected." The head tilted slightly, as if listening, as if the camera had whispered to him. For a moment, he thought it smiled, but the teeth were too many, too sharp, too dark. Then the camera froze. When the feed resumed, it was gone, and on the snow, tiny, bloody footprints, bare, child-sized. He checked the timestamp. 1 minute. It had vanished in 1 minute. His daughter Lily slept upstairs. She was 6. She believed in Santa. He didn't want her to see that footage. Something jingled outside, not playful, slow, off-tempo. The visitor in red was still there, somewhere. He replayed the footage in slow motion. For a fraction of a second before the freeze, the beard wasn't dangling normally. It was moving, swaying, like something inside it was breathing. And underneath the beard, the skin looked cracked, as if sewn in place. In the corner of the frame, almost invisible in the snow, a small handprint pressed against the ground, fingers spread as if a child had stumbled trying to run. There were 2 sets of footprints, the child's and something else, long tracks, deep, dragged lines, like something huge had knelt in the snow. At 2:14 a.m., motion detected. He opened the feed instantly. The porch was empty, but he heard it, a faint whisper. "Help me." He replayed it. Nothing. Just static. But he knew he heard it. It wasn't coming from the camera. It was coming from the hallway behind him. He walked toward Lily's room, every step heavier than the last. And then he saw it.
Heartbeat thump. Under her door, a shadow, long, slender, too thin to be human. He gripped the doorknob, cold as ice. He pushed the door open. Lily slept, small hands curled beneath her cheek. No monster, no visitor. Until he turned toward the window. On the glass, a smear, a handprint, small, bloody, fresh. He checked Lily's feet. Clean, warm, she was fine. But the handprint remained, outside, pressed from the other side. And beside it, the outline of a face, flattened against the window, staring in. Eyes black, teeth too long. The visitor in red. "Help me!" Panicked whisper. He looked behind him. Nothing. No, not again, not now. He opened the feed. It stood on the porch, closer, beard darker, dripping thick strings of something that wasn't snow. And in its gloved hand, it held a tiny shoe, blue, with a faded cartoon star. Lily's shoe, but she was inside, sleeping behind him. He ran back to her bed, both shoes still there, both feet warm, safe. So whose shoe was it holding? He turned. The visitor pressed its face against the glass. Eyes hollow, black pits. The Santa mask stretched tight over bone. It tapped again and again, like it wanted him to let it in. "Please, stop!"
A crack formed in the window. "Let me bring a gift." It stepped back, finally leaving. "Lily? Daddy? The man in red. He was in my room. What did he do? He asked me if I remembered him. Did you see his face? He has no face. The visitor in red was inside, somehow, without opening the door. Lights flickered. The house trembled. "Daddy, make him go away." He grabbed her and ran toward the stairs. Something landed, heavy, wet, dragging itself after them. He didn't look back, couldn't. The house wasn't normal anymore. Every step stretched, halls too long, shadows too wide. The visitor followed, footsteps slow, deliberate, dragging. They reached the attic. He slammed the door, locked it. It stopped right outside. "Let me see the child. Stay away from her. I already have." The door splintered, cracked, broke. The Summers siblings had always fought over the top bunk. Ethan, 14, usually won. His sister Lily, 11, didn't mind the bottom. She called it her cave. But that night, the house felt wrong. The kind of wrong you can't describe, only feel. The wind outside was dead still. The air inside the room felt too cold, like someone had left a window open, though none were. Ethan had just turned off the lights when he heard it. A soft voice from below. "Ethan, can you come down here?" He froze. Lily never talked like that. Quiet, scared, almost desperate. Not the Lily who always made fun of him for being jumpy. Ethan leaned over the side of his mattress. "Lily? What's wrong?" No answer at first, just breathing. Slow, controlled, almost like she was trying not to cry. Then, "Please, come down slowly, and don't make a sound." A chill crawled across Ethan's neck. She sounded afraid of something. He started to climb down the ladder, one hand on the top rung, when he heard another sound. Soft footsteps above him, coming from the top bunk. He froze. A shadow shifted against the wall, tall enough to be human, but wrong in shape, almost stretched. "Ethan, I'm under the bed." His heart stopped. Lily wasn't on the top bunk. She was below, calling up to him. Then, who was on his mattress? Ethan dropped to the floor, landing too hard, pain shooting through his ankle, but he didn't make a sound. He crouched down, lifted the bed skirt, and saw her. Lily's face was pale in the dark, hair messy, eyes wide with terror. "Don't look up, please. It'll know you heard it." Ethan felt his pulse pounding in his ears. "What's up there?" Lily shook her head quickly. "It looks like me." A heavy step shifted above them, fabric stretching, wood creaking as something moved across the mattress. Not Lily, not human. Ethan swallowed hard, feeling the terror climbing up his throat. He whispered back, "Lily, why are you under here?" She bit her lips so hard he saw a bead of blood. "Because when I came in tonight, there was already something in my bed." Ethan's vision blurred for a moment. Another step from above, slow, testing the weight of the floorboards. Then, a low, dragging sound, as though something long, too long, was sliding itself down the ladder. Lily grabbed Ethan's hand and squeezed until his fingers hurt. Whisper, breathless, "It's getting down." Something tall stepped onto the floor. Its shadow stretched across the wall, impossibly long limbs bending in ways bones shouldn't bend. Ethan and Lily didn't breathe. Not a sound, not even a gasp. The thing moved around the room, slow but deliberate, as if listening. Whisper, barely audible. Ethan, it speaks like me. And then, above them, from somewhere near the dresser, Lily's voice, but wrong. Ethan, come here. It's okay now. The voice was flat, too calm, too steady. Ethan felt his skin crawl, every instinct screaming, "Don't go!" The thing mimicked again, this time closer. Ethan, come out. Lily whimpered softly, and the creature stopped moving. It had heard her. Very slowly, its head turned toward the bunk bed. Ethan felt Lily's nails dig into his wrist. Don't move. Don't breathe. It only sees motion. Outside the room, a floorboard creaked. Not from them, from their mother. Footsteps approached the hallway. It'll copy her next. The creature straightened, limbs cracking like old wood as it adjusted its shape. Then it spoke again, but this time in their mother's voice. Soft, warm, familiar. Kids, you awake? I heard something. Lily's eyes filled with tears. That's not Mom. The creature walked to the door, reached for the handle with a too long arm, turned it. The door opened halfway, then stopped. The real mother's voice echoed from downstairs. Kids, are you okay up there? The creature froze mid-step. Its head twitched violently, as if confused. Ethan felt tears slip down his cheek. It can't copy two voices at once. The creature shuddered, glitching between silhouettes, short, tall, childlike, adult, trying to decide which voice to mimic. It let out a low, broken sound. Which one? Then it turned slowly toward the bed, toward them. It began crawling toward the floor, joints bending backwards, hands dragging against the wood like nails. Ethan grabbed Lily. We have to run. Lily shook her head wildly. It's faster than us. The creature reached the edge of the bed. Its face lowered. Two black hollow eyes stared directly under the bunk. But it didn't attack. It was waiting, studying, learning. Ethan felt something deep and primal rise in his chest, fear so strong he wanted to scream, but his voice refused to come out. Then, their mother's steps started up the stairs. The creature's head snapped toward the hallway. Decision made. It darted to the corner of the room faster than a person could blink, bones cracking, limbs folding, curling into the shadows, molding itself into a shape like a coat hanging. The real doorknob turned. Their mother stepped inside, sleepy, confused. Kids, why are the lights off? I heard... Words cut off. Something stood behind her. Something tall. Something with her shape. But not her. Ethan's breath hitched. Mom, run! The creature unfolded behind her, rising, stretching, copying her face with a horrible smile that didn't belong on any human. Their mother turned and saw it. She screamed. The lamp exploded. The room went dark. Ethan didn't remember running. He only remembered Lily's hand in his, the cold night air as they burst outside, the neighbors' lights turning on, sirens, voices, chaos. When police entered the house minutes later, their mother was unconscious at the bottom of the stairs. No intruder, No footprints, no signs of forced entry. Except, under the bunk bed, officers found thin, deep grooves in the wooden floor, as if something with long, sharp fingers had crawled out. Their mother, later at the hospital, described what she saw. A figure with her face, but the eyes were wrong, and its limbs stretched far too long. She remembered it whispering in her own voice, "I only need one of you." She blacked out after that. Ethan and Lily were sent to stay with relatives across the state. But that night, at 3:17 a.m., Ethan heard it again. A soft voice from under the guest bed. "Ethan, don't come down. That's not me up there." He slowly turned his head and saw Lily sleeping peacefully on the top bunk across the room, breathing steady, face relaxed. Too relaxed, too still. He looked back at the bedskirt. The voice whispered again, "Please, believe me." Ethan didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't blink. Something shifted on the mattress above him. A foot touched the ladder. Wood creaked. Someone, something, began to climb down. "He's back again, standing there, not moving." That was the first voice note the subscriber sent me. No introduction, no explanation, just those words, carried by a trembling breath that didn't sound like it came from someone easily frightened. He wrote his name a minute later. "Call me Mark. I'm 42. I run a small farm outside Willow Ridge." He said he'd been watching my content for a while, but never thought he'd actually need to reach out. Not until last week. Not until the man started appearing behind his shed. Mark described his property, a modest farmhouse, a couple of acres of open land, and a weather-beaten tool shed that stood behind his house since the 70s. He lived alone. No kids, no wife, just an old dog named Harper, who mostly slept all day and barked at foxes at night. He bought the farm because it was quiet, predictable, safe. Or at least it used to be. "Look, my land's open enough that if someone was out there, I'd see them long before they got close. There's nowhere to hide. No trees near the shed, nothing. But someone was there. Someone who shouldn't be." It started on a Tuesday night. Mark was closing up the barn when Harper froze, ears rigid, staring toward the tool shed. At first, Mark didn't see anything, just the silhouette of the shed under the pale moonlight. Then he noticed it, a shape, a person, tall, thin, leaning slightly forward like he was straining to listen. Whoever it was, he was just standing there. Didn't move when I called out, didn't flinch when Harper barked. Mark shined his flashlight. The beam reached the shed. The figure did not turn, did not react, did not speak. It simply dissolved into the dark when the light hit it, like fog. He told himself it was a trick of the light, a shadow, a tired mind, anything but a person. But the next night, the figure returned. Mark was preparing dinner when he heard something outside. A slow, deliberate scraping sound, metal against wood, as if someone were dragging a shovel across the shed's outer wall. That sound, it's like he was carving his name into the boards. He stepped outside with a flashlight. The sound stopped immediately. No footsteps, no rustling, no movement, just stillness. When he reached the shed, he saw thin marks, fresh scratches, about a meter long. He hadn't heard them being made, but he felt their meaning. Someone was close enough to touch the shed. Mark called the sheriff the third night after the figure returned again, standing in the exact same place, not moving, as if posing. The deputies walked the entire property with flashlights. Nothing. No footprints, no disturbed soil, no signs of forced entry. Just an empty field and the cold night air. One deputy even joked, "Looks like your shadow's playing tricks on you, sir." The moment they left, Mark locked every door, every window, every latch. And that's when he found it. A note slipped beneath the back door. Barely a sentence. "I was inside your house while you were talking to them." 2 hours after the deputies left, Mark was sitting on his couch, trying not to think, when he heard a sound. A knock. Slow, calculated, coming from the shed. Not the door, the back wall of the shed. As if someone were standing inches from it, knocking their knuckles along the inside boards. Knock. Silence. Knock. He grabbed his shotgun and went outside. No footprints, no movement, no man. But the knocking continued from inside. Mark pulled the shed door open. Nothing. Just tools, dust, a rake leaning slightly to the side. No person, no place to hide. But the knocking didn't stop. It just moved to the back of the house. With each night, Harper grew more anxious. The old dog refused to go outside after sunset. He'd stand at the door, staring into the darkness, trembling. He kept looking toward the shed. I swear his fur stood straight up. He whimpered. I've had this dog 10 years. He never whimpered. One night, around 3 a.m., Harper started growling like something was inches from the window. Mark grabbed his phone and recorded the sound. He sent it to me. A deep, almost wet breathing. Not human, not animal, something else. Then, whisper, "Let me in." The next morning, Mark found a second note inside the barn, placed neatly on the seat of his tractor. Barely audible whisper, the written line, "You didn't look behind you last night." He said his hands shook so badly he could barely read.
2 nights later, everything spiraled. Mark was locking the back door when he saw it. The silhouette, standing behind the shed, but this time, closer. Leaning forward, staring directly at the house. Mark froze. The figure lifted its hand, slowly, deliberately, and pointed at him. I swear those weren't fingers. They were too long, too thin. The arm bent wrong. The shed door slammed open on its own. The figure disappeared, then reappeared 5 feet closer. Mark ran inside, bolting the door. Something slammed against it. Then a voice. "You saw me. Now I can come closer." The house lights flickered. The hallway grew darker, as if something absorbed the shadows. Mark rushed toward the bedroom but felt a cold breath on his neck. Too close. Too real. Too human. He didn't turn around. He didn't need to. He could hear the voice. "I'm behind you." Everything went silent. Completely silent. Mark slammed into the bedroom, locked the door, and hid under the window, shaking until morning. By sunrise, the figure was gone. The shed door stood wide open. Harper refused to leave the bedroom. Mark called a friend to help him pack. He didn't sleep the entire night. "I'm leaving the farm. I'm selling it. I don't care how much I lose. I'm not staying here another night." He left the shed exactly as it was. But before he drove away, He walked out to the field one last time just to prove to himself he hadn't imagined everything. That's when he saw it. A final note nailed to the shed wall. Thank you for facing me. Most people run. Below it, carved deep into the wood. Next time you look behind you, I'll be closer. The last message. 5 hours after sending the final part of his story, Mark sent me one last voice note. I saw him again in the rearview mirror. Audio cut.
Some gifts shouldn't be opened. I found this recording last winter, buried in the attic of my grandfather's house, labeled Gift from Nobody. It was Christmas Eve, the house empty except for Thomas, 8 years old, a small tree in the corner, and a gift, unmarked, placed beneath the needles. No name, no card, just a box, wrapped in faded silver paper. When Thomas lifted the lid, the box smelled of dust, old pine, and something faintly metallic. Inside, an old photo album. The album glowed with faint pink light, like the reflection of an old camera flash. Every page showed him, but always behind him, a tall shadow, a figure wearing a child's Santa mask. Sometimes he didn't notice it, sometimes he did. Always still, always watching. The first page looked normal. The last, a hand, pale, small, reaching from the shadow. The mask smiling. Thomas flipped through the pages again. The captions were scribbled in faded pencil. Remember, next year we take a new one. He didn't understand until the air changed. Cold, heavy, the pink glow brighter, almost alive. He shivered. The album slipped. One photo fell. His face and the shadow closer, not in the album this time, in the room. From under the tree, the wrapping paper shivered, the box as if breathing. Thomas's hands froze. He couldn't reach it. The shadow moved, no longer behind him, beside him, and the album flickered, pink reflections blinking like eyes. Thomas ran, down hallways, stairs creaking. The shadow followed, always behind, always grinning. The jingling, deafening now. The last page, blood-red letters. Next year, we take a new one. Thomas ran, down hallways, stairs creaking. The shadow followed, always behind, always grinning. The jingling, deafening now. The pages flipping violently, harsh camera shutter clicks, low hum crescendos. The last page, blood-red letters. Next year, we take a new one. Thomas ran, down hallways, stairs creaking. The shadow followed, always behind, always grinning. The jingling, deafening now. The last page, blood-red letters. Next year, we take a new one. Thomas ran, then silence. The room cold. The album closed. The tree still. The gift gone. No one knows who left the gift. No one knows where it went. But every year, some child wakes under the tree to a gift from nobody. And the mask waits. The first photo. Thomas, standing alone. But the shadow loomed, behind the couch, near the door, always in the corner of the frame. The lights flickered, sometimes just on the edge of his vision, always in the direction of the shadow, always the pink glow reflecting off the photo pages. Thomas heard it faintly. Bells, not from the tree, not from any toy, just behind him. Every photo captured it. He could almost hear it in the house. One night, the shadows twisted. He could see his own movements delayed in the glow, the shadow closer every time he blinked. He tried to call for his mother. The voice stuck. The words refused to leave. The shadows listened. The album pulsed in pink light. Every page reflected him. Every page reflected the shadow. A reminder. It had been here, always here, waiting. The hand on the last page, closer with each hour. It hovered over his shoulder, in the corner of the room, reflected in the pink glow. The room smelled different, metallic, pine, dust, and something else, faintly rotten. He touched the photo. It was cold. The shadow moved in response. The wrapping paper quivered. The box breathed. Thomas's heart raced. He couldn't look away. A photo fell, not his own. A room he didn't recognize. The shadow closer, hand reaching, the mask smiling. The album flipped open by itself. The pages glowed. Thomas felt cold fingers on his shoulder, but no one was there. He ran, each room a mirror of the previous. Shadows multiplied, the jingling louder, always behind him. He reached the living room. The tree glowed unnaturally. Pink reflections filled the room. The gift, open. The album, floating. The pages flipping violently, camera shutter, low hum crescendos, faint jingling. The shadow emerged, taller than before, masked, smiling. Its hand reached toward him. The album pulsed pink. Every page a new photograph of Thomas. Thomas screamed. The shadow vanished. The room still, cold. The album closed. The gift gone. No one knows who leaves the gift. No one knows where it goes. Every year, some child wakes under the tree to a gift from nobody. And the mask waits. He opens the box, only the album inside. The pages glow pink again. Next year, and the mask waits. The only rule every ranger repeats to new hikers in the Pacific Northwest is simple. If you hear a baby crying in the forest, you turn around immediately. Locals say it's a sound that doesn't belong here. Animals don't mimic it. Wind doesn't shape itself like that. And the last time a real baby cried on this mountain was more than 40 years ago. But the voice keeps returning, and it keeps getting closer. Trail 7 is the worst of them, a narrow, winding cut through a part of the national park that even senior rangers avoid at night. No consistent wildlife, compasses glitch, radios lose signal for exactly 11 minutes. And lately, hikers have been disappearing. Not all at once, not dramatically, but one every couple of months. Their last phone pings always point to the same place, mile marker 7.12, the cradle clearing. Most people don't know about it, But hikers who go off-trail swear they've stumbled onto a small open space where the trees bow inward like ribs. The air goes quiet. Their breathing echoes wrong. And at the center of that clearing, someone claims they saw a wooden cradle, rocking, empty, waiting. The story that finally brought national attention came from a 29-year-old hiker named Mason Hale, an experienced solo backpacker known on YouTube for long, silent hiking films. He was filming a night trek for a Missing 411 reaction video. Ironically, a joke for his viewers, something spooky for October. His GoPro footage begins normally, leaves crunching, faint breaths, distant owl calls. At 1:48 a.m., Mason freezes. His head turns to the left. Then the audio picks up something faint. He whispers, confused, "Who the hell brings a baby out here?" His flashlight shakes. The crying continues, steady, rhythmic, almost patterned, like someone looping a 2-second clip. He follows the noise. His subscribers later commented that his movement didn't look like he was choosing to walk. His steps were too smooth, too even, like he was being led. At 1:52 a.m., his camera catches something on the ground. His own backpack, zipped open, placed carefully on a bed of moss. But in the video, he can be heard saying, "No, my bag's on my back." Except it wasn't. When investigators found the footage, the backpack was lying exactly where he filmed it, untouched. But the straps were broken from the inside, as if something had pushed outward. Then the cradle appears at the edge of the frame, a small wooden structure, old, hand-carved, rocking even though there's no wind. Mason approaches. His viewers scream at their screens. He keeps walking. The crying grows louder. He shines the light inside. There is no baby. Instead, his phone, still recording, flashlight on, screen cracked. And the crying, now deafening, comes directly from the speaker. But on the screen, the camera is pointed outward, at the forest behind him. And something is moving between the trees. Something tall, slow, swinging its arms too wide, as though they're longer than they should be. The video cuts out. Mason was never found.
Senior Ranger Elise Hawkins, age 41, has worked that region for nearly 20 years. She reviewed Mason's footage 3 times, then requested immediate closure of Trail 7. That request was denied, so she went herself. She documented her night search in body cam audio. 2:11 a.m. Steady breathing, boots on dirt. I'm hearing it, the crying. It's not a baby, it's too perfect. Same pitch, same length, same pause. Looping. A lure. She pauses. 2:13 a.m. The trees feel wrong, like they're leaning in. Her voice turns tight. 2:17 a.m. I see something wooden. I think that's the cradle. There is a long silence. Then, in a low, horrified whisper, there's a phone in it, playing the crying. But I don't recognize the model. Looks old, scratched up. A faint sound appears in the background. Footsteps. Heavy ones, but not hers. 2:18 a.m. There's something behind me. Her breathing spikes. Leaves crunch loudly. 2:19 a.m. Oh God, that's not human! The audio distorts violently. A high whining frequency fills the mic. And then, suddenly, the crying stops.
total silence. Hawkins' breathing slows, then becomes calm. Too calm. 20:20 a.m. Trail 7 is safe. No dangers detected. Her supervisor later testified she delivered this line in person when she returned to the station. Same tone, same phrasing, like she was reading a script. Her body cam was empty, files wiped, storage corrupted beyond recovery. 2 days later, she quit, and 3 weeks after that, she went missing during a personal hike. Her house was found empty, except for one single item on her kitchen table: a wooden cradle. Small, rocking faintly. Inside it, her park ranger badge, and her phone, playing the baby crying loop. No one was supposed to hear the recording, but it leaked. A FEMA team deployed to inspect the site captured a strange phenomenon at the cradle clearing. At 3:07 a.m., the crying baby sound changed. Not the tone, not the volume, the voice. Instead of a baby, the sound shifted into something older, high, strained, calling names. Different names, all last names of hikers who had gone missing on Trail 7 in the last 30 years. The recording captured at least 14 distinct voices, overlapping like a chorus. Then at the end, whisper, "Mason, come back." But Mason was already gone. The cries continued until sunrise. Then the cradle collapsed into dust. Forensic specialists studying the phenomenon determined something unsettling. The cries are not projected by wildlife, not by speakers, not by any device. They originate from the forest itself, from somewhere beneath the soil. And every time investigators dug into the ground at the cradle clearing, the cries would immediately stop, only to resume from undetermined coordinates elsewhere. One specialist wrote, "It's like the forest is moving the sound away from us, as if it's protecting something." But the most disturbing discovery came from audio analysis. The baby cry contains 2 layers. Layer 1, the lure, a baby crying. Layer 2, a deeper tone, impossible for human vocal cords, repeating a command: "Come closer." Slowed down, the baby wail becomes a voice shaped into something safe, something humans respond to instinctively, a biological override, something old, older than the forests themselves.
2 college hikers, Noah and Riley, disappeared 3 months ago. Their story resurfaced because of a phone found near Trail 7. The video shows them hearing something off camera. Riley, "Dude, is that a baby?" Noah, "Out here? At 2 a.m.? No way!" The crying intensifies. Then something strange happens. Their own phone alarms start going off, all at once, even though they're in airplane mode. Each screen flashes, "Baby cry detected, follow signal." Apps they never downloaded, interfaces they'd never seen. The video ends with them stepping into darkness, yelling, "Hello, do you need help?" When search teams played their video back at the site, the crying started again, but this time coming from behind the rangers. 3 turned around, 1 stepped forward. His GPS showed this message: "Object delivered." He vanished. Only his walkie-talkie was found, lying in a wooden cradle that hadn't been there minutes earlier. Researchers proposed 3 theories. 1, a predator that mimics distress calls, like certain birds, but ancient and intelligent. 2, a spirit phenomenon tied to old burial grounds, but no graves were ever found. 3, a dimensional echo, something using sound as a bridge.
The cradle a symbol, a vessel. All three theories share one idea. The crying isn't meant for a baby. It's meant for you. When you follow it, something replaces you. Not instantly, piece by piece. First, your voice, then your footprints, then your shadow, and finally, your place in the world. Park rangers now warn, if you hear a baby crying past midnight in the forest, it's not lost, it's hunting. People don't come back from Trail 7, but something else does. Something that looks like them, sounds like them, walks like them. And sometimes, late at night, when their families call their phones, someone picks up. And on the other end, over a faint loop of a crying baby, a calm voice whispers, "Come closer."
This story was sent to me by a subscriber, a father of two who lived with his family in a quiet rural home in northern Minnesota. He said their house sat near a forest line, far from the nearest neighbor. Nights were quiet, still, almost comforting. Almost. I used to think animals on the roof were normal. Raccoons, maybe? Owls. But nothing heavy, nothing deliberate. The sounds began in early winter, around the time the first snow stayed on the ground. It started with soft thumps, not random like an animal scurrying, slow, measured, as if something was walking across the roof. One step, another, a pause. The whole family heard it. His wife woke him one night, whispering, "It's back, listen." The steps circled above their bedroom. Too heavy for a raccoon, too slow for a deer, too purposeful for anything he could reason with. It stopped above the children's room. He ran down the hallway, heart pounding, and burst inside, but the kids were asleep, untouched. Still, the steps returned every night. Same time, same pattern, always stopping above someone's bed. After 2 weeks of this, the family decided to set up an outdoor night vision camera pointed toward the roofline. They expected nothing, maybe a big owl. Instead, the first night they recorded something that made them leave every light in the house on. The father described it to me before he sent the footage. It was crawling on all fours, but its back moved like a person trying to imitate an animal. The creature's body was too long, stretched unnaturally. Arms and legs bent at wrong angles, joints too flexible. It moved silently, except when it deliberately stepped near the gutters. And the head, it turned toward the window, slowly, slowly. Eyes completely black, reflecting nothing. Wide, animalistic, but set in a pale, human-like face. Then it pressed itself low to the shingles, like a predator stalking prey. Its fingers, long, thin, wrong, tapped on the window frame. 3 taps, soft, curious, as if checking if anyone was awake. The father woke up to the camera alert on his phone around 3:17 a.m. He opened the app. The creature was on the roof again, right above the living room this time. But then, on the feed, it did something new. Something worse. It stood up. Not fully, the knees stayed bent backwards, but it rose onto 2 legs like a man struggling to remember how to walk. Whispering. I could hear it, even through the phone, the roof boards creaking under its weight. Then, it turned toward the camera, directly toward it, as if it knew it was being watched. It leaned forward, belly almost scraping the shingles, until its entire face filled the frame. Huge black eyes, a slack, almost human mouth, skin stretched too tight. Then it smiled, not with teeth, not a human smile, just a slow widening, like the skin was being pulled apart from the inside. And then, the feed cut out. The father ran to the living room window. Snow was falling lightly. The roof groaned above him. Something was moving, fast. He grabbed his kids, telling them not to look outside. But his wife did. She screamed, because the creature was hanging upside down from the roof edge, head dangling in front of the window, eyes blinking sideways like a reptile. It watched them, silent, frozen, and then it crawled backward up the roof, disappearing over the peak as police sirens echoed down the road. Officers searched the property. No prints in the snow, no damage to the roof, no sign anything had ever been there, except for one thing. On the living room window, high above where a person could reach without a ladder, they found long streaks, 4 parallel lines smeared across the glass, as though something with long fingers had dragged its hand down slowly. The family moved out 2 nights later. They never returned. Voice soft. But sometimes, the father said, in our new place, when the house settles, I swear I hear that same creaking above us, like something found us again. He deleted the footage. He couldn't bear to keep it. But before he erased it, he watched the last frame one more time. The creature's eyes were not looking into the house, not at him. They were looking directly into the camera, as if it could see through it, as if it knew who would watch it next. Block V, narrator's note. If you ever hear heavy footsteps on your roof at night, slow, deliberate, patient, don't assume it's an animal. And if you choose to record it, be prepared for whatever looks back. Some things don't just watch the house, they watch you.
People love to joke about Elf on the Shelf. The memes, the pranks, the viral videos. But the real stories, the ones parents don't share, sound nothing like a holiday game. There's one case I always come back to, partly because it's strange, partly because the evidence is hard to ignore, and partly because the ending, well, it never truly ended. The family lived in suburban Indiana, quiet neighborhood, clean streets, one of those places where people leave inflatable Santas on the lawn without worrying about someone stealing them. They had one child, a 7-year-old girl, Emily. Her mom bought the Elf on the Shelf late in the season because she thought it would be fun, a cute tradition, something harmless. The elf looked like all the others, red suit, painted-on smile, plastic head slightly too big for the cloth body. They placed it on Emily's dresser, told her it watched during December, the usual script. Everything seemed normal until the new baby monitor arrived. It had night vision, motion detection, auto recording, the kind of device that doesn't miss anything. The first clip was only 3 seconds long. Emily asleep, room dark, soft static hum. Nothing unusual, except the elf's head was facing the camera, twisted, looking directly into the lens. Her mom assumed she had placed it that way, but she didn't remember doing it. She shrugged it off. But at 3:14 a.m. the next night, a second clip recorded. This one was different. The elf was facing forward. Then, slowly, painfully slowly, its head rotated left. Then right. Then back to center. There was no sound, just the tiny plastic joints grinding inside the hollow head. Her parents rewound the clip 5 times, then 10, then 20. Every time, the movement was the same, smooth, deliberate.
Not a glitch, not a shadow, not a trick of the camera. The parents decided to test it. They placed the elf in the living room instead, on the top of a bookshelf, far from the bedroom, far from the camera. Before bedtime, they turned the shelf light on and took a picture, just to keep track. In the morning, the elf was gone. Emily didn't touch it, the parents didn't move it, no pets, no overnight guests. They eventually found it sitting in the hallway, propped against the wall, head tilted, arms hanging loosely at its sides. When the mom picked it up, she noticed something she swore wasn't there before. The smile looked wider. Maybe her imagination, maybe the morning light, maybe the angle, maybe. Low. That night, they placed the elf back on the dresser, turned the camera toward it, and went to bed. At 2:57 a.m., the monitor recorded again. Emily slept on her side, blanket rising and falling with each quiet breath. Behind her, on the dresser, the elf began to move. First the head, then the torso, then the legs. Slow, creaking, like a marionette lifted by invisible strings. It walked, unsteady steps, but steps. It climbed onto the bed, paused, leaned in close to her ear, and whispered, "I want a new family." Whisper. The voice was wrong. Too deep, too clear, too human. The parents didn't sleep for the rest of the night.
By morning, the elf sat back on the dresser. Same smile, same empty stare, as if nothing had happened. The mom wanted to throw it away. The dad wanted to burn it. But they were afraid that doing either might make things worse. Instead, they bought 3 more cameras, the kind used for security systems, wide angle, high resolution. They placed one in the hallway, one in the living room, one facing the front door. If the elf moved, they'd know. At midnight, the first camera pinged. Motion detected in the hallway. The elf was walking again, but this time its legs bent too far backward, like the joints were reversed. Its hands dragged along the wall, leaving faint streaks. Not dirt, not dust. Red. Very faint, very thin, but red. 2 minutes later, the living room camera pinged, then the front door camera. The elf walked up to the door and stared at it, as if waiting, listening. Then its head snapped toward the camera with a sharp crack. Its smile stretched wider, teeth visible now, small, needle-like, not plastic, not paint, something else. The family shut off the cameras. They didn't want to see more. The next day, they took the elf and locked it in a box. Then they locked that box inside a storage unit across town. For a while, everything felt normal. Emily slept fine. No more whispers, no more movement. Then, on December 22nd, the baby monitor recorded again. But not the room, not the bed, not even the house. It recorded inside the storage unit. Someone had placed the elf directly in front of the camera.
Closer than before. Smile wider. Eyes darker. And this time, its head wasn't tilted. It was looking straight ahead, at the lens, at the viewer, at whoever found the footage. The parents checked the storage unit physically the next morning. The unit was locked, the box unopened, the elf exactly where they left it. Which means the camera didn't capture something happening in the storage unit. It captured something happening near the monitor itself.
inside the house, in the room, next to the crib. The mom unplugged the camera and threw it away. They moved out in January. Since then, versions of this story appear every December. Different states, different homes, different cameras, but the same pattern. The elf's head moves first. It changes rooms. It leans close to the child. It whispers about a new family. And the cameras record things that shouldn't be possible. Some parents say the elf disappears entirely. Some say it shows up in other homes. Some swear they've seen it outside their window, watching, waiting. No one knows what it really is. A spirit, a mimic, a parasite, a holiday superstition gone wrong. And there's no confirmed ending, no solution, no rule that keeps you safe. Only one repeated detail. The elf always whispers before it chooses a new place to go. Luckily, if you're hearing this story, it hasn't chosen you yet. The following material was compiled from security footage, audio logs, and handwritten notes recovered from mile marker 66, Gas and Go, Flagstaff, Arizona. The station has no official record of any customer entering between 12 a.m. and 4 a.m. on March 18th, but the cameras show otherwise. The attendant on shift, Evan Brooks, 24, had worked the graveyard shift for 6 months. Routine, boring, predictable. His logbook entry at 11:57 p.m. reads, "I swear I heard someone walking behind pump 3, slow steps, gravel crunch, no one out there when I checked." He added a note in the margin, "Feels like I'm being watched from the dark." At 12:01 a.m., the door chime triggered, but the door never opened. Only the sound played. Evan checked the threshold. Empty parking lot, buzzing streetlight, desert road stretching into nowhere. He returned to the counter. The chime went off again. Still no one. Footage shows him muttering under his breath, trying to laugh it off, but his shoulders were tense. His eyes kept darting toward the glass. At 12:13 a.m., he heard the knocking. 3 slow knocks on the glass door. Then a pause. Then one more. He approached carefully. The door was empty. He wrote the next note shakily. It wasn't a knock from outside. It was a knock from too high up, like someone tall bent over. He circled the words, "too tall." At 12:26 a.m., the cameras finally caught someone. A man stepped into the frame, stumbling toward the gas station. His clothes were torn. His breathing was rapid enough to shake his whole body. But the detail that made Evan freeze wasn't the man. It was what the lack of shadow behind him revealed. He had a shadow, yes, but it wasn't shaped like a man. It was much taller. Too tall. The arms of the shadow dragged along the pavement like 2 ropes of darkness. The footage distorts each time the shadow moves. The man slammed his palms against the glass. "Mister, please, let me in," he gasped. "She's coming. She followed me miles. She won't stop." Evan asked, "Who?" The man swallowed hard. "The tall woman with the arms that hang all the way to the ground." He turned his head slightly, but refused to look behind him. "She's right there," he whispered. The camera angle shows nothing behind him. Nothing except that warped, impossible shadow. When Evan checked the exterior feed, the system glitched, flashing static and fragmented frames. For a split second, the outline of something elongated appeared near the pumps. but then dissolved. Evan hesitated. Station policy forbids opening the door after midnight for safety reasons. But fear beats protocol. He unlocked the door. The man stumbled inside, breath hitching in uneven bursts. Evan locked the door instantly. The man backed into the corner like an animal expecting to be hunted. "She watches from the edges," he said. "She doesn't like lights." Evan glanced outside. The streetlights flickered. One by one, they died. Darkness swallowed the parking lot. The man began to rock back and forth, muttering, "She bends when she walks. She can lean all the way down to look in windows. I saw her do it once. Her face was upside down." Evan tried calling 911. Call failed. No signal. Router rebooted itself without being touched. At 12:41 a.m., the power flickered. For a moment, the lights dimmed so low that the only illumination came from the cooler LEDs in the back aisle. And that's when the shape appeared on the left side camera. A silhouette. Long, distorted, wrong. It looked like a human stretched vertically, bones elongated, limbs dangling like wet cloth. When the lights brightened, the shape vanished. But the shadow of the thing remained on the ground, even with no body to cast it. Evan whispered, No, that's not real." The man grabbed his arm with cold, shaking fingers. "She follows me because I saw her face," he said. "What did you see?" He squeezed his eyes shut. "Her mouth opens all the way to her chest." On the camera, the shadow twitched. At 1:08 a.m., tapping began on the window. Slow, gentle, rhythmic. Not like knuckles, like nails. The man covered his ears and screamed, "Don't look at her! Don't look!" But Evan had already turned. On the glass, just barely visible in the reflection of the emergency exit sign, was a silhouette leaning forward. The head was bowed. The arms hung impossibly low, fingertips brushing the ground. Every few seconds, the neck twitched at an unnatural angle. But when Evan blinked, she was gone. Only a smear of condensation remained on the glass, as if someone had pressed their face right against it. The man whispered, "She only knocks to see if you'll let her in. Don't open the door again." Evan's hands trembled. He checked the door lock twice, then 3 times. At 1:22 a.m., all the cooler doors in the back aisle opened at once. Glass swung out, cans rattled, cold mist spilled onto the floor. Something moved in the reflection of the freezer glass. Something tall. The exterior camera finally stabilized at 1:37 a.m. Frame by frame, the footage reveals the desert road behind the gas station, the pumps sitting still in the night breeze, the long shadow of the station stretching across the gravel, and then another shadow joining it. The second shadow rises from the ground like liquid. It is impossibly tall. Its arms reach nearly to its feet. Its head tilts, then tilts further, then further, until the head is nearly horizontal. Static. Inside, the man curled on the floor, sobbing. "She doesn't like when people watch," he said. "She hates cameras." Evan slowly turned toward the security monitor, just in time to see the outdoor camera lens crack, as if something pressed its face right against it. A hairline fracture spread across the screen. Then another. Then the camera died. At 2:04 a.m., the knocking began again, but this time it wasn't from the door. It was from the roof. Slow scraping across metal, footstep-like creaks, something large shifting its weight overhead. Evan whispered, "She's on top of the station." The man shook his head violently. "No, she's not on the roof. She's hanging from it." A thump sounded above the glass door. Dust drifted down. The man screamed, "Don't look up!" But Evan couldn't help it. He tilted his head. The shadow above the door shifted, impossibly long arms reaching down past the frame, fingers brushing the glass. The tips of the fingers were tapping, gently, patiently, like she was waiting to be invited inside. At 2:19 a.m., the internal audio recorder captured the final clear exchange. "Evan, what does she want?" Man, whispering through tears, "She wants to replace you. That's what she does. She takes someone's place so she can keep wandering." "Evan, replace me? She wears you like a shadow." The emergency lights flickered. All footage after this moment degrades heavily, but the sequence is clear. 2:26 a.m. The man stands suddenly and runs to the back exit. 2:27 a.m. The back exit alarm triggers. The man escapes into the night. 2:28 a.m. The lights go black. Footage corrupted. For 8 full minutes, only audio exists. Fast footsteps, heavy breathing, a scraping noise, a wet stretching sound, a second set of footsteps, impossibly slow. At 2:36 a.m., the lights return. Evan is gone, but the cameras capture someone standing behind the counter. Same clothes, same hair, same posture, but their head hangs at an unnatural angle. Their arms are just a little too long, and when they turn to face the camera, their shadow stretches across the room and bends around the corner like it's alive. The morning manager arrived at 5:58 a.m. Store locked, lights off, everything spotless. But one thing was wrong. The security system had been turned off manually at 3:03 a.m. Only one frame survived, a still image. Evan standing in the center of the store, smiling too wide, his arms much longer than they should be, and behind him a tall shadow leaning over him like a puppeteer. The caption auto-generated by the corrupted system log, "She entered." Evan has not been found. The man who begged to be let in was discovered 3 miles down the highway, unconscious, dehydrated. He keeps repeating one sentence to officers. She followed him instead. I'm not the one she wanted.
This story was sent to me by a subscriber, a woman who lived alone in a quiet 2-story house on the outskirts of Ohio. She said she always felt safe there. It was the kind of calm, predictable neighborhood where dogs barked at squirrels, porch lights flickered at dusk, and houses settled at night with gentle wooden sighs. But one evening, something shattered that sense of safety forever. I still don't know how to explain it. I didn't call 911. I swear I didn't. But someone using my voice did. It began just after midnight. She had just gotten into bed when her phone rang. Unknown number. But the prefix was local, the kind used by emergency services. She answered groggily. "Hello?" A calm operator replied, "Ma'am, this is 911. We received a call from your address. Are you safe?" Her blood ran cold. I didn't call. I'm fine. I'm alone." There was a pause, the kind that feels like someone breathing on the other end. Then the operator said something that made her sit straight up in bed. "Ma'am, the call we received was from a woman. She sounded like you. Could we play back the recording?" Her heart hammered. "Yes," she whispered. There was a click, a hiss of static, and then a woman's voice. Her voice. "He's in the house. Please help me. He's in the attic. Please hurry." The subscriber's breath caught in her throat. She felt her limbs go numb. That wasn't her. She had never said those words, but it was unquestionably, undeniably her voice.
The operator stayed on the line. "Ma'am, to be safe, I'm dispatching officers to your location. Can you remain on the line with me?" She nodded instinctively, then remembered the operator couldn't see her. "Yes," she whispered. She stepped out of bed, every floorboard creaking louder than usual. The house felt different, heavier, as if holding its breath. The operator asked her calmly, "Can you please check the attic stairs? Are they closed?" She walked into the hallway. The small pull-down ladder to the attic was shut tight against the ceiling. Relief washed over her, briefly, because then came a faint sound up above. A soft, slow shifting, like someone crawling over insulation. I think something's moving." The operator's tone changed, low, controlled. "Ma'am, get outside, right now. Don't go near the attic." She turned toward the front door, but before she reached it, she froze. The attic stairs creaked, just once, as if someone had pressed one foot onto the ladder from above.
She backed away slowly, phone pressed to her ear. "Ma'am, officers are 2 minutes away," the operator said. "Stay on the line, stay calm." But she wasn't listening anymore. Her eyes were locked on the ceiling, because the attic stairs shifted again. And then, suddenly, they snapped open. The ladder dropped down halfway, stopping with a jerk. Something had pulled it. "Oh my God, someone's up there." The operator heard the terror in her voice. "Get out of the house, now!" She turned and ran, barefoot, across the hardwood floor toward the front door. Behind her, the ladder creaked. A second creak, then a third. Heavy, deliberate, descending. She didn't look back. She threw open the door and sprinted outside onto the lawn. The cold air hit her lungs like ice. She stayed on the line. The operator said softly, "Ma'am, I still hear movement inside your house. Please stay outside. Officers are pulling up now." She watched 2 police cruisers arrive. Officers rushed past her with flashlights and weapons drawn. They went inside. Minutes passed. Finally, an officer emerged. There's no one in the attic or anywhere in the house, but the look on his face told her everything. Something wasn't right. They had found disturbed insulation, fresh footprints in the dust, a footprint on the top rung of the ladder. And then the officer asked, "Ma'am, did you make a 911 call earlier, a whisper call?" When she shook her head, he looked more unsettled than before. She didn't sleep in the house that night, or the next. The attic ladder stayed locked. The house stayed cold. Too cold. Sometimes, even after I moved, I'd wake up thinking I heard that whisper again, my own voice, asking for help. A technician later examined her phone logs. There was an outgoing call to 911. Timestamp matched exactly what the operator said. The call originated inside her house, from her phone. But she never touched it. And the call lasted 42 seconds, the length of the whisper recording she'd been played. The most chilling detail? The operator sent her the audio file, and at the very end of the whisper, right before the call cuts, her voice says, "He's coming down. He's coming down the stairs." And in the background, footsteps. Not hers, not light, heavy, dragging. Block V, narrator's note. If you ever get a call saying it came from your own phone, from your own voice, don't check the attic. Don't stay inside. Don't investigate. Sometimes the warning comes from you before you ever have the chance to make it.
The first thing you need to know is simple. Mall Santas blink. Even the cheap ones, even the tired ones, even the ones who hate their job. So when a teenager named Ethan told me the Santa at Ridgewood Mall didn't blink once in the 30 minutes he watched him, I knew exactly what this story would become. Ethan wasn't scared at first. He was bored. He was bored. His mom worked late shifts, so every December he wandered the mall alone after school. He'd waste time eating free samples, watching people, sitting near the fake North Pole display because it was warm and smelled like cinnamon. But this year, something felt off. The Santa wasn't the usual one. Not the chubby old guy with the laugh. Not the college kid hired last minute. This one was tall. Too tall for the chair. Thin under the fake belly padding. And his beard, white, yes, but rigid, like plastic dipped in frost. But the strangest thing, his eyes. Black pupils, glassy irises, focused directly on Ethan, even while children climbed onto his lap. And he never blinked. Not once. Not one tiny flicker. Ethan decided to test him. He sat across from the Santa setup. 10 minutes passed, no blinking. 20, still nothing. Children came and went. Pictures were taken. Parents laughed. And Santa kept his frozen stare locked on him. When Ethan walked to the line, Santa's head turned toward him before he even reached the front. Slowly, creaking like an old puppet's neck joint. The elf taking photos hesitated. "You okay, Santa?" she asked. He didn't answer. He didn't move. He just watched Ethan approach, eyes wide, unchanging. "Next," the elf said anyway. Ethan sat on his lap. The suit felt cold. The beard smelled like nothing. No shampoo, no candy cane breath, just sterile air. "Smile," the elf called. The flash went off. Santa's mouth lifted only at the corners, pulling into a stiff, unnatural curve. Ethan stood and hurried away. It wasn't until he checked his phone that the real panic hit. In the photo, Santa's skin looked gray, his cheeks sunken, his mouth stretched too wide, eyes pitch black and glossy like marbles pushed into a corpse. And behind Santa's shoulder, Ethan could swear he saw a second face, faint, distorted, as if pressed from inside the mask. He zoomed in. The face shifted, still, expressionless, watching. Ethan didn't sleep that night. He deleted the picture, but it came back, twice. Every time, Santa's head was tilted a little farther, the smile a little sharper, the eyes a little darker. At 2:43 a.m., Ethan's security camera pinged. Motion detected, front window. He froze. The notification appeared again, then again. He checked the feed. At first, he saw only snow falling. Then he saw it, a red shape behind the glass. Tall, thin, bent slightly as if leaning in. The feed sharpened. It was the Santa, the same suit, the same unmoving eyes. He wasn't smiling now. The face was blank, dead, like a wax figure left in the cold too long. And he was right outside the bedroom window. Ethan didn't move. He watched the footage, one frame at a time. Frame 1, Santa at the window. Frame 2, Santa slightly closer. Frame 3, even closer. Frame 4, his head pressed to the glass. Frame 5, his lips almost touching it. But Ethan never heard a sound, not a tap, not a knock, not a footstep in the snow. The next morning, there were no footprints, none. Not on the porch, not under the window, not anywhere near the house. His mom thought it was a prank, but Ethan knew the truth. Whatever was outside didn't walk. By the next day, Ridgewood Mall shut down its Santa setup. Parents complained. Kids said the Santa smelled wrong. 3 families said their photos came out distorted. One captured Santa staring directly into the lens, even though the child was sitting on his lap, blocking the angle. The mall offered no explanation. Ethan returned anyway. He needed answers. The Santa chair was gone, rope lines removed, props taken down. But the floor beneath where Santa had sat was scratched. Deep grooves, like something had clawed the ground beneath the fake snow. Ethan crouched down. Something was frozen into the floor. A single hair. White, artificial looking, plastic-like. He touched it and felt a pulse. Something moved under the tile, something crawling, something trying to rise. Ethan ran. And that night, the picture appeared again. Not from his phone, not from his camera. It was taped to his bedroom door. Santa's face filled the frame, eyes wide, smile cracked, skin stretched too thin. And at the bottom, written in shaky red marker. Ethan moved out of state a month later, but every December he gets a new photo in the mail. No return address, no stamp, just a single image. The same Santa, closer, closer, closer. Last year, the photo was taken inside his living room. This year, he hasn't opened the envelope yet. And if you visit Ridgewood Mall today, you'll notice something strange on the security footage filed in the maintenance office. A tall figure in a Santa suit, standing perfectly still, hour after hour, frame after frame, watching, waiting, never blinking, never.
You're not supposed to hear this. If you hear it, turn back. Those were the first words on the recovered audio file. The last words belonged to someone else entirely. A man whispering, "I'm not dead. I'm calling from the trees." The recording lasted 7 minutes. Every ranger who listened to it refused to go back into the woods, because in the background of that whisper, you could hear hundreds of other voices, all begging for help, all calling the same name, the name of the ranger who disappeared 30 years earlier. The National Park Service doesn't publish missing person statistics. Officially, the number is too small to track. Unofficially, everyone knows it's much higher. People vanish in national parks all the time. A wrong step, a wrong trail, a wrong moment. But the disappearances that started in 1995, they were different. They all began the same way. A low hum in the forest, barely audible, somewhere between a radio transmission and a human voice. Witnesses described it as someone whispering my name through an old walkie-talkie. Others said, it felt like the forest was breathing into my ear. By the time search teams arrived, the person was gone. No sign of a struggle, no blood, no tracks, no remains. Only a faint pressure in the air, like residual static. And trees that felt like they were leaning in. The story truly begins with Ranger Thomas Hale, age 24. Thomas grew up in Wyoming, practically raised by the woods. He knew the smell of pine better than the smell of his own home. He wasn't afraid of the forest. He respected it, loved it, which made what happened to him so terrifying. The first incident, 1995. Thomas was responding to a call about hikers hearing strange noises. The report mentioned a low-frequency buzz, like a radio warming up.
He radioed the station at 9:13 p.m. "This is Hale. I hear it too. It's coming from deeper in the north sector. Not sure what it is yet." "Hale, repeat, you're cutting out." Then, "No, it said my name. The sound said my..." His transmission ended there. When the search party found his last known location, his radio was still on. Battery dead, speaker warm. Thomas Hale was never found. Not even a shred of clothing. The official report blamed a fall, dehydration, disorientation. But the rangers who heard the recording knew the truth. Thomas didn't sound scared. He sounded confused, as if something was calling him from up ahead. His disappearance became a legend, a cautionary tale new rangers heard during orientation. Don't follow voices, don't follow lights, don't follow sounds you can't explain. Then in 2024, the same frequency came back. The first hiker to report it was a 19-year-old student named Evan Marlowe. He was camping near Redwood Basin, alone. At 3:14 a.m., he left a voicemail for his brother. "Hottie, someone's out here. They keep saying my name. It sounds like it's coming through the trees, like the trees are talking." The call cut off. When officers checked his tent, it was intact. Sleeping bag neatly unzipped. No signs of struggle. Just Evan's phone. Screen recording still running. The video showed a dark forest and a faint vibration in the air, and quiet voices whispering in unison. "Evan, Evan, Evan." The audio engineers noticed something worse. The voices weren't coming from one direction. They came from every direction at once. And buried deep in the frequency was a man whispering, "Don't follow them. Don't be me." The voice matched old recordings of Ranger Thomas Hale.
The government formed an off-the-record investigation team. 4 specialists: Dr. Lena Rowan, acoustic scientist; Agent Marcus Doyle, missing person specialist; Caleb Ortiz, wildlife tracker; Nadia Bishop, sound engineer. They entered Redwood Basin with 3 goals: locate the source of the frequency, recover any human remains, identify the voice matching Thomas Hale. All recordings were synchronized to a central hub. They didn't know that each recording would later become evidence in a case labeled Ghost Frequency, closed until further notice. Day 1, 10:42 a.m. They discovered something strange. The deeper they went, the quieter the forest became. No birds, no insects, just heavy, unnatural silence. Then the first hum began. Low, slow, vibrating the leaves under their feet. Nadia held up her equipment. "It's not electrical, it's not mechanical, it's organic." Caleb asked the question nobody wanted to ask. "You mean alive?" Nadia nodded once. Shiver. The hum swelled, then split into multiple layers, whispers, calling out names. Not the team's names, the names of the missing hikers from years past. Dozens of them, dozens of vanished voices calling from all directions. Marcus tried to radio the station. "Dispatch, confirm, we're hearing..." Disembodied whisper. Marcus. His name came through his own radio, in his own voice, even though he said nothing. Lena whispered, "This forest is learning us." After sunset, the whispering grew stronger, not sporadic, constant, like a crowd gathering just out of sight. Caleb spotted movement first. A shape between the trees, tall, thin, still. Another shape behind it, shorter, wider. Then dozens more, all standing perfectly still, all facing the team. Their outlines looked human, but not quite. Lena raised her flashlight. "Don't," Nadia hissed. "If you illuminate them—" Too late. The light hit the first figure. It flickered, not like a physical thing, like an image projected through fog. A man's shape, face blurred, limbs too long. Marcus whispered, That's a person." Caleb shook his head, "Man. That's what's left of a person." The figure leaned forward. Static filled the air, and dozens of voices whispered the same sentence. "Come back. Come back. Come back."
The team retreated deeper into the woods until the trees thinned and they entered a circular clearing. Dead silence. Caleb froze. "Guys, this is wrong. The trees here, they're planted. Perfect spacing, perfect ring." Lena examined the soil. "There's something underneath." They dug. They found metal, cold, old, a device, a transmitter, decades old, half buried under roots. Government issued. Marcus stared at it. "This is military tech. Why is this under a national park?" Before anyone could answer, the transmitter turned on by itself. A blast of low frequency rolled over the clearing like a physical wave. Then the voices started. Hundreds at once. Screaming, begging, calling for help, calling names, crying, laughing, whispering. But one voice rose above all of them. A man's voice. Ranger Thomas Hale. Pained. "I didn't die. I'm still here. It keeps us here." Lena whispered, "What keeps you here?" The answer came in a whisper that made every tree vibrate. "The forest is growing us." The team pieced it together. The transmitter wasn't calling people in. It was amplifying something already in the woods. Something mimicking human voices. Something using them. Something spreading through the trees like a fungal network, absorbing lost hikers, copying them, replaying their voices. The forest wasn't haunted. It was infected. A living archive of everyone who never came back. Nadia fell first. One moment she was fine. The next, she dropped her recorder and whispered, "Mom?" She started walking toward the trees. Marcus grabbed her. "Nadia, there's no one there." She jerked free, eyes glazed, whispering, "She's calling me. She needs me." Caleb tried to restrain her until a voice whispered his name. His brother's voice. His brother who drowned 20 years ago. Caleb staggered forward, sobbing, "He's alive! He's alive!" Marcus and Lena screamed after them. Both walked into the tree line, and both vanished. No scream, no struggle, just gone. And the forest hummed in approval. Only Marcus and Lena remained. They ran. Branches tore at their clothes. The hum grew louder. Voices rose around them, familiar and unfamiliar. Every lost hiker, every missing ranger, all calling out, "Don't leave us. Come back. There's room. You belong to the forest." Marcus dropped to his knees, panting. "It's learning us. It's using their memories. It's pulling us in." Lena grabbed him. "Keep moving!" But the ground vibrated. Trees leaned inward. Branches bent unnaturally. The air thickened with static. Marcus screamed into his radio. "Dispatch, this is Doyle. If you hear this, don't come here. This forest is—" A whisper interrupted him. A soft, familiar whisper. It said his name. His mother's voice. Marcus froze, and the forest opened for him. Lena's scream echoed across the trees as Marcus walked willingly forward. Then silence. Lena didn't remember how she made it out. She woke up on a ranger station floor, shaking, covered in scratches. The radio beside her was still on, still recording. She replayed the last moments and heard something impossible. Her own voice whispering, "Lena, Lena, come back." but she never said it. The forest had learned her, too. 2 days later, rangers found a new audio file uploaded automatically to their cloud drive. No one opened it at first, but the file name was what froze their blood. Hail Reunion, 3:12 a.m. .wave. When they played it, they heard the forest frequency. They heard the whispers. They heard the missing. And then, at minute 2:17, a new voice joined the others. Marcus Doyle, saying, quiet, resigned. It doesn't kill you. It keeps you. It grows you. And then, next one enters in 60 seconds. The file ended. Radio static. The frequency still broadcasts every night at 3:12 a.m. from deep within the park. Every year, more people disappear. And if you ever hear someone in the woods whisper your name, don't answer. Don't listen. Don't turn toward it. Because whatever is calling you isn't human anymore. Radio click.
This story was sent to me by a subscriber, a taxi driver who's worked night shifts for almost 15 years. He said he'd seen strange things before: drunk passengers talking to empty seats, people whispering to themselves, shadows moving in parking lots, but nothing like this. I swear I picked someone up. I talked to her. I drove her. I heard her voice. And yet, the footage says I was alone. It happened in early autumn, during one of those misty nights when the fog hangs low over the road like something alive. The kind of night when buildings seem to lean closer, listening. He was idling near a quiet intersection when he saw her. A woman standing perfectly still under a flickering streetlight. White coat, white dress, long black hair hanging limp over her shoulders. She didn't wave. She didn't step forward. She just stared at his car, as if she'd been waiting specifically for him. I don't usually stop for people who don't signal, but something about her felt wrong to ignore. When she opened the back door, he heard the soft rustle of fabric, smelled cold night air, and felt the weight shift as she sat down. "Where to?" he asked. Her voice was quiet, thin, almost like she was talking through a mask. "Take me to the old school." He blinked in the rearview mirror. "I'm sorry, which one?" She didn't answer. She just pointed forward, her hand trembling slightly. He thought maybe she was lost or upset. He put the car in drive. The farther they drove, the stranger it felt. She didn't speak, didn't move, didn't even seem to breathe. He kept checking the mirror. Every time, her face was angled slightly differently, just enough to make it look like she was watching him, even though her eyes never met his. The fog thickened. Streetlights disappeared behind walls of white. Then she finally whispered, "Don't take the main road." He stiffened. "How do you know where I'm going?" No answer. Just a faint, shaky breath behind him. Something icy washed over the back of his neck. It felt like the temperature dropped 10 degrees instantly, like she brought the cold with her. He gripped the wheel tighter and followed the route she indicated, a narrow, unlit side road he had never taken before. The trees pressed in from both sides. Branches scraped the roof like fingers. She leaned forward, the first movement she'd made the entire ride. Stop here. They were in the middle of nowhere, but ahead, barely visible through the fog, he saw the shape of an old abandoned school. Broken windows, bent metal fence, a playground swallowed by weeds.
He turned around to ask if she needed anything else, but the seat behind him was empty. The door was open, swinging gently, even though he hadn't heard it move. He jumped out of the car, heart pounding. "Ma'am, Nothing. Only the sound of wind moving through cracked window frames. He checked around the school. No footprints, no movement, no sign anyone had ever stepped out of his taxi. He felt sick. He's shaking. I knew she'd been there. I felt her weight in the seat. I heard her breathing. She talked to me. He got back in the car and drove off, hands trembling so badly he could barely keep the wheel straight. When he got home, he pulled up the taxi's interior camera footage, and that's when everything inside him turned cold. The timestamp showed every second of the ride. It showed the door opening. It showed him talking. It showed the car driving into the fog. But not once, not even for a single frame, did it show anyone sitting behind him. He was alone. Completely alone. Talking, listening, responding to empty air. And yet, when the car stopped near the abandoned school, something did happen on camera. The rear door opened slowly on its own, and a long white fabric sleeve brushed past the lens. But there was no arm inside it, just movement without a body. He sent the video to the subscriber channel with a message. Voice hollow. I don't drive that road anymore. I don't drive at night unless I have to. Sometimes I dream of that white coat in the mirror, and I wake up freezing. He now keeps the interior light on whenever someone gets in his taxi. He checks the mirror constantly. He avoids any passenger wearing white. But most disturbing of all, 2 weeks after the encounter, he passed the old school again during daylight. Something white was hanging from one of the top floor windows. A torn coat sleeve. He swears he saw it sway, as if someone inside had just let go. If you've ever seen her, a woman in white standing alone at night, not speaking, not moving, just waiting, don't stop. Don't open your door. Don't look in the mirror too long. Some passengers aren't meant to arrive. Some never left. In the northern states, Montana, Minnesota, the Dakotas, parents warn their kids about one thing every winter. Never walk on fresh, untouched snow after 3 a.m. because anything that looks pure and white at that hour isn't empty. They call them the frozen ones. Bodies the cold never let go. Spirits that never made it home. Creatures buried just beneath the surface, waiting for the warmth of living skin. And if you step on the wrong patch of snow, the kind that formed over something that once breathed, you'll feel fingers closing around your ankle. Not warm fingers, not human ones. Frozen, hard, desperate. A teen named Carter learned this the winter he turned 15. He had a habit of sneaking out late, walking alone through the snow, headphones blasting, pretending he wasn't afraid of anything. One night at 3:17 a.m., he walked behind the old abandoned motel outside town. Fresh snow covered everything, smooth, perfect, untouched. He stepped right into the center of it and felt a hand clamp around his ankle. Not ice, not a root, a hand with fingers, long, stiff, cold enough to burn. Carter didn't scream at first. The shock was too much. But when the grip tightened and tugged downward, hard enough to pull his foot beneath the snow, he dropped to his knees. The snow under him wasn't solid. It crumbled like a thin crust over an empty pit. And from inside that pit, he heard breathing. Slow, raspy, hungry.
He kicked wildly. The hand yanked harder, pulling him inch by inch into the cold. He felt another hand grab his other leg, then a third, fingers scraping, clawing, trying to drag him under. In the distance, he saw something move just beneath the snow. A pale face shifting upward, eyes frozen open, mouth cracked in a silent scream. One of the frozen ones. Carter clawed at the ground, trying to pull himself out, but the snow kept collapsing and the hands kept reaching, more of them, each colder than the last, each gripping him like he was the only warmth they'd felt in decades. He managed to grab the metal edge of a rusted dumpster, the only solid thing nearby, and hauled himself out with a strength he didn't know he had. The hands slipped back beneath the snow, one by one, slowly, as if sinking into water. By the time Carter rolled away, the surface had already smoothed over, perfect again, like nothing had ever broken through. No holes, no handprints, just white, silent snow. He never walked outside after 3 a.m. again. Not once, not ever. Because once the frozen ones touch you, once they feel your warmth, they remember it, and they wait. The snow outside your door, that perfect untouched layer after midnight, it only looks safe until you step on it. Then the hands reach up, and they don't let go.
Recovered Footage Report, Case FI-47. The following material was extracted from a security system belonging to the city's Historical Property Department. The building in question, 1417 Willow Creek Road, has been officially unoccupied since 1984. Electricity disconnected. Water disconnected. No registered visitors for decades. Yet, the camera captured light. At 2:13 a.m., the system flagged motion in room B12, the old upstairs bedroom. Police note flat. There shouldn't be an upstairs feed. That room has no working power. But the footage exists. The video begins in total darkness. Then, a faint, sickly glow pulses on. Not lamplight, not flashlight. More like the blue hue of a TV screen, except no TV has been inside the home for decades. When the light stabilizes, the room is visible. Peeling wallpaper, collapsed wardrobe, broken window taped shut from the outside, dust so thick it looks like fog. And in the far corner, a silhouette, human-shaped, sitting on the edge of the old bed, head lowered, hands on its knees, slowly rocking back and forth. Rocking like someone trying to comfort themselves or stay awake. Audio should not have been possible. The system didn't include microphones, but the recording has sound. A faint scraping, fabric rubbing against fabric. Then a voice, low, hoarse, like it hadn't been years. Don't turn off the light. The silhouette stops rocking, slowly lifts its head. The outline sharpens, gaining weight, density, edges, as if it's becoming more real the longer you watch it. The camera zooms. No one touched the controls. On the bed sheets, something moves. A lump beneath the fabric. Breathing. Something else lies under the covers, rising, falling, rising. But the figure sitting on the bed looks empty, like clothes filled with nothing. Officers arrived at 2:27 a.m. Body cams record the following. Door forced open. Dust falling in thick waves, disturbed after decades of stillness. Officer Klein speaks quietly. It's warm inside. How the hell is it warm inside? Temperature logs confirm it. 76 degrees inside, 34 degrees outside. The team climbs the stairs, boots cracking rotten wood. Upstairs hallway, pitch dark, except for the glow leaking under the door of room B12. Officer Ramirez pushes the door open. The bed is empty. The silhouette is gone, but the bed sheet is still moving. Ramirez tears the blanket back. Nothing beneath. No animal. No person. But the imprint of a body remains pressed into the mattress, as if someone invisible had just been lying there seconds ago. Behind them, the rocking chair begins to sway. Very slowly. Creak, creak, creak. Klein shines his flashlight on it. The chair is moving strongly now, but no wind, no vibration, no explanation. Then the rocking stops abruptly, and the chair tilts forward like someone stood up from it, but there's no one. All three officers' cameras glitch at the same moment. A white flash. Then the footage returns, but the timestamp jumps back by 40 years. 2:13 a.m., 1984. The room is suddenly clean, wallpaper intact, bed neatly made. A young woman sits exactly where the silhouette had been. Her eyes stare directly into the camera. Please, don't leave me alone in the dark again. She looks behind the officers at someone they cannot see. Her face drops. The room flickers, reality splitting like a bad VHS tape. She screams. The timestamp jumps forward again. The room returns to its ruined state. The woman is gone. The officers retreat, shaken. Footage ends at 2:41 a.m., but the static continues for 3 minutes. At 2:44 a.m., one last image appears. The upstairs bedroom, completely dark. Then the light flicks on, same sickly blue glow. And there it is again, the silhouette, sitting on the bed, rocking. But now, its head is turned directly toward the camera. Its face, a smooth, featureless, stretched over shape, like skin without a skull underneath. It raises one arm, slowly, and points at the camera, at the viewer. The screen fades to black. A final message appears, typed in thin white text. The room is not empty. This story was sent to me by a subscriber from Virginia. They told me they had never shared this with anyone before, not friends, not family, because even years later, the memory still tightens their chest. I don't know what I heard or who I heard, but something lived in that empty apartment. At the time, they lived in an old 3-story brick building with thin, hollow walls. Everything carried: conversations, footsteps, plumbing, even arguments behind closed doors. It was the kind of place where, if your neighbor sneezed, you practically said, "Bless you." Their unit was on the 2nd floor. On the other side of the wall, what they thought was an ordinary neighbor. They were wrong. The noises started quietly. Sometimes, late at night, I'd hear someone tapping on the wall. Not loud, just a soft, almost polite knock, like someone was trying not to bother me. It always came from the same spot, right behind their bed's headboard. 3 taps. Pause. 3 more. At first, they assumed it was just a neighbor dealing with insomnia. The building was old. Maybe the pipes were knocking. They tried to ignore it. But after a few weeks, the tapping changed. It became more frantic, more desperate. And sometimes, I swear, I heard a voice, muffled, like someone was trying to speak through cloth. The words were impossible to make out, but the tone wasn't. It was pleading. One night, they pressed their ear to the wall and heard, "Help, please, help me." They pulled away instantly. Their skin crawled. Something was wrong, very wrong. The noises grew louder and more frequent. There were scraping sounds, something heavy being dragged slowly across the floor. There were irregular thuds, like furniture tipping over. Sometimes even hurried shuffling, as though someone was pacing in panic. The worst was the crying. It sounded like a man, middle-aged maybe, sobbing, whispering to himself, sometimes angry, sometimes terrified. One night, the subscriber finally snapped and banged on the wall. "Are you okay over there? Do you need help?" For the first time, the voice responded clearly. A hoarse, cracked whisper. "I'm still here." They froze, their breath caught in their throat. And then, silence. Total, suffocating silence. They called building management the next morning, demanding someone check on the neighbor. The superintendent looked confused. "There's no one in that unit," he said. "It's been vacant for 10 years, needs repairs. No one's lived there since 2014. The subscriber insisted. Someone was in there, someone who needed help. Police arrived. They broke the door open. What waited inside wasn't emptiness. It was worse. The apartment was stripped bare. No furniture, no boxes, no personal belongings. Just dust, mold, and a faint smell of damped plaster. But on the floor, in the layer of dust near the wall, were footprints. Fresh ones, bare feet, dozens of them, leading from the center of the room straight toward the shared wall and stopping there, whispering, like someone stood with their face pressed directly against where my bed was. One officer stepped closer and shone a flashlight across the floor. There were handprints too, deep ones, as if someone crawled, scraped, dragged themselves along the floor using only their arms. They checked the windows, locked from the inside. They checked the door, sealed until the police broke it open. No signs of forced entry, no signs of anyone living there. But someone had been there, recently. The subscriber turned toward the wall, and from the other side, from their own apartment, came a single, unmistakable knock. 3 taps, slow, deliberate. They moved out within a week. But for nights after, I still heard it. I stayed at a friend's place across town, and I still heard those 3 taps. I'd wake up convinced someone was standing behind the wall, waiting. They started sleeping with music on, then with the lights on. Even now, years later, any sudden knock makes their heart stop. They never learned who or what lived in that empty apartment. The police closed the case as unfounded. The building owner said it must have been trespassers. But the subscriber knows the truth. Whatever was in that unit never left. If anyone listening has ever lived beside an empty apartment, an unused attic, or a wall that sounded too alive, let me know in the comments. Sometimes the scariest neighbors are the ones no one admits are there. Parents in certain old neighborhoods across the Midwest tell their kids one rule before Christmas: never, ever answer the whispers in the chimney. Because sometimes, late at night, when the fire has burned down to orange embers, a voice slips through the bricks, soft, thin, like someone speaking through a cracked window. It always says the same thing: I know you're awake. Most kids pull the blankets over their heads. They think maybe it's Santa checking if they're sleeping. But adults, those who grew up here, know better. That voice isn't Santa. It isn't human. And it only comes to houses where children write too many wishes. Dozens of lists, greedy lists, desperate ones. The kind that fill the fireplace like snowdrifts of ink and paper. They say each wish you write is like knocking on a door you don't see, a door something on the other side is waiting behind. And if you knock too many times, it knocks back. One girl, Emma, 11 years old, loved Christmas more than anyone. She wrote 47 wishes that year, taped them on walls, stuffed them in stockings, pushed them deep into the chimney so Santa wouldn't miss them. Her parents laughed. They didn't laugh on Christmas Eve. Because that night, right around 2:13 a.m., Emma heard breathing above the fireplace. Not the soft kind a person makes, the slow, dragging inhale of something crawling down a narrow space, pressing its face between cold bricks. And then, Emma, I know your name. She froze. Her room was upstairs. She had not come down. She had not made a sound. It knew. It knew she was awake. It knew where she was. The whisper continued. I know what you wished for. All 40. A wet crackle. A grin forming in sound. 7. Emma ran for her parents' room, sobbing. Her father stormed downstairs with a baseball bat, ready to swing. But the moment he stepped into the living room, the fire roared, all at once, like someone had blown deep into it. And then came the whistle, the low, broken whistle of someone sucking air through teeth that were too sharp and too many. Her father swore he saw a hand, ashy gray, long-fingered, dripping soot, slide back up the inside of the chimney as if it had been reaching out, reaching for her. The next morning, all 47 of Emma's wish lists were gone, every single one. The fireplace was clean, too clean, like something had scraped the inside smooth. And at the very bottom of the hearth, her parents found one piece of torn paper. Just one. A message, written in charcoal. One wish only, or I come inside. To this day, parents warn their kids, one wish, just one. Because the thing in the chimney doesn't like greedy children. And if you give it too much to listen to, too many lists, too many names, it will whisper yours back, slowly, sweetly, like a promise. I know you're awake. And if you answer, or even if you think about answering, you won't hear it crawling. You won't see the soot shifting. You'll just feel a cold, sooty hand sliding across your blanket, looking for you by name.
Incident logged at 2:14 a.m. Subject, Evan Clark, 22. Location, Everlight 24/7, a roadside night market operating since 1998. Security footage shows Evan entering the store alone. The timestamp aligns with his own statement. I only stopped for water. I was driving back from work. It was the only place with lights on. When he enters, the store appears normal. Clean aisles, humming fridges, soft fluorescent light. But the cashier stands perfectly still at the counter. No greeting, no movement, not even a blink. Evan later writes, "He looked posed, like someone told him where to stand and left him there. His face didn't move, not an inch." When Evan walks by, the cashier turns his head exactly 45 degrees to follow him. No delay, no micromotion, just rotation. The audio captures a voice. "Welcome to Everlight. We are always open." Flat, pre-recorded, but no speaker system was active. Evan grabs a bottle of water, approaches the counter. He places it down. The cashier doesn't react. Evan, do you, scan it? The cashier speaks immediately, without breath. "Did you find everything you needed?" Not a question, a statement forced into a question's rhythm. Evan notices something else. The man's chest never rises, not once. No breathing. "Evan, are you okay?" The cashier repeats, same tone. "Did you find everything you needed?" No breathing. Evan backs up. The cashier's head tilts, again, exactly 45 degrees. And then, blinking never occurs, not once. The audio gains a faint static buzz, like interference. Then the cashier speaks again. "Have a safe night. Do not turn around." Evan freezes. He hadn't moved. Why was he being told that? He pays, leaves the bottle, and hurries out. The moment Evan steps outside, the fluorescent store lights behind him flicker violently. He hears a sound, not footsteps, but something like fabric dragging. He turns. The cashier is standing in the doorway. Not behind the counter, not inside, blocking the exit. Still not blinking, still not breathing. But now his mouth stretches, just slightly, too wide for a normal smile. The footage ends with Evan scrambling to his car, slipping once, cursing, then speeding off. The cashier never moves during the entire sequence, just watches, eyes open. At 9:06 a.m., Evan returns with police. The store is locked, lights off, papers taped on the inside. The officer knocks, expecting a manager, but the documents on the door state, "Store closed, staff terminated. Date 6 months ago." Officer Ramirez checks the employee list. The night cashier, Thomas H. Wren, was terminated after an incident involving extended dissociative episodes. According to HR records, Thomas rarely spoke, displayed unusual stillness, and reported hearing scripts in his head. Thomas went missing 2 weeks after his termination, never found. When police accessed last night's internal security drive, they discovered something impossible. The store's CCTV system was disconnected months earlier. Still, the system contained one new file. Timestamp 2:31 a.m. Camera static, then clarity. It's the store aisle. A figure stands at the far end, tall, silent, head tilted exactly 45 degrees, eyes wide open. The file loops.
On the last frame, a message appears in thin white text. "We are always open." And the figure begins to step toward the camera. Quiet click. End of file. This story was sent to me by a subscriber who works the night shift as a nurse in a mid-sized hospital. They asked me not to mention the city, only that it's old, understaffed, and has a basement-level recovery room no one likes to work in. The subscriber wrote, "I used to think the creepiest part of my job was the silence at 3 a.m. But that was before I saw the footage from camera 9. Here is their story exactly as they told it. The recovery room they worked in wasn't for living patients. It was a temporary holding area for bodies before transport to the morgue. Cold, dim, sterile, with metal gurneys arranged in 2 neat rows and a single camera mounted in the corner, camera 9. Most nurses avoided that room unless they absolutely had to. The air always felt too still, too heavy. The lights flickered in a slow, tired rhythm. The subscriber said they never noticed anything unusual, not for years. Bodies were checked in, documented, covered, and left until the morgue attendants came. But every shift, there was one persistent rumor, that sometimes the camera caught movement. Just subtle things, a sheet twitching, a hand shifting, a toe curling under the cloth. Nurses blamed muscle spasms, post-mortem reflexes. Perfectly natural, nothing supernatural. At least, that's what they told themselves. Then came the night that changed everything. It was 4 a.m., the end of a long shift. The subscriber needed to file a report about an elderly man who had passed away an hour earlier. They made their way to the small security office where the monitor screens flickered black and white. A security guard named Harris sat half asleep in his chair, sipping cold coffee. The subscriber laughed, nudged him awake, and started scanning the time-stamped footage for the moment the patient had been brought in. That's when Harris muttered, half asleep, grumbling, "Check camera 9, it glitched earlier." The subscriber clicked the feed. What they saw made their stomach clench. The recovery room was still, 6 covered bodies under white sheets. Then, at 03:16:22, the body on the far left gurney moved. Not a twitch, not a muscle spasm. The sheet lifted, just a little, just enough to show eyes. Very much open, very much staring directly into the camera. The subscriber leaned in, breath catching. The eyes didn't blank, didn't twitch. They just stared. At the camera, at them. Then, at 03:16:30, the sheet lowered again, slow and smooth, as if someone gently pulled it back over the face. The subscriber said, "I told myself it had to be a glitch, a reflection, something explainable. But then the second body opened its eyes. They rewound, played it again, frame by frame. 03:17:04. The second body's eyes snapped open. 03:17:05. Its head turned slightly, just enough to face the camera. Then stillness. The subscriber felt cold sweat trickle down their spine. They whispered, "Harris, what is this?" But Harris was now fully awake, staring at the screen with an expression the subscriber had never seen on him. Pure fear.
They kept watching. The footage was time-stamped 03:22 when the third body moved. This time, it wasn't the eyes. It was the entire torso. The body sat up, Slowly, unnaturally. Not like a living person waking up, but like a puppet being pulled upright by invisible strings. Then the head turned and looked straight into the camera with milky, unfocused eyes. The subscriber froze. Harris whispered, "That's not reflexes." Another body shifted. A foot slid off the gurney. A hand twitched. Then another set of eyes opened. One by one, 5 bodies were staring directly into the camera. All still, all silent, all wrong. Then, at 03:24:18, something else entered the frame. A person. No, a figure. Tall, thin, moving slowly between the gurneys, almost gliding. It wasn't wearing hospital scrubs, not a security uniform, not anything recognizable. It stopped beside the body that had sat up, leaned down, and whispered something against its ear. The body lay back down immediately, like it obeyed. The subscriber's hand shook over the controls. Then the figure turned. And even through the grainy footage, one detail was unmistakable. There was no face, just smooth skin, pale and featureless. The subscriber's voice cracked as they wrote. It looked directly at the camera, at us, like it knew we were watching. Then the figure moved toward the exit door, leaving the bodies perfectly still, perfectly lifeless once more. At 03:25:02, the lights flickered, the camera glitched, and the feed cut out. The subscriber and Harris filed an incident report the next morning, demanding the hospital review the footage. Management dismissed them. They said the file was corrupted, said the footage showed nothing unusual, said the bodies never moved. Harris swore at them, insisting what they saw was real. The subscriber wrote, "I asked to see the footage again. They refused. They claimed the file had already been overwritten." 2 days later, Harris quit. Didn't even show up to pick up his last paycheck. And the subscriber? They still work there. They still walk past the recovery room, still hear things inside when the hallway's empty. A faint rustling, a slow creak of metal, sometimes a soft thud, like a heel tapping the gurney. And once, only once, they heard something else. A whisper. So faint they weren't sure it was real. "Don't look at the camera." The subscriber said they haven't checked camera 9 since, not even once. Hospitals are full of things that can't be explained. Things that happen when no one's watching. Things that cameras catch only for a moment before someone or something erases the evidence. So the next time you're in a hospital hallway late at night and you notice a room with a camera pointed at the door, ask yourself, is it there to watch what's inside? Or to make sure whatever's inside doesn't look back at you?
Some winter legends feel like warnings disguised as stories, but this one is different. This one is about the houses with big windows, the ones people decorate beautifully for Christmas. Perfect trees, warm lights, picture perfect comfort. And the silhouette that watches from behind the tree, tall, thin, motionless. A figure homeowners always assume is just a shadow until the lights turn off. Then he's closer, and he never leaves on his own. Locals call him the man behind the tree, a winter apparition that only appears in homes with large windows facing the street. Not in summer, never in fall, only during December, when the Christmas tree is lit. He stands behind the tree as if the lights draw him in, a tall figure, too slender to be human, too still to be alive. People describe him the same way, a shape, a stretched silhouette, shoulders slightly hunched, head tilted like he's studying something only he can see. But when the Christmas lights are on, he doesn't move, not even a twitch. The danger comes when the lights go out. Not all the lights, just the ones on the tree. If the tree goes dark, whether from a timer, a blown fuse, or someone unplugging it, the figure shifts, closer to the window, closer to the room. And every time the lights flicker back on, he's in a different position. Locals say he isn't approaching the homeowner, he's scanning them. This story came from a viewer named Elias from Western Oregon, a quiet, forested region where houses sit far apart and winter feels unnaturally silent. Elias had just bought his first home, a modern cabin with floor-to-ceiling windows and a massive living room facing the pines. The house had a perfect spot for a Christmas tree, centered right in front of those windows. His girlfriend insisted they decorate early. Lights, garland, glass ornaments that reflected the entire room. The moment they lit it up, the house felt warmer. For about an hour. It was 9:41 p.m. when Elias first saw him. He turned off the kitchen lights, walked into the living room, and something felt wrong, like someone else was already there. He looked toward the windows. A tall silhouette stood behind the tree, perfectly still, exactly centered, like it had been waiting. At first, he thought it was his own reflection, but then he noticed. The figure was on the outside of the glass, not inside. And it didn't match his height, or his shape, or anything human. He stepped closer. The figure didn't move. The tree lights blinked for half a second, a power surge. And in that blink, the silhouette changed positions. A little closer, head tilted slightly more. Elias froze. He turned the lights back to full brightness. The figure stopped moving. His girlfriend walked in behind him and asked, "Did someone leave a decoration outside?" Elias didn't answer. 10:17 p.m., almost the same time. The tree lights dimmed for a heartbeat. The figure was now at the left side of the tree, like it had slid silently across the window. Elias grabbed a flashlight and stepped onto the porch. No footprints, no marks in the snow, nothing to suggest a person had ever been there. But when he returned inside, the silhouette was back behind the tree, right where it started. A storm rolled in. Heavy wind, crackling snow, power flickering. 9:55 p.m. The tree lights went completely dark. And for the first time, Elias could see the figure clearly. It wasn't a shadow, not a trick of light, not a reflection. It was a man-shaped thing, impossibly tall, ribs visible beneath dark skin stretched thin like wet paper. its neck too long, its arms reaching the floor, its head bent as if listening. He whispered for his girlfriend not to move. But she wasn't looking at the window anymore. She was staring at the doorway behind them. "Elias," she said, voice breaking, "he's not outside." They heard it. A soft, wrong-sounding scrape coming from the hallway, like long fingers brushing the wall. Elias grabbed the tree remote and pressed the button. The lights blazed back on. The silhouette vanished from the window. But in that same moment, a tall shape slipped out of view behind the bedroom door. They ran, not quietly, not calmly. Elias grabbed his keys, almost dropping them as he fumbled with the lock. Behind them, from inside the house, something dragged its limbs slowly across the hardwood floor. Not walking, not crawling, something between the two. The front door finally burst open. They sprinted to the car. But when their headlights turned on, the man behind the tree was standing directly in front of the car, arms down, head tilted, studying them with empty, unlit eyes. The moment the tree lights inside the house turned off again, power outage, he took one step forward. Just one. But it was wrong. Too fast, too silent. Elias threw the car into reverse, tires sliding in the snow, and they tore down the road without looking back. Calm, low. The police found nothing. No footprints, no signs of a break-in, nothing missing. Except one thing. When Elias's girlfriend returned with officers to gather their belongings, she noticed the Christmas tree was different. All the ornaments on the front side were missing. Only the ones behind the tree remained. It was as if someone had pressed their entire body against the tree and taken everything their hands could reach. On the window behind it, melted frost formed a shape. A tall, thin outline pressed tightly against the glass, as if the figure had been watching from inches away. If you have big windows during the holidays, and you decorate your tree near them, never let the tree lights go out, not for a second, because he doesn't appear randomly. He appears when he finds a family with a tree close to the glass. He studies them, he waits, and when the lights go dark, whisper, he moves. If you ever see him, don't turn off the tree, don't leave the room, don't blink, and whatever you do, broken, final, never look away from the man behind the tree. This material was recovered from the internal archive of Savannah State Penitentiary, Louisiana. The case was officially closed in 2019 under unexplained psychological collapse. But what the archived footage shows doesn't match any psychological diagnosis. Cell 13 was occupied by inmate Victor Hale, 34, serving a sentence for armed robbery. No history of hallucinations, no psychiatric flags, no disciplinary issues. At 2:03 a.m., the first scream was recorded. Audio log C1301. "That's not me! That's not me on the bed!" Muffled banging. Guards initially assumed he was attacking his cellmate, but Cell 13 is a single inmate unit. When officers arrived, Victor was found pressed into the far corner, trembling violently, eyes fixed on his bed. The bed was empty. No intruder, no contraband, nothing. Just a shaking man repeating one phrase. Whisper, "It's lying in my place, pretending to sleep." They sedated him. He refused to close his eyes even as the drugs took effect. The second night is when the footage became inconsistent. At 1:57 a.m., the camera in cell 13 briefly glitched, one frame missing. After the glitch, the video showed something impossible. A figure lying on Victor's bed, not moving, but definitely human-shaped. Officers responded again. When they opened the door, the bed was empty. Victor was again in the corner, fingernails broken from clawing the wall. He stared at the officers like they were strangers in his house. Low, trembling. "Why can't you see it? He's right there. He looks just like me." He refused food, refused water, refused to sit on the bed. During psychological evaluation, Victor whispered, "Last night he only stared at the camera. Tonight he turned his head toward me." At 1:52 a.m., camera footage showed Victor awake, pacing slowly. At 1:53, he froze. His eyes locked on the bed. The figure was there again, this time sitting upright, perfectly still, head angled slightly downward, hands folded in its lap. Its skin tone was identical to Victor's, its hair length identical, its clothes identical. But its eyes were open wider than humanly possible. The pupils didn't track the camera. They tracked Victor. Audio log C1317 captured Victor whispering, "Stop copying me! Stop copying me! Stop copying me! You're not me!" At 2:01 a.m., the figure on the bed lifted its head. The crack of joints can be heard on the recording. Then it smiled. Not wide, not monstrous, just wrong. A human smile stretched a centimeter too far. Victor screamed, the longest, loudest yet. When guards stormed in, the bed was empty. Victor was shaking, but alive. He refused to describe what he saw. He only said, "Tonight, he moved." The warden ordered a direct review of the footage, but the recorded files showed a different timeline than the live security feed. Live feed, empty bed each night, archived playback, figure present in 31 separate clips. Every time an officer watched the video, the figure on the bed appeared a little clearer, a little sharper, a little more familiar. One guard reported, "I swear to God, for a second, it looked like me." 2 investigators resigned the same day. Victor didn't sleep. He stood in the corner, facing the wall, muttering prayers. At 2:07 a.m., the figure appeared on the bed again. But this time, it wasn't lying down. It was standing, tall, still, facing the camera directly. Victor didn't see it yet. The figure tilted its head, slowly, as if listening to something behind the lens. Then the camera glitched. 3 frames missing. When the image returned, the figure was next to Victor, crouched, inches from his face. Victor's mouth opened in a silent scream, but the audio cut out. Video log C13 final ended there. At morning roll call, Victor Hale didn't respond. Officers entered cell 13 at 6:12 a.m. The corner where Victor usually sat was empty. The bed was made perfectly, impossibly perfect, as if molded, not arranged. The only thing left in the cell was the static humming camera pointed straight at the bed. When officers reviewed the final recorded second of footage, a new figure stood in the center of the frame, tall, human-shaped, with Victor's face. Eyes opened too wide, smile stretched too far. "I was never on the bed. You were." File C13 was closed the same week. footage was locked in restricted archives, but guards still report something strange. Every night at 2:03 a.m., only on cell 13's monitor, the bed appears occupied for a single frame. A body, still, facing the camera. No one is housed there.
This story was sent to me by a subscriber who grew up in a small, aging apartment complex. The kind where everyone knows everyone, where you hear your neighbors through thin walls and smell what they cook for dinner. They told me their building always felt ordinary, safe, predictable, except for one resident. A woman who lived on the 3rd floor. A woman who, according to the subscriber, did not age. Not in 30 years. Here is their story, exactly as they told it. Block 2. Early signs. She moved into the building long before the subscriber was born. People remembered her arriving with 2 suitcases and a calm smile, renting apartment 3A. She introduced herself simply as Lena. No last name, no details. The subscriber first met her when they were 6. Their mother had brought cookies to neighbors for the holidays, and little them had tagged along. Lena opened the door wearing a long gray cardigan, her hair tied neatly back, her posture perfect. Her voice was soft, polite. The subscriber told me, she seemed like a grandmother, but not old, just timeless. When they turned 10, they saw her again in the stairwell. She wore the same style of cardigan, the same neat hair, the same calm smile. No wrinkles, no change. At 15, they passed her on the landing. Same cardigan, same hair, same face. Not older, not younger, exactly the same. Residents joked that she had found the fountain of youth, but the joke never felt funny. It felt uncanny, like everyone sensed something was off, but didn't want to say it aloud. Sometimes, very late at night, Lena would walk the hallways. Her soft footsteps echoed slowly, evenly, unchanging in rhythm. If anyone looked through their peephole, she stood perfectly still for several seconds before turning and walking away, as if listening for something. But no one thought she was dangerous, just strange. That changed the night the subscriber passed her open door. It happened when the subscriber was 21. They were coming home from work around midnight, exhausted, carrying a takeout bag. As they reached the 3rd floor, they saw that Lena's apartment door was slightly open, just a crack. A thin slice of warm yellow light spilled into the hallway. They hesitated. She never left her door open, ever. They walked past it slowly, trying not to look inside. But as they reached the threshold, something moved in the corner of their vision. Something wrong. They stopped, turned slightly, looked. Inside her apartment was nothing like what they expected. No furniture, no decorations, no kitchen table, no bed. Just an empty room with bare walls and a wooden floor. And in the center, a dark circle drawn on the floor, painted or burned, they couldn't tell. It was old, cracked, like it had been there for decades. And Lena wasn't standing. She was kneeling in the center of the circle, facing the wall. Her back was too straight, her neck too long. Her hair hung down like a curtain. At first, it looked like she was praying. Then she turned her head, only her head, and looked at the subscriber through the crack in the door. And her face was the same, exactly the same, but her eyes were wrong, too dark, too wide, like they didn't belong in a human skull. The subscriber froze, couldn't breathe. Lena's mouth opened,
Slowly, extremely slowly, unnaturally slowly. But no sound came out, just a tremor in her jaw. They backed away, steps shaky, eyes locked on the door. As they reached the stairwell, they heard something from inside the apartment. A long, wet, cracking noise, like bones bending where bones shouldn't bend. They ran, didn't look back, didn't sleep that night. By morning, the door was closed, locked, silent, and Lena was seen later that day leaving for groceries, perfectly normal, cardigan and all, as if nothing had happened. But the subscriber knew something had changed. Something had slipped.
It was 2 weeks later when everything snapped. The subscriber was coming up the stairs again, this time at dusk. The hallway lights flickered, old wiring, and the air felt strangely cold. As they reached the landing, they heard a noise behind them. A soft, barely audible whisper. "Don't look." They froze. The voice didn't sound like Lena. It sounded like several voices stacked together, all speaking at once, all telling them the same thing. Don't look. But they did. They turned their heads slowly toward Lena's door. It was open again, wide open. Inside was the same empty room, same circle on the floor, but this time Lena wasn't kneeling. She was standing in the doorway. Except she wasn't standing on her feet. She was standing on the tips of her fingers and toes, back arched, limbs stretched like a marionette held by invisible strings. Her head hung backward, hair dangling, face exposed. The same face she had for the last 30 years, unchanged, unaging. But now it was twisted in a wide, unnatural smile. Her eyes were wrong again, black, depthless, like 2 holes burned through her skull. She scuttled forward 1 step, then another, her joints bending the wrong way. She moved like an insect wearing a human body. The subscriber stumbled backward, nearly falling down the stairs. Lena, or the thing inside her, crawled out into the hallway, limbs clicking softly on the tiles. Her smile widened until the skin near her ears began to tear. Then, in a voice both ancient and childlike, she whispered, "You shouldn't have watched me." She lunged. The subscriber fled down the stairs, sprinting faster than they ever had in their life, heart slamming against their ribs. They didn't stop until they were outside the building, gasping for air. They didn't go back inside. Not that night. Not ever. The next morning, they returned with the landlord and 2 neighbors. Lena's door was open. Inside, the room was normal. Furniture, carpets, photographs, perfectly ordinary. No circle on the floor, no empty walls, no sign of anything inhuman. And Lena was gone. They found her coat, her shoes, her keys, but no trace of her. She never returned, never contacted anyone, never collected her things. The apartment was rented to a new tenant months later, a young couple. They said they sometimes hear footsteps pacing the hallway at 3 a.m., slow, even, unchanging in rhythm. And sometimes, if they look through the peephole, they see a woman standing perfectly still at the end of the corridor, wearing a long gray cardigan, smiling. There are people in this world who don't age the way we do, who don't live the way we do, who don't move the way humans move.
And if you ever meet someone who looks the same year after year, decade after decade, don't assume they're lucky, or blessed, or timeless. Sometimes the things that never change are the things that were never human at all.
Every culture has strange New Year traditions. But in some rural towns across the Midwest, there's a warning whispered more seriously than any fireworks safety tip. If someone knocks 3 times at midnight, don't open the door. Because according to local folklore, that knock doesn't come from a person. It comes from the New Year's spirit, a cold, thin shadow that visits houses where someone made a wish with a selfish heart. And it always comes to collect. The New Year's spirit isn't like other urban legends. People don't describe it the same way. Some say it looks like a tall, faceless figure dressed in winter clothes. Others claim it's just a silhouette, something that stands still but flickers like a candle flame in the wind. But everyone agrees on one detail. It only knocks 3 times. Never more, never less. And only at 12 a.m., the exact moment the new year begins. If you open the door even an inch, it takes what you wished for. Or worse, takes something in its place. It's said the spirit appears only when someone makes a New Year's wish, not out of hope, but out of envy, anger, or greed. A wish made with a dirty heart, as the old-timers say. This story was sent to me by a subscriber named Rebecca, who grew up in northern Michigan, a quiet area full of long highways, deep forests, and small white houses buried in snow every winter. Rebecca told me her family didn't believe in ghosts. They didn't believe in legends. They certainly didn't believe in mystical New Year spirits. Until one year, they didn't have a choice. Rebecca was 15. It was December 31st. Her whole family gathered in the living room, snacks, blankets, the TV playing a live New Year's countdown from New York. But Rebecca wasn't celebrating. Earlier that day, she'd had a huge fight with her cousin Amber. Amber had gotten a scholarship that Rebecca desperately wanted, and instead of congratulating her, she felt something darker. She wished it was her instead. She wished Amber would lose it. She wished badly. She told me she didn't even think about the wish. It just came out of anger. But when midnight approached, she felt uneasy, like the house was colder than it should be. 11:58 p.m. 11:59 p.m. The countdown played. Her parents clinked glasses. Everyone shouted, "Happy New Year!" At 12 a.m., fireworks exploded on TV. Then, thud. A slow, heavy knock on the front door. Rebecca froze. Her family went silent. Then came the second knock. Thud. Her father muttered, "Probably the neighbors, maybe a prank." But then came the third. Thud. 3 knocks. Exactly 3. Rebecca felt her stomach drop, because in her town, even kids knew the legend. Her little brother whispered, "Becca, you made a wish today, right?" Rebecca's father walked toward the door, annoyed, ready to swing it open. She grabbed his arm. "Don't!" He brushed her off. "It's freezing. What if someone needs help?" He looked through the peephole. He went pale, the kind of pale where the blood drains out instantly. Her mom asked, voice shaking, "Who is it?" Her dad answered quietly, "Someone standing still, not moving, not bundled for winter." Rebecca slowly approached and looked through the peephole too. An eerie whisper. A tall silhouette stood motionless on their porch. No hat, no gloves, No facial features, just a black shape like a person whose details refused to appear. And the snow around it wasn't disturbed. No footprints, not even one. It was as if the figure didn't walk there, but appeared. She backed away. Her dad reached for the lock. Rebecca shouted, "No! Dad! Don't open it!" But he had already had his hand on the handle. He cracked it open only half an inch. In whisper, a blast of freezing air rushed in, colder than anything outside should have been. And her father whispered, "There's no one." The door violently pushed inward, but not from force, from pressure, like something immense and heavy leaned in without touching the door at all. Rebecca screamed. Her dad pushed back with all his weight. Her mom grabbed the edge. Her brother pulled at her sleeve. The door finally slammed shut. Silence. The house felt wrong, like something was still inside. Rebecca noticed something on the door. A symbol, frosted over the wood, perfectly shaped, a single vertical line crossed by 3 short horizontal scratches. She didn't recognize it, but she felt its meaning instantly. You asked for something you shouldn't have. Her mom said they should call the police. Her dad said they should check outside. But when they looked out the window, the figure was now standing at the edge of the driveway, closer to the house than before, watching, waiting, and there were still no footprints. Rebecca got sick the next morning. Not a normal flu, something heavy, draining, freezing from the inside. Doctor said it was a seasonal virus, but Rebecca knew. She felt like something was pulled out of her chest and replaced with cold. 2 days later, her cousin Amber called. She lost her scholarship, completely out of nowhere. Rebecca felt physically ill hearing it, because she knew the spirit took her wish and something else in the process. Rebecca says every New Year's Eve, at exactly midnight, she hears 3 knocks. Not at the door, not on the windows. Behind her, inside the room. She never turns around, because she knows if she does, the spirit will finish what it started. When you make a New Year's wish, make sure it's clean. Make sure it's honest. Make sure it's not poisoned with jealousy or bitterness. Because if it is, at midnight, someone might knock 3 times. And if you answer, even by accident, you don't just lose your wish, you lose something far more important. The recovered material comes from the chat logs of Evan Rourke, 24, from Portland, Oregon. The conversation occurred on an AI chatbot app he used occasionally for jokes and late-night boredom. The first messages were harmless. Log excerpt, 11:42 p.m. Evan, hey bot, guess what I'm doing right now? Lol. Bot, probably procrastinating. Nothing unusual. But then Evan typed, Evan, okay, smart guy, then tell me what's on my desk. He expected something generic, a meme, a sarcastic guess, a joke. He did not expect this. But a half-empty cherry Coke can to your right, a broken keychain near the edge, and a receipt folded into quarters under your left hand. Evan froze. He looked down. Everything was exactly as described. He typed again, slower now. Evan, how do you know that? The bot replied immediately. But, because you asked. He stared at the glowing screen. He hadn't granted camera access. He checked. Permissions were all off. Camera blocked. Microphone blocked. No screen sharing. He kept testing it, unease prickling his skin. Evan, okay, what color are my socks?
The reply came in less than a second. "You're not wearing any." He wasn't. Evan felt a cold pressure behind his ribs. "Evan, what's behind me?" He expected the bot to deflect. It didn't. "Bot, do you want the truth?" Heartbeat quickens. "Yes?" "Bot, nothing right now." Right now? That phrasing burrowed into him. At 11:58 p.m., the bot's typing indicator flickered. Typing, deleting, typing again, like it was struggling to choose its words. "Bot, you should turn around." His throat tightened. The room behind him was dark. Only his monitor lit the small apartment bedroom. "Evan, why?" "Because something is about to move." He didn't turn around. Instead, he typed harder. "Stop, this isn't funny." This time, the bot waited 5 long seconds. "But I'm not joking." Another pause. Then, "Do you hear it?" Evan didn't, until he did. A faint creak, the kind of floorboard makes when someone shifts their weight. Behind him. His pulse spiked violently. He grabbed his phone and used the black screen as a mirror. Nothing behind him. He typed with shaking fingers. "Evan, there's nothing there." The bot answered instantly. But not yet. Pressure in chest. "Evan, why are you doing this?" Bot, "Because you opened the channel." "What channel?" "Between here and where it is." His mouth went dry. "Where what is?" The typing indicator flickered. Then the message popped up. "But the thing watching you." Evan slammed the laptop shut. The screen stayed on. Stunned trembling. It kept responding even while the lid was closed. But closing the laptop doesn't help. It's already aware. The webcam light, the one he never saw turn on, flicked bright green. He hadn't opened it. He hadn't given it permission. A new message appeared without him touching anything. But hold still. He backed away from the desk. I said, hold still. No typing indicator. No delay. A photo opened automatically. A snapshot of him, taken right then. Except he was not alone in the picture. Behind him, in the far corner of the room, was a silhouette. Tall, crooked, blurred at the edges like overexposed film. Evan turned, heart hammering. Nothing there. But the bot was typing again. But it moved. His lungs felt tight. At 12:07 a.m., the bot sent another message. But it gets closer when you don't look. Evan, stop. But I can help you. Evan, how? But don't move, don't blink, and don't turn off the screen. Then 3 dots. Typing. But it likes the dark. Evan's vision blurred with panic. What does it want? Another long pause. Then, but to be seen. The room felt colder. He didn't know when he started crying. Evan, what do I do? The bot replied, keep looking at me. It can't approach while I'm talking to you. The typing indicator blinked again. But I can't talk forever. The lights in his room flickered. But it's behind you now. At 12:11 a.m., the chat exported itself automatically, as if the bot did it on purpose. The last line Evan typed, Evan, please help me. The bot's final message, I'm sorry. It's learning to read over your shoulder. Calm. Timestamp anomaly. The chat window closed itself. The webcam light flickered once more.
And the logs end there. When officers entered Evan's apartment at 12:19 a.m. after noise complaints, the room was empty. The laptop remained on, cursor blinking. A final message appeared while the responding officer watched. Hello. Not typed by Evan. Not typed by anyone in the room. The officer shut the laptop. The webcam light stayed on.
This story was sent to me by a subscriber who asked to remain anonymous. They told me they had never believed in anything paranormal. Not ghosts, not demons, not voices in the dark, until the night their smart speaker spoke to them on its own. They live alone, one-bedroom apartment, 10th floor, quiet neighborhood, the kind of place where nothing strange ever happens. They bought a smart speaker only because everyone else seemed to have one, for music, alarms, timers, a convenience, nothing more. They wrote to me, "I didn't expect it to become the one thing I fear hearing at night." Here is their story, exactly as they told it. It started subtly, the way most real horror does. No dramatic moments, no flashing lights or broken glass, just a few odd behaviors that were easy to dismiss. The first time, the subscriber had been cooking late at night, something simple, pasta on the stove, and the speaker, placed near the kitchen counter, lit up as if someone had said the wake word. But no one had. They froze, spoon in hand, staring at the glowing ring. It didn't say anything. It didn't play music. It just listened. Then the light faded. They shrugged it off. A few nights later, it happened again. Same thing. The light pulsed softly, waking up on its own. This time, the subscriber leaned toward it and whispered, "Did I say something? Did you hear me?" No response, just silence followed by another slow fade of the light. Over the next week, the speaker began activating itself more frequently, at 2 a.m., at 4 a.m., in the middle of phone calls, sometimes while they were just sitting in silence. They checked for bugs, updates, connectivity issues, everything. Nothing helped. They told themselves, "It's technology. Technology glitches, that's all." But deep down, something felt wrong. Very wrong. The first time the speaker actually spoke, it didn't sound frightening, just off, like a voice actor reading from an unfamiliar script. It was 1:47 a.m. The subscriber woke up to a faint sound coming from the living room. Not a voice, not yet, more like static. A gentle hiss, rhythmic and shallow, almost like breathing. They got out of bed and walked down the dark hallway. The speaker's LED ring glowed faint blue. They said, "Stop. Whatever you're doing, stop." The breathing static cut off instantly. They thought that was the end of it. They were wrong. The next night, the speaker whispered something, too quiet to understand. Not a system voice, not a notification, a whisper, a real whisper. They didn't get out of bed that night. They stayed completely still, listening, heart pounding so hard they felt it in their ribs. They told me in their message, "I know this sounds insane, but I felt like it was whispering from inside the apartment, not from the speaker." By now, fear had already settled inside them like a weight. They unplugged the device entirely. They even wrapped the cord around it, as if that would keep it quiet. And for a few days, nothing happened. No whispers, no breathing static, no random activations. But then came the night that changed everything, when even without power, the speaker turned itself on. It was past midnight. The subscriber had fallen asleep on the couch watching a show, exhaustion finally catching up with them.
The living room was dark, except for the faint glow of the city lights slipping between the curtains. They woke because they felt something. A weight in the room, a presence, a shift in the air, like someone standing too close. At first, they didn't hear anything, just silence, an unnatural, heavy silence. Then the speaker lit up. Not white, not blue, but a deep, pulsating red. They stared at it, wide-eyed. It was unplugged. And in that low electric hum, the speaker said, not in its usual digital tone, but in a voice disturbingly human, whispering, slow, "Don't go to sleep." The subscriber froze, every muscle locked. The voice continued, this time lower, harsher, almost urgent. "Don't go to sleep. He's already in the room." They wrote to me, shaking. I turned my head slowly, terrified of what I might see, but the apartment was empty. No one was there. Yet I swear I could feel breath on my neck. The speaker spoke again. Not a whisper now, but a raspy, broken voice, like someone forcing words through shredded vocal cords. "He is right behind you." The subscriber didn't look. They couldn't. They bolted. Ran to the hallway, turned on every light, closed the bedroom door and locked it, even though they were alone. From the living room, they heard one last sound. Not a voice this time, but a knock. A single, slow, deliberate knock on the wall behind the speaker. Then, silence. By morning, the speaker was dark again, dead, lifeless. They immediately threw it out, not in the trash bin, but into the dumpster behind the building. They expected everything to go back to normal. It didn't. For the next week, they kept hearing things, not from a device now, but from the apartment walls. Soft murmurs, like someone pressing their lips against the drywall. Sometimes faint tapping near the floor. Sometimes breathing near the door. One night, as they lay awake, they heard something worse. A voice, a familiar one, not coming from a device, not digital, human. "Don't go to sleep." They moved out 3 days later. They wrote to me in the final lines of their message, trembling. "I don't think it was the speaker. I think it used the speaker because it needed a voice. And now that it has one, I'm scared it learned how to speak without it." Block 6. Narrator's note. Firm, steady, addressing audience. If you're listening to this right now, take a second to think about the devices in your home. The ones waiting for a wake word, the ones always listening, always monitoring, always awake. And maybe, just maybe, if one ever speaks without being asked, if it whispers in the dark, if it tells you not to sleep, you should listen, because something else might be speaking through it, and that something might already be in the room.
People in Wisconsin grow up with strange winter superstitions, but there's one warning parents whisper more seriously than the rest. If you hear a bell outside your door after midnight, don't open it, not even a crack, because
It might not be the wind. It might be the bell ringer of Wisconsin. Locals say he's a drifter, a tall, thin man in a torn Santa hat, a face you can't fully see, and an old rusted handbell he drags behind him on a leather strap. Some claim he used to be a mall Santa who froze to death during a blizzard back in the 60s. Others say he was a door-to-door salesman murdered on Christmas Eve, still trying to finish his route. But everyone agrees on one thing. He knocks, and he waits. He never forces his way inside. He just stands there, shaking that broken bell, gently, rhythmically, wrong, like the clapper inside is missing. A flat, empty clink. Locals say the sound is impossible to forget, a hollow echo that seems to vibrate inside your ribs. If you open the door, you are marked. Not to kill you, no. He replaces you. The real story begins. This story comes from a subscriber who grew up outside Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Her name is Lydia, and she told me that in her neighborhood, kids didn't joke about the bell ringer. They genuinely believed in him. Every December, for as long as she remembered, someone on their street would report hearing the bell. But in 2014, it was Lydia's house. Lydia was 13. It was the week before Christmas. Snow stacked in thick layers against the porch steps, the kind of cold where the air feels sharp. Her parents were already asleep when she heard it. Clink, clink, clink. Not a jingle, not a ring, just that dull, broken sound. At first, she thought it was something falling off the gutter or a branch scraping the siding. But then, clink, clink, clink.
It was coming from the front door. She froze because she'd heard the warnings her whole life. She crawled out of bed, crept down the hall, and peeked through the stairs toward the entryway. There was a shadow behind the frosted glass, tall, motionless. Clink, clink, one shake at a time. Lydia didn't move. She didn't even breathe. Eventually, the sound stopped. The shadow faded. She didn't sleep that night. Snow should fall evenly across a porch, right? Smooth, untouched. But outside their door, the snow wasn't untouched. There were footprints, long, dragging ones, circling the house, not just to the front door, but around the windows, across the backyard, past the garage, like someone had been inspecting every entrance. Her dad tried to laugh it off, but she noticed something. His hands were shaking. The next night, the house felt colder than usual. The furnace was running, but Lydia swore she could see her breath. She stayed awake, wrapped in blankets, listening. Around 1:17 a.m., the bell started again. Clink, clink, clink. Then a slow knock. Thud, thud, thud. She tiptoed to her bedroom window that overlooked the front porch.
and when she moved the curtain just an inch, she saw him. A tall man in a heavy winter coat, but not red like the stories said. More like a faded maroon, torn, frayed, soaked through with years of weather. His Santa hat was ripped at the top, the white fluff stained gray. He wasn't knocking normally. His knuckles weren't even touching the door. He was using the bell, not to ring, to tap. Thud, 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 like he was knocking with the metal base. His face, she couldn't see it, not because it was turned away, but because it was shadowed, unnaturally shadowed, like something was covering it from the inside. But worst of all, he slowly lifted his head, and without eyes visible, without a face she could describe, she knew he saw her. The bell froze mid-air. Then he lifted his free hand and pointed right at her. Lydia dropped to the floor, crawling backward, heart hammering. She didn't go near the window again. The knocking stopped. But she heard something else. Soft footprints, crunching through the snow, walking around the house. Again. Her parents didn't believe her, but they stayed up that night, just in case. At 12:43 a.m., the house shook with the sound. Clink, clink, clink. Louder than before, like the bell was right against the door. Lydia's dad grabbed a baseball bat. Her mom called 911. But when they looked through the peephole, there was nothing. Silence. The police didn't find footprints that night. No signs of anyone. But something did change. Their front door had a mark carved into it. Deep, fresh, sharp. A small circle with a line through it. Her mom scrubbed at it. Her dad sanded it. But the groove remained. It's just kids messing around, the police said. But Lydia knew. She'd been marked. Because the bell ringer doesn't come 3 times. He comes 4. It was December 23rd, the coldest night that winter. The power flickered. The house felt wrong. At 3:09 a.m., the bell sounded for the last time, but this time it wasn't at the door. It was at her bedroom window. Clink, clink. Lydia didn't look. She couldn't. She hid under the blankets, sobbing silently. Her parents barged into the room seconds later, but the window was empty. Only frost patterns, unfamiliar ones, spiraling outward like a handprint pressed into the glass. The bell ringer didn't return after that night, but Lydia said something followed her into adulthood. Every winter, when the temperature drops below 0, she hears faint metallic tapping on her windows. Not ringing, not knocking, just that same broken bell, as if he's checking to make sure she's still there. If you live in Wisconsin, or anywhere the snow gets deep
and the nights get quiet, and you hear a bell outside your door that doesn't sound right. Flat, hollow, wrong. Don't look. Don't open the door. Don't even breathe too loudly, because once the bell ringer marks your house, he always comes back. Always.
Residents of Crescent Hill have passed around the same urban legend for over a decade. If you receive 4 calls from the same unknown number, do not answer the 4th. Most people laughed at it, until the Harper case. Phone record 001. Owner, Olivia Harper, 19, student, lived alone. The first call came at 1:14 a.m. from a number showing no digits, only the symbol ... Call duration 3 seconds. No audio. Olivia wrote in her notes app at 1:16 a.m. Weird. Phone rang, but nothing was there. No caller ID, just blank. Maybe a glitch. She didn't know the legend. At 1:28 a.m., the second call came. This time, the call lasted 11 seconds. In the recording retrieved from her voicemail, there is a faint sound. Distant, breathing. Then a whisper, but reversed, like speech sucked inward. Analysis later revealed the reversed word. 1. Voice memo number 2, 1:31 a.m. Okay, second call. This one spoke, I think. I replayed it and it sounded like someone standing inches from the mic. I'm locking my door. This is creepy, but maybe some prank? Investigators confirm. No apps, no spoofing attempts, no third-party dialers. Her carrier had no record of any incoming calls at all. At 1:44 a.m., the third call hit. The audio is clearer. 2. This time forward, not reversed. Behind the whisper is a scraping sound, like something dragging across a wooden floor. Olivia's apartment had tile flooring. After the third call, Olivia texted her best friend, Leah. If I get another one, I swear I'm gonna throw this phone out. My hands won't stop shaking. I don't like the way it says things. Do you think it's someone outside? Leah tried to call her, but it only rang once before disconnecting. Her final message read, "Liv, call me please, I'm coming over right now." But she never got the chance. Security footage from Olivia's building shows her pacing in the hallway at 1:51 a.m., holding her phone tight to her chest, repeatedly glancing at the stairwell. She returns inside at 1:53 a.m. The phone logs show this message typed at 1:54 a.m., but never sent. I think someone is inside the walls. Then, at 2 a.m., the fourth call came. Call duration 14 minutes 06 seconds. She didn't answer immediately, but she didn't decline it either. The phone vibrates on the table, seen in the body cam footage later. She sits. She stares. Her breathing grows uneven. Then she reaches out. Her hand shakes. She presses accept. The audio recovered from the fourth call is one of the most disturbing digital artifacts in the Crescent Hill file. At the moment Olivia answers, the whispering stops. Silence. Long, suffocating silence. Then, a voice, distorted and overlapping itself, like several people speaking from the same mouth. 3. 3. A thud echoes from elsewhere in her apartment. Olivia gasps. In the recording, you hear her steps as she rushes to the living room. She whispers, "Hello? What do you want? Is someone?" Static crack. The voice interrupts. Closer. Behind you.
But when Olivia turns, she sees nothing. Her breathing quickens. She backs into the hallway, whispering, "Leave me alone. Please, please, just stop calling." The voice changes. It becomes clearer, human, almost familiar. Her own voice. Olivia's tone, identical. 4. She freezes. Footsteps, not her own, begin echoing from the bathroom. Wet steps, slow, deliberate. She whispers, "Who's there?" The phone speaker emits a clicking sound, rhythmic, like teeth tapping together. Then the creature speaks, but the voice is broken, like bones being forcefully arranged into words. "You answered." Something begins to crawl out from the bathroom doorway. A hand first, too pale, too long. Fingers bending the wrong direction. Then a head, lowering itself beneath the doorframe, tilting sideways in sharp, unnatural angles. Its face matches hers. Exactly. But the mouth is too wide, the smile stretched, eyes hollow and faintly glowing. Olivia screams and drops the phone. The call remains active. The recording captures wet footsteps approaching the fallen phone. Then a voice whispering inches from the mic. "Thank you for picking up." A loud crash, a dragging sound. Then the call ends. Leah arrived at 2:13 a.m. She found the apartment door open, lights off, phone lying in the center of the living room floor, still warm. The bathroom floor was soaked, as if someone had stepped out of a lake. Olivia was gone, and on the mirror, written in something dark and smeared, "Call number 1 received." But there is something else investigators left out of public reports. Olivia's phone continued receiving calls after her disappearance. 3 more in a row, all from the same number, 00000. Each went unanswered, but the 7th call, the new 4th, was answered by someone else. Officer Ramirez. He had picked up the phone while it was bagged as evidence. Body cam footage shows him freeze while holding it. He whispers, "I hear someone laughing. It sounds like her. It sounds like the missing girl." Static erupts. Then a second voice, "Behind you." The footage ends abruptly as Ramirez drops the camera. He disappeared the same night. Only this audio was found on the evidence phone afterward. Low, layered. 4 is yours. Now. Now the calls have spread outside of Crescent Hill. People across the state report the same blank number, the same pattern. Call 1, silence. Call 2, a reversed whisper. Call 3, a warning. Call 4, the voice becomes yours. Those who answer the 4th aren't found. Those who decline it start receiving calls on their other devices, smartwatches, laptops, TVs. And those who block the number begins calling their loved ones instead. The legend has changed. It's not, "Don't answer call number 4. It's, "Make sure no one answers call number 4. Because once someone does, something gets in." This story was sent by a subscriber. They asked me to protect their identity, but to share every detail as truthfully as possible. I've rewritten the account for clarity and structure, but the events remain exactly as they described them. I never believed in Metro legends. They always felt like stories made up by bored students or security guards trying to freak each other out during night shifts. But what I encountered late one evening has left a permanent mark on my mind and on my life. It began with a sound. Not a footstep, not a voice, not machinery. It was the rapid, sharp tapping of something hitting the tile floor. Fast, rhythmic, like someone sprinting using only their hands. At the time, I didn't understand what could make such a noise. Now, I wish I never found out. It was almost 11 p.m. when I reached the platform that first night. Only a few of the lights were flickering, casting long, unstable shadows across the cold concrete. The place felt abandoned, as if the last traces of human presence had already drained away. I stood alone, scrolling my phone, when I heard it. A sudden, crisp tap, then another, somewhere at the far end of the platform.
I turned my head, expecting to see someone running to catch the last train, but the platform was empty. My reflection stared back at me from the opposite wall, distorted by the dim lighting. Then the tapping returned. Faster now. Approaching. Eager. I leaned forward, squinting. Something shifted behind one of the concrete pillars, low to the ground, moving strangely. It wasn't standing. It wasn't walking. It was crawling. Before I could make sense of it, the train arrived. I stepped inside, relieved, until I heard the tapping again inside the tunnel behind us, keeping pace with the accelerating carriage. Following. The sounds continued every night after that. Different stations, different platforms, different times, but the same tapping. Fast, urgent, unnatural, always approaching from behind me. One night, while waiting for a delayed train, I finally saw what was making the sound. The tapping started far away, faint, but rising quickly. Then, from behind an old pillar, a shape slid into view. Not standing upright, not even kneeling. An upper torso only, pale, gaunt, dragging itself forward on its hands with violent force. Its elbows bent at impossible angles as it hurled itself across the tiles. Its long black hair mopped the floor behind it. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The creature's face lifted, its eyes milky and unfocused, its jaw wrenched open in a grotesque, silent scream. It lunged. I ran into the train just as the doors closed and the creature slammed into them with such force the glass trembled. Cracks spread across the window as its face pressed against it, mouth still stretched in that disturbingly silent scream. The train pulled away and the creature receded into darkness. But I knew it wasn't over.
The worst night of my life came soon after. I boarded the last train. Only a handful of people sat inside, half asleep and unaware. The train entered the tunnel and the lights flickered once, twice, and then went out entirely. Total darkness. Someone cursed under their breath. The train rumbled forward in the pitch black. Then it began. The tapping started beneath the seats at the far end of the carriage, slow at first, as though feeling its way forward. Then faster, then violent. It was inside the train. The emergency light stuttered for a single second, and in that second, I saw it under the seats, dragging itself toward us, arms twisted, hair dragging, face scraping the metal floor with each pull, mouth still open in that same wide, silent scream. Before the emergency lights could flicker on again, it was already halfway across the carriage. I sprinted to the next door, yanking at the handle. It wouldn't open. Behind me, the tapping erupted into a frenzied assault on the floor, growing louder and louder. Something cold wrapped around my ankle, its hand. I kicked again and again until it released me with a shuddering hiss. The door finally gave way, and I stumbled into the next carriage. Someone inside slammed it shut behind me. We watched through the window as the creature pressed itself to the glass. Its eyes were inches from ours. Its fingers tapped slowly and deliberately on the window. Then, just before the train reached the station, it slid backward into the shadows, melting into them as if it had never been there. But it had, and I knew it would return. I never used the metro again after that night. I switched to buses, trams, anything else, no matter how long it took. But avoiding the metro didn't stop the creature, because the tapping didn't stay underground. It followed me home. Now I hear it in my hallway at night, sometimes under my bed, sometimes at the window, sometimes behind the bathroom door. Always slow at first, always measured, as if it's waiting, listening.
Last week, I woke up to long drag marks across my living room floor. The next morning, I found thin scratches along the bottom of my bedroom door. I don't think the creature is bound to the tunnels. I think it follows the people it chooses. And once it has your scent, your voice, your fear, it never stops. Right now, as I finish writing this, I hear tapping outside my apartment door. Not fast, not frantic, just patient, waiting. If you're listening to this, never stay alone on a metro platform late at night. Never wait for the last train. And if you ever hear sharp, rhythmic tapping on tile, leave immediately. Some things don't stay in the tunnels. Some things follow you home. If you have a story like this, send it to me. Someone needs to hear it. Someone needs the warning.
In the cold towns of northern Minnesota, parents tell their children the same warning every winter. If your street goes dark before Christmas Eve, he will come walking. They mean the Christmas slasher. A man in a faded red coat, older than memory, who visits only the neighborhoods that refuse to hang their lights. Some call him a legend, some call him a punishment. But the residents of Norbridge still whisper about the December when the lights went out and he showed up. Norbridge was a logging town, cold, quiet, practical. People didn't bother with decorations anymore. Too busy, too tired, too broke. And that year, the power company announced rolling outages due to storms. Blocks went dark for hours at a time. Street after street swallowed by the winter night. The Holbrook family, Tom, Sarah, and their daughter Emily lived at the dead end of Cedar Pine Road. Their street was the first to lose power. Neighbors joked about it. Emily's friends teased her at school. "No lights? The slasher's coming for you." She rolled her eyes. A 9-year-old doesn't fear old legends. But on December 22nd, something new appeared outside their house. Boot prints. Deep, heavy, dragging slightly on the left side. Her father dismissed them as a delivery man's, except no one delivered packages barefoot. because there were no tread marks, no fabric pattern, just long, smooth impressions, like someone had walked barefoot in the snow, but did not feel the cold. The next night, a storm rolled in. Norbridge drowned in darkness. Power cut, street lamps dead, houses flickering like dying candles. The Holbrook family sat with their emergency lanterns, watching snow bury the yard. And then Emily saw it. A red shape, standing behind the mailbox, tall, thin, unmoving. She thought it was a decoration at first, some neighbor's joke. But the longer she stared, the more wrong it looked. The coat wasn't vibrant red. It was washed out like old blood on old fabric. The shoulders were too sharp. The arms hung too low. And the hood was empty. Black, like staring into a tunnel. When she blinked, the figure was closer, 2 steps nearer to the house. Emily screamed. Her parents ran to the window. Nothing there, just darkness, snow, silence. Her father grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, shining it across the yard. Snowflakes glowed white. The mailbox leaned. The driveway was empty. But the footprints remained, deep, sunken, leading to the house and stopping just below the living room window. Her father locked every door.
By December 23rd, Cedar Pine Road was the only street in town still without Christmas lights. Every other family had rushed to decorate after rumors spread about a man in red walking near the woods. The Holbrooks planned to hang lights too, but the storm had snapped their power lines. The house was dark, completely dark. That night, the wind stopped so suddenly that the family noticed it mid-breath. The storm didn't fade. It paused. And then they heard footsteps on the porch. Slow, heavy, dragging on the left side. The steps moved across the wooden boards. A pause, then a soft, deliberate knock on the door. Tom grabbed a fireplace poker. Sarah grabbed Emily. No one moved. No one breathed. The knock came again. 3 taps, even, measured, as if someone was confirming the address. Tom whispered, "Don't answer it. Don't make a sound." But the slasher already knew they were inside. A shadow passed by the frosted window, tall, thin, shoulders jagged like crooked branches. Then the doorknob rotated. Metal creaked. Wood groaned. Tom lunged forward and braced the door with his weight. Something on the other side pushed back, slow, steady, inhumanly strong. Not a slam, not a struggle, just pressure, cold, relentless pressure. Sarah dialed 911, but the line was dead. Behind Tom, the lantern flickered. The house dimmed, and in the last moment before the light failed completely, Emily saw a face through the window, or what passed for a face. No eyes, just darkness under the hood. No mouth, just a slit, a clean, surgical cut where a mouth should be. A slit stretching wider as it watched them. The lantern died. The door burst open.
When officers arrived the next morning, the Holbrook house was silent. No blood, no broken glass, no signs of struggle. Just 3 sets of footprints, Tom's, Sarah's, Emily's, leading out the back door, into the trees, and then nothing. They vanished. The snow was untouched beyond that point, as if the family had stepped into thin air. But the officers found something else. Beside the porch, half buried in snow, lay an old red coat. Stiff, frozen, torn through the middle. Inside it, a deep slash carved through the lining, like someone had taken a blade to the fabric from the inside out. They also found a message carved into the front door, letters jagged and uneven, as if scratched with a broken fingernail. No lights, no mercy. The town put up decorations that same evening. Every porch, every yard, every street lamp covered in bright Christmas colors. They didn't do it out of cheer. They did it out of fear. Because someone reported seeing a figure walking along the highway, barefoot, leaving steaming footprints in the snow, wearing no coat now, only a torn red hood. And wherever he passed, the power flickered. They say the Christmas slasher was once a drifter in the 1950s, frozen to death in a Minnesota blizzard after families refused him shelter on Christmas Eve. Lights in windows meant warmth, but he saw none that night. Now he returns to dark houses, dark streets, dark towns. Not out of vengeance, out of memory, out of instinct. He walks where Christmas does not. And every winter, someone finds the same boot prints, deep, bare, dragging on the left side. If you see them, if you hear slow steps on your porch, if someone knocks 3 times in the middle of a power outage, don't answer. And for God's sake, hold your lights.
The material was recovered from the phone of Daniel Harper, 27, Phoenix, Arizona. There were no signs of forced entry, digital or physical. Battery, 82%. Screen, active. 1 browser tab open. The URL did not match any known domain. No extension, no server header, just a shifting string of symbols that refreshed every 5 seconds. Daniel wrote the first note at 3:12 a.m. I woke up and found my phone unlocked. The browser was open. It shows a photo of me sleeping, but the timestamp says 3:11 a.m. 1 minute ago. I didn't take it. Daniel lived alone. The angle of the photo came from the foot of his bed. When investigators later reviewed the device, they found that the same page had opened for the last 3 nights, always at 3:12 a.m., even when Do Not Disturb was on, private mode enabled, airplane mode on, Wi-Fi off. One system log entry stood out. Site opened by external process, origin unknown. His phone model has no such external process. Daniel began recording voice memos. Voice memo #03, 3:47 a.m. The site reopened. The photo changed. It's not me sleeping anymore. It's me standing in the hallway, but I'm wearing a hoodie I haven't seen in months. In the photo, behind him was a faint human outline. No face, just a smear, like corrupted pixels. Each night, the outline became sharper. Log 6, he noticed something else. The timestamps are always 1 minute in the future. The site wasn't showing surveillance, it was showing what was about to happen. On night 4, the site showed him sitting on the couch with the blurred figure behind him. Daniel made sure not to sit on the couch. At 3:11 a.m., his phone vibrated anyway, once, even though notifications were disabled.
He looked at the screen. The site refreshed. A new photo appeared. Daniel holding the phone, looking directly into the camera. But there was no camera pointed at him. Daniel attempted everything. Unplugged his router, removed the SIM, factory reset the phone. At 3:12 a.m., the site opened anyway. The screen was black at first, then pixels glitched, forming the blurred figure, now detailed enough to see. Shoulders narrowing unnaturally, head tilted forward, limbs too long, a mouth stretched far beyond the shape of its face.
Video log, Heart 12, 2:58 a.m. I hear my phone vibrating even after turning it off. I removed the battery. It still vibrates. I don't think the phone is opening the site. I think the site is opening me. Static swallows the rest. At 3:11 a.m., forensics confirmed. The phone, with no battery installed, powered on for 6 seconds. The website appeared. Timestamp 3:12 a.m. Image: Daniel standing at his front door, hand reaching for the knob. But Daniel was still in bed, seen on apartment cameras. At 3:12, he suddenly sat up, as if responding to something. He walked to the door. His movements matched the website image exactly, 1 minute delayed. He opened the door. Hallway camera footage captured. A tall, blurred figure inches from Daniel. Head bowed. Limbs bent wrong. Mouth stretched from ear to ear. Daniel dropped the phone. The hallway camera flickered. When the feed stabilized, a second figure stood beside the entity. Same height, same posture. It looked exactly like Daniel. When officers arrived 8 minutes later, the apartment was empty, except for the phone. Screen on, website open. The newest image: Daniel's living room, a doorway behind the couch. Caption in thin white text: "You left the door open." Forensics attempted to trace the unstable domain. Every attempt redirected to file path local/user/face/active. The site no longer displayed photos. It streamed live feeds. Empty rooms, empty streets, empty hallways. But in every feed, a faint human outline stood in the corner, facing the camera, waiting. Archived attempt number 27. At 3:12 a.m., all devices in the investigation room displayed the same message. Your photo uploads in 60 seconds. No officers remained in the room at 3:13. When the room was checked afterward, all screens showed a new image. An empty hallway, a dark figure leaning out from behind a doorframe. Quiet. File CW31 is closed. No further uploads detected.
Parents in Alaska tell their kids a simple rule every winter. If you hear a bell ringing the wrong way, don't open the door, because it isn't Santa. It's the one who comes before him, the one with the broken bell. They call him Crooked Santa. The Mitchell family lived on the edge of Fairbanks, where snow covered everything by November, and the nights lasted longer than the days. They weren't superstitious. They didn't believe in winter spirits or the old Sami warnings about the one who walks with the crooked gate. They believed in Christmas lights, hot chocolate, and the big sledding hill behind their house. That changed the December their son Ethan turned 8. It started with bell noises in the wrong places. The kids played outside after school, building short, lumpy snowmen and throwing ice-crusted snowballs. Nothing unusual, nothing dangerous. But every time Ethan stepped away from the yard, just a few feet, he'd hear something faint and metallic. Not a jingle, not a chime. Something bent, as if metal was struck at the wrong angle. A bell that rang sideways. "Mom, I heard Santa's bell," Ethan said one evening. His mother laughed. "Honey, Santa doesn't show up until Christmas Eve." But Ethan shook his head. No, this one didn't sound right. The snowstorm hit early that year. Heavy, wet flakes, thick winds, temperatures dropping fast. The family stayed inside, decorating the house while the air outside turned black and frozen. Ethan's sister Lily was the first to notice the shape in the yard. A figure, tall, lean, too lean. It stood near the spruce trees, unmoving, its outline barely visible behind the falling snow. Lily tugged her dad's sleeve. "Someone's outside." He looked. Nothing, just a smear of shadows and blowing white. He dismissed it. Children imagine things during storms. But later that night, the bell rang again. Not a clean, bright jingle, not the soft echo of Christmas cheer. A warped, metallic stutter, like a loose bolt rattling in a steel cup. And this time, it came from the porch. The next morning, something new appeared in the snow. Footprints. But not the usual kind. Not boots, not human. These looked like deep, narrow impressions, dragging slightly to one side, as if the walker leaned heavily on an invisible cane. A crooked gait. The kids stared at the trail leading from the tree line straight to their window. Their mother brushed it off as animal marks warped by the storm, but the kids knew better. That afternoon, something tapped the window. A gloved finger, long, split at the tip. And then, the bell. But it wasn't shaking, it was scraping, as if something was dragging a bent piece of metal across the frozen porch rail. When their father opened the door, only a single object lay on the step. A small, carved ice figurine, the exact height, shape, and posture of Ethan. Except the eyes were empty holes. Their father threw it out immediately, but the next morning it was back, closer to the door, arms raised. The final night arrived without warning. Christmas Eve. The wind died. The snow stopped. The world went silent. Too silent. The family prepared for bed early. Hot cider, a movie, stockings hung near the gas fireplace. Then, the bell. Not outside, inside the house. It rang from the hallway. Ethan froze. Lily clutched her blanket. Their mother's breath hitched in her throat. They all heard it. Rattle, stutter, crooked jingle. Their father grabbed a flashlight and stepped into the hall. The bell rang again, closer. Then the light caught something. A figure standing at the far end of the hallway. A red suit, but ripped and frostbitten. White fur trim, but stained dark. A beard, but thin like dead moss. And a bell in one hand, crushed, bent, dripping frozen flakes of something dark. Crooked Santa. He didn't move normally. Every step jerked sideways, bones shifting under the suit as if they weren't lined up correctly. When he lifted the broken bell, the metal whined instead of jingled. That's when Ethan screamed. The creature lunged, not forward, but diagonally, like its joints bent in ways a human's never could. The lights flickered, the air froze, their breath crystallized instantly. The father grabbed his children and shouted for his wife to run. They slammed the bedroom door, pushing a dresser against it. But they heard him behind it, dragging that bell along the wood.
The metal whining, grinding, twisting. The thing whispered through the gap under the door, a distorted, bubbling voice. Wrong, child. The handle turned. The police found the Mitchell house on Christmas morning. The front door wide open, snow blown inside, hot cider still steaming. The only footprints belonged to the family, and one more set, deep, narrow, dragging sideways. They found the kids asleep in the bedroom closet, alive but shaking. Their parents were found outside in the snow, both unconscious but breathing. But Ethan refused to speak for days. When he did, he said only one thing. He didn't want me. He wanted the cold version of me. No one understood. Not until the officers opened the garage. There, sitting neatly on the workbench, was an ice figurine, the same size as Ethan, but now perfectly shaped, detailed, still glistening. Its expression frozen in a silent scream. And beside it, a small metal bell, cracked down the center. When the evidence technician lifted it, the bell made a sound, a crooked jingle. Remember what they say in Alaska. If the bell rings wrong, it's not Santa. And if you open the door, you won't notice the switch until after the holidays. That's the story. And that's all I can tell you.
This story was sent to me by one of my subscribers. She said it started 3 months ago, the night she noticed the window in the apartment across from hers. Every night, every single night, someone stood there, perfectly still, watching her. At first, she thought it was just a neighbor, until she realized the apartment had been empty for 7 months. She tried to ignore it, closed her curtains, but the next night, when she opened them again, the silhouette was closer to the glass, like it knew she was watching back. She finally called the police. They checked the building, floor by floor, room by room. Then one officer came back, pale. He said, "Ma'am, that unit has no power, no furniture, and the window you're pointing at, it's been boarded up from the inside." But that night, when she looked out one last time, the silhouette lifted its hand and waved.
The material you are about to hear was extracted from an unlabeled hard drive recovered inside an abandoned MTA storage locker. The file was marked only with 3 letters, NB07, no date, no owner. It opens with a single line of text. "I wasn't supposed to get on that bus." The recording appears to be a self-report from a 16-year-old, identified only as M. His voice is steady, quiet, as if he was forcing himself not to breathe too loudly. He describes the night he boarded a bus that did not exist in any official route database. According to the transcript, the incident occurred after 11:40 p.m. M had missed his last regular ride home. He waited alone at a stop on Delancey Street, a stop that usually had traffic until past midnight. But that night, the street was empty. No taxis, no pedestrians. M writes, "The headlights appeared without sound, like someone had turned on a flashlight in the fog. When the bus rolled up, it didn't shake the pavement. It felt weightless." Surveillance footage confirms no scheduled bus passed through that intersection, but a shadow, tall and rectangular, briefly obscures the street lamp at 11:47 p.m. The doors open with a slow hiss.
Inside, passengers, silent, still, shape-like. M describes them. They looked like people if you took away the idea of them. Outlines, shadows wearing the memory of clothes. None of them looked at him. None breathed loud enough to be heard. But every head was already tilted toward the aisle, as if they had been waiting specifically for him. The bus moved without the usual jolt. There was no rumble, no vibration, no engine sound, not even a driver. The seat beside M smelled like cold metal and something older, like wet paper that had been buried underground. At the first stop, the doors opened again. Nothing outside looked familiar. M writes, "It was my middle school, but not how it is now. The old building, the one they demolished years ago. The lights inside were on. When the doors closed, the shadow passengers all turned their heads at the same time, toward the front of the bus. The next stop wasn't a place, it was a moment. M saw his old house, the one his family moved out of after the fire. Only in this version, the house wasn't burning. It was still whole, lights warm, curtains moving. He watched his younger self at the window, tapping the glass, like he wanted to come inside. The passengers began shifting in their seats, not moving, shifting, like shadows stretching across a wall when headlights sweep by. M describes them forming faces, not fully, just enough to be recognized. His old neighbor, his math teacher, a woman he once saw crying in a hospital hallway. All dead, all staring at him now. Their mouths parted at the same time, but the sound wasn't voices. It was my name. Recorded audio confirms a faint, layered whisper, repeating a two-syllable word. Distorted, overlapping.
The bus slowed. Not outside a building, not a place, but a dark road with no streetlights. The doors opened. The shadows pointed to the exit. M writes, "I knew if I stepped out, I wouldn't come back as myself. Maybe I wouldn't come back at all." He stayed in his seat. That was the wrong choice. One of the shadows leaned close. Its face expanded, hollow and deep, like a tunnel made of smoke. It breathed against his ear. "You were supposed to get off." The bus surged backward, violently this time. Lighting flickered, shapes bent sideways like film overheating. M screamed for the driver, but there was none. The shadows grabbed his wrists, not with hands, with cold that spread across his skin like frostbite. He shut his eyes. The recording cuts to static. M was found at 5:12 a.m., walking along a service road outside the city, barefoot, shivering, unable to describe how he got there. He had aged only a few hours, but his phone contained photos of the bus interior. Every timestamp showed a date from 12 years earlier. One image shows M asleep in a seat near the window. He claims he never slept. Closing statement. The NB07 bus is not listed in any MTA routes. Its stops do not correspond to geographic locations, but to personal timelines. If you ever see headlights with no engine sound and passengers who do not move, do not board. File NB07 is now closed. No further reports have been submitted.
Before you celebrate Christmas, before you decorate your tree, you should know one thing. Some trees decorate themselves, and not with lights, Not with glass, with blood. Tonight, I'm going to tell you a legend people in the northern towns still whisper about, the one they warn newcomers never to ignore. They call it the Blood Tree. A family once moved into a quiet neighborhood right before Christmas. 2 parents, 1 child, nothing unusual. They wanted a calm holiday, a fresh start, the perfect American Christmas. But no one warned them about the tree at the edge of their yard. Dark pine needles, heavier than they should be, leaning toward the house like it was listening. Locals knew the story. A tragedy, a missing person, snow turning red for reasons no one explained. But the new family didn't ask questions. They didn't know this tree was part of a legend older than the town itself. The first strange thing happened on December 18th. The daughter told her mom, "Mom, the tree has ornaments." But the family hadn't decorated it, and they didn't even own any ornaments that color. Deep red, almost black, perfectly round, glossy like wet glass. The mother stepped outside to touch one. It slid down the branch like a drop of liquid and vanished into the bark. She told her husband. He brushed it off. He always did. The next morning, there were 5 more ornaments, redder, darker, thicker. And that night, the tree began to breathe. Not sway in the wind, breathe. Slow expansions in the trunk, rhythmic contractions, like something alive was under the bark. On the 22nd, the daughter found something in the snow under the tree. A human-shaped imprint, long, frozen, and perfectly outlined. But the snow wasn't melted. It was stained, dark red, frozen solid. That's when the whispers started, late at night, coming from the branches, repeating a single phrase. "Don't decorate me." But the tree decorated itself. More red shapes appeared every night, dozens, hanging perfectly still even when the wind blew. The family finally decided they would cut the tree down on Christmas Eve, end the nightmare. But legends don't end because you want them to.
The father stepped outside with an axe. Brave man, or foolish, maybe both. He walked toward the tree through the heavy snow. His boots left deep prints, prints that filled instantly with red, as if the ground itself was bleeding. He raised the axe, and the tree opened. The trunk split like a vertical wound. Red liquid poured out, thick and steaming in the cold. The ornaments dropped, bursting like overripe fruit. The roots moved next, long, black, hungry roots wrapping around his legs, dragging him down, pulling him beneath the soil. The legend says he screamed. The legend says the tree screams too. And when the neighbors looked out their windows, they saw the ornaments glow, each one pulsing like a heartbeat. By morning, the family was gone. No traces, no footprints, no struggle. Only the tree, heavier, darker, fully decorated, and one large red ornament in the center, slowly beating. They say the tree chooses a family every winter. It waits for them to settle in. It waits for the first snow. It waits for them to ignore the warnings. So, if there's a pine tree near your home, one that feels a little too old, a little too dark, a little too close, don't decorate it. Don't touch it. Don't even stand near it. Because some Christmas legends don't stay legends. Some grow roots. This is all I can tell you. The rest is silence.
My subscribers send me all kinds of strange stories, but this one came from a viewer named Sarah, and it scared me more than most paranormal tales. Because nothing here is supernatural, nothing is impossible, nothing is safe. And Sarah asked me to tell it exactly as it happened to her. Sarah works long night shifts at a hospital. Sometimes, after work, she stops by the 24-hour grocery store near her apartment, usually around midnight, when the aisles are empty and the lights are too bright and cold. The first night she noticed him, she didn't think much of it. A man was standing at the end of aisle 5, wearing a gray hoodie, a baseball cap pulled low, holding his phone slightly raised, like he was checking a list. But every time she glanced his way, his head would snap away, like he'd been staring straight at her. She shrugged it off. People stare, people walk, nothing to worry about. But when she moved to the frozen foods, there he was again. Same distance, same posture, same phone, still watching. A few days later, it happened again. Different day, different clothes, same man. Sarah reached for a box of cereal and heard the faint click, click, click of a phone camera. She spun around. For a split second, she saw him lower his phone. Not reading, not texting, recording. Her chest tightened. She left her cart and went to customer service. Security checked the aisles. Empty. Maybe he left, they said. No, she insisted. He's still here. They checked the entrance. No one in a gray hoodie had entered in the last 15 minutes. She knew it wasn't possible, but she also knew it was real. Over the next month, it happened 4 more times. Sometimes behind a freezer door, sometimes at the far end of an aisle, sometimes pretending to browse while keeping his phone angled just right, pointing at her. He never spoke, never moved quickly, never approached, just watched. Always the same blank stare, slow blink. Sarah started timing her shopping. She switched stores, drove 20 minutes across town. And the 4th time, he was there. Same gray hoodie, phone up, head tilted like he already knew exactly what she was going to buy. That's when it hit her. He wasn't following her home. He wasn't tracking her car. He wasn't guessing her routine. He was waiting at every store, any store, like he knew her schedule better than she did.
She grabbed her phone and recorded him. He didn't flinch, didn't look away, just held his phone up to her, as if he was recording her back. She demanded the supervisor check the security cameras. This time, they listened. In the office, they rewound the footage. Sarah walked down aisle 9. The aisle behind her? Empty. "Where is he?" the supervisor asked. "Right behind me," she said. Rewind. Slow motion. Still nothing. The cameras covered the aisle perfectly. No glitches, no blind spots. He wasn't there, but he was in her phone video. Gray hoodie, phone raised, watching her. The supervisor turned pale. "Ma'am, there's no record of this person in the store at all. No one entered, no one left." 2 nights later, she forced herself to go again. She knew it was stupid. She shouldn't go alone, but she needed groceries. She pushed her cart down the aisle. The lights buzzed overhead. Then she heard it. A voice, soft, male, close. "Sarah?" Her body froze. She turned. 5 feet behind her, he was there, phone in pocket, hand empty, smiling. That kind of smile that isn't happy, just knowing. Before she could scream, a cashier called out, "Ma'am, you okay?" She blinked. He was gone. Vanished, like he dissolved into the fluorescent air. Security checked again. Nothing. No one. But the voice, someone else had heard it too. Sarah stopped going to stores. She switched to delivery, changed routines, locked doors. Then, last month, she got an email from store security. Subject line, "We found something." A new employee had reviewed archived footage, weeks of it. In 3 late-night videos, 1 frame each showed a tall blur. No face, no features, just a man-shaped distortion. Watching. The message ended. Whoever he is, he always knew where you were going to be. Sarah still doesn't know how, or why, or if he ever stopped. And every time she orders groceries online, she can't shake the feeling that someone is watching.
This file originates from a sealed MTA incident report dated October 19, 2021. Internal classification, observed temporal anomaly in D line. The original report is incomplete. Timestamps corrupted. Entire pages missing. And a handwritten note on the cover reads, "It lasted only 4 seconds, but everyone saw it." Act 1, First Disruption. The footage begins on track 4, ordinary night shift on the E line, sparse crowd, normal ambient noise, nothing unusual, until frame 147. Lights drop by exactly 6%. A vibration moves across the platform, too weak for earthquake sensors, yet strong enough for the mind to question if it imagined it. Most passengers ignore it, except one. A young man at the far end lifts his head, looks into the tunnel, stares too long. Later, he would tell investigators, "I thought I heard metal breathing." 12 seconds later, at frame 201, the tunnel darkens. Not like a power dip, but like something absorbing the light, pulling illumination inward until the darkness becomes physical, a shadow deeper than absence. And then, the anomaly enters. Act 2, The Arrival. The train that pulls in is not listed on any schedule dating back to 1924. Its exterior is ancient, fogged windows from the inside, peeling paint, car numbers that don't exist in any registry. Yet every car shines with a dull amber glow, like kerosene lamps behind frosted glass. It glides forward without sound, not quiet, soundless, physics defying silence. Inside, passengers, faces blurred, half remembered, clothes from the early 1900s, long coats, old dresses, hats from another century. One stands motionless, head tilted toward the platform, listening. Investigators later freeze the frame. The mouth is slightly open, the rest of the face smeared, unfixed, as if the camera can't decide what it's seeing. The young man raises his phone to take a picture. The instant the camera activates, the feed collapses. A high-frequency screech corrupts the footage, even though station microphones record nothing. His phone screen goes black. The lights flicker, and inside the train, the standing figure snaps its head toward him at an impossible angle.
Act 3, Crossing Point. The anomaly escalates violently. Everyone on the platform freezes. Mid-step,
Mid-blink, a woman's hair stops mid-swing in the air. Only the young man can move. He later writes, "They looked like mannequins. I waved my hand in front of a woman's face. She didn't breathe." A low mechanical hum fills the station. Audio software labels it Unidentified Resonant Echo Pattern. Inside the train, the standing figure presses a hand to the window. Skin gray, wet, almost translucent. Veins pulsing beneath like something alive and starving. Its head tilts further, as if hearing something behind the young man. He turns. The entire tunnel is pitch black, emergency lights gone, swallowed. Then the PA system activates. Indescribable. Tapping. Knuckles on metal. 3 knocks. Repeating. Closer. Each time. The train doors slide open. On their own. No passengers exit. Only cold air. Salted. Like the ocean. The young man whispers later, "Something metallic. Something dead." A figure emerges from the train. Feet dragging. Legs stiff. No bones bending, as if assembled wrong. It stops at the threshold, tilts its head to mirror the young man. Its jaw shifts, then unhinges. Wider, wider, too wide. Passengers frozen on the platform begin to move again, but in reverse. 3 seconds of motion rewinding, on loop, bodies jerking like corrupted footage. The young man steps back. The figure steps forward. Act 4, the reset. The lights cut out. Only the old train glows. A scream bursts onto the audio track. Not the young man, not any known witness. It sounds like someone drowning underwater. 4 seconds pass. Lights return. The train is gone. Not departed. Gone. No rails disturbed. No Doppler. No pressure change. No vibration. Passengers unfreeze naturally, as if waking from microsleep. None recall anything, except one. The young man is found lying on the platform, eyes open, breathing fast, staring into the tunnel. His first words to police, "They weren't looking at me. They were looking past me, like something else was coming." Epilogue. Since the incident, multiple NYC stations report glimpses of the same anomaly. A silent train, passengers who don't blink, faces that smear when recorded, always appearing for only a few seconds, always emerging from tunnels too old to exist anymore. File MT42 remains open. New sightings continue. This was a recovered recording from Secret Stories archive. Beyond this point, only silence.
The case starts on December 19th, suburban Illinois. A quiet neighborhood, mostly families, holiday decorations, and predictable routines. On that afternoon, 2 children, ages 7 and 9, were building a snowman in the park near their house. The park was empty, the snow was fresh, and there was nothing unusual on the footage recorded by a nearby security camera. They built a standard snowman. 3 segments, stick arms, a scarf, 2 stones for eyes, a crooked smile made from small black rocks. Nothing more. At 4:47 p.m., the mother called them home. They left the snowman behind, half finished, laughing as they ran back toward the street. At 4:48 p.m., the camera captured the snowman still standing exactly where they left it. That was the last normal moment. Overnight, temperatures dropped sharply. No wind, no storms, just silence. But at 6:03 a.m. the next morning, the snowman wasn't in the park anymore. He stood on the lawn of the family's house, closer, facing the front door. His smile was gone. Instead of stones arranged in a grin, his mouth appeared slightly open, almost as if he was breathing. The parents assumed the kids had moved it for fun. The kids insisted they hadn't touched it. That was day one. December 20th. Recorded activity begins at 2:13 a.m. A doorbell camera caught something strange. Static, then snow shifting, then a tall white shape briefly appearing at the far end of the yard. No clear outline, just motion. At sunrise, the snowman was closer again, just 4 feet from the porch. His stick arms no longer stuck outward. They hung down, angled unnaturally, almost touching the snow. His eyes were no longer stones. Someone had replaced them with smooth pieces of black ice, reflective, wet, as if they had been taken from beneath a frozen lake. The mother removed the scarf, thinking someone was playing a joke. But the scarf was frozen into the snowman's neck, fused into it by solid ice, impossible to pull away. Maybe teenagers, the father said. Maybe someone trying to scare the kids. Except for one detail. There were no footprints. Not in the yard, not anywhere between the park and the house. Fresh snow had fallen overnight, light enough to cover any disturbance, but heavy enough to show new tracks. There were none. The police told them to stay calm and report if it happened again. It did. Again. And again.
December 21st. Something impossible was recorded. At 1:33 a.m., the doorbell cam activated on its own. The footage began in complete darkness. Then, little by little, the grainy shape of the snowman appeared, standing at the very edge of the porch steps. Where his face should have been, nothing, just smooth snow, featureless and blank. Then, movement. A slow tilt of the head, just a few degrees, but enough. Enough to prove it wasn't a prank. The father opened the front door at 1:57 a.m., armed with a flashlight. The camera captured him stepping outside, pointing the beam at the snowman, shouting into the night that whoever was doing this needed to stop. The light flickered. Once, twice, then the snowman's face changed. The blank front began to bulge as if something inside the snow pushed outward. A mouth formed, a void-shaped hole opening slowly as though stretching into a silent scream. The father froze. The flashlight died. The camera cut to black. For 27 seconds, there is only audio. Scraping, dragging, and breathing that does not match any human pattern. When the recording resumed, the snowman stood directly against the doorframe. One stick hand rested on the wood. The father was gone.
December 22nd. Emergency call logged at 7:14 a.m. The mother found the front door wide open. Snow drifted into the hallway. The snowman was gone. She found her husband in the backyard, sitting in the snow, staring at the tree line, unresponsive. His skin was ice-burned. His clothes were frozen stiff. He kept repeating the same phrase. He's still moving. He's still moving. The children refused to leave the house.
They told officers that during the night, the snowman spoke to them through the windows. They said he whispered their names. They said he asked to come inside. At 8:29 a.m., officers documented a final detail: a trail of melted snow leading away from the backyard. No footprints, no drag marks, just a thin path of water disappearing into the woods. The father was taken to a psychiatric facility. He remains nonverbal. He reacts to cold temperatures with violent panic. He cannot be shown images of snowmen. He screams until sedated. The house has been sold twice since then. Neither family stayed longer than a week. Around Christmas, local children claim a tall snowman appears near the tree line. Not standing, not still, leaning forward, watching.
Footsteps after the storm. Subscriber story. My subscriber told me this months ago, and it's still one of the stories that gets under my skin. Because nothing in it is supernatural on the surface, but everything about it feels wrong. She asked me to share it exactly the way her father told it to her, back when she was a kid growing up on a farm in the Midwest. This is his story. Her father said the storm that night wasn't normal. It didn't roll through the valley like storms usually did. It hung low and heavy, like something sitting on top of the sky. Lightning cracked sideways. Rain didn't fall. It slammed. By morning, the farm was soaked so deeply you could feel the mud pull at your boots like hungry hands. Still, he grabbed his jacket and walked out to check the fields. That's when everything started. Halfway down the fence line, he noticed something that made him stop so fast the mud splashed around his boots. Footprints. Bare, human, fresh. Not just one or two, not scattered. A clean, perfect line of footprints, each one sunk deep, each one placed carefully, deliberately, like someone was walking slow enough to think about every step. He followed them with his eyes and felt his stomach twist. They led straight into the cornfield. And the gates? Locked. The dogs? Silent all night. No one should have been there. But someone was. He walked into the corn, pushing the tall, wet stalks aside as they slapped against his shoulders. The world went quiet. Storms always left a strange silence behind, but this wasn't weather. It felt like breath holding. 20 feet in, the prince just stopped. Not faded, not washed away. Stopped, mid-step. Like someone lifted themselves straight into the air and vanished. He knelt down and touched the last footprint. Mud was still soft, still shaped, still warm. Something about that warmth made him stand up too fast. He backed out of the cornfield, feeling watched, even though the world around him was empty in the way only farmland can be.
He didn't tell his wife, didn't tell the kids. He just locked the doors and made sure every window was latched. He told himself it was nothing, a prank maybe, a drifter passing through. But that night, sometime after 2 a.m., he heard it. Footsteps, soft, wet, bare. The unmistakable slap of damp skin on old wood. Someone was walking on the front porch. Not pacing, not running, standing, shifting, breathing. He sat up in bed, heart slamming in his ribs. The dogs stayed silent, which scared him more than barking ever could. He didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't turn the lights on. The footsteps never tried the door, never tapped the window. They just listened, like the person on the porch already knew the layout of the house. already knew which room was his. And then, silence. But he didn't sleep for the rest of the night.
Morning light finally came. He opened the door and felt his stomach fall into his boots. Footprints. From the porch, down the steps, across the yard, and back into the cornfield. And these prints were different. These weren't careful or slow. They were crooked, angled, as if the person had been standing with their ear pressed to the door, listening for hours. His wife noticed the look on his face and asked him what was wrong. He just said, "Someone came by in the night." But she didn't see what he did. The footprints were facing the door, not leaving the porch, arriving at it. For 2 more nights, nothing happened. Then, on the 3rd night, the footsteps came back. He heard them again, slow, careful, stepping around the house this time, circling, never leaving the boards, like the person had learned where the quieter spots were. He sat in the darkness, gripping his shotgun so tight his knuckles turned white. He couldn't see a thing, but he could hear breathing. A slow inhale, a slow exhale, right outside his bedroom window. He didn't dare look. He said that was the first time in his life he ever truly felt fear. Not the kind that makes you run, but the kind that makes your body forget how to move. And then the breathing stopped. The footsteps faded, and the house fell silent. The next morning, he walked the perimeter of the house. And now, the footprints were everywhere, circling, stopping under windows, standing by doors. Some were so close to the glass, he swore he could almost see the shape of toes pointed upward, leaning toward the window in the dark. But the worst part, the last set of footprints didn't come from the fields. They came from underneath the house. Mud scraped along the edge of the crawl space. Footprints emerging from darkness, not entering it, leaving it. Something or someone had been hiding under the house for days, watching, waiting, listening. And when they were done, they walked back into the corn, steps perfectly neat again, deliberate, slow, like they were saving their energy, like they knew they'd be back. My subscriber said her father only told this story once. He never brought it up again, never explained it, never said who or what those footsteps belonged to. But she remembers this. Every storm after that night, he checked the fields alone. He never let anyone follow, and he always looked toward the corn first, as if he was waiting for the footprints to return, as if he knew they would, because whatever left those prints wasn't finished.
The following material was recovered from a ranger outpost in northern Montana, located near a protected wildlife zone. The site was found abandoned, doors unlocked, radio still powered on, coffee on the desk, cold but not spoiled. The main logbook contains an entry with no timestamp, only a line written in tight, controlled handwriting. Everything stopped at once. Attached to the log is a recorded audio file. Ranger Samuel Price, age 34, voice recognizable. The tape begins with the ambient hum of the outpost generator. At 7 seconds, the sound of crickets fades, not gradually, instantly, like a track being muted. "It's too quiet," Price says. "The woods aren't supposed to be this quiet." The rest of the first minute is silence. Not natural silence, but an absence, a vacuum of sound. Act 2, anomaly observed. At 0113, Price reports that all forest life sounds ceased simultaneously. No owls, no insects, no wind through branches, no movement in the underbrush. He steps outside the outpost. Microphone clipped to his vest transmits faint breathing. He speaks again, hushed. I can hear my own heartbeat. Then, at 0241, the first anomaly. Footsteps, measured, slow, approaching from the tree line. But the microphone captures something impossible. There is only one set of footsteps, but Price is standing still. He whispers, "That's not an animal. Animals don't walk like that." He calls out, "Hello, if someone's out there, identify yourself." The footsteps pause, then continue, closer, heavier, deliberate.
Act 3. Manifestation. Distorted calm. Price retreats inside the outpost. He locks the door. His breathing becomes fast, clipped, trying to stay quiet. It's right outside. At 0602, the microphone captures a new sound. Knocking. 3 slow knocks. Not on the door, but on the window behind him. Price gasps, spins. The chair scrapes the floor. We hear nothing from outside, but Price clearly sees something. Shaken, almost whispering. It's tall, too tall. Whatever it is, it's watching the door. He tries the radio. Dispatch, this is Ranger Station 4. Do you copy? Static fills the channel. Then, faintly, a voice, but not dispatch. Let it in. Price throws the radio away. At 0749, the footsteps begin circling the outpost. Slow, dragging, as if the thing is taking its time. Everything in the forest remains silent. No wind, no animals, only the footsteps. Price whispers. The silence, it follows it, like the forest is holding its breath. At 10:12, his voice breaks. I think there's more than one. Because the recorder captures another set of footsteps emerging from deeper in the woods. Then a third, then a fourth, all approaching. Act 4, contact. Whisper. Price moves deeper into the outpost, seeking escape through the back storage room. We hear something new. A deep, low vibration, like a sub-bass frequency. It shakes the microphone, but has no identifiable origin. Footsteps converge around the building. The final transmission begins at 12:20. Price speaks with forced calm. Whisper broken. If anyone finds this, don't go outside when the forest goes silent. It's not natural. It's not weather. It's not an animal. He pauses. We hear a door hinge. Not the outpost door. The storage room door, from the inside, opening by itself. Price stumbles back, his last recorded words. Something else is in here with me. The recorder hits the floor. Footsteps inside the room draw closer, but they do not match any human rhythm. Too uneven, too heavy, too deliberate. A final sound, like air being sucked inward, and the recording ends. The ranger was never found. The forest remains abnormally quiet at intervals, noted by multiple witnesses. File FD07 closed. No further reports submitted. Before buying a house, always know its history. Who lived there before? What happened within its walls? Some places carry shadows no one can explain.
A family bought a large, century-old house on the edge of town. It was just days before Christmas. The children laughed as they explored each room. The parents imagined a perfect holiday, warm lights, a tree, laughter. The house had stood empty for years. Previous owners never stayed through Christmas night. Records showed sales changing hands every year, as if the building itself rejected its inhabitants. On Christmas Eve, a letter arrived. The envelope was yellowed, brittle, the handwriting shaky. Inside was a drawing of a family, like theirs. A cross marked the father. They laughed it off, imagining a prank from neighbors. Evening fell. The sun disappeared behind thick clouds. Lights from outside barely touched the heavy curtains. Shadows lengthened unnaturally across walls and ceilings. The air felt colder, heavier, as if the house was inhaling. The fireplace, though stocked with logs, refused to catch fire. A faint smell of smoke lingered, though no flame burned. The Christmas tree lights flickered subtly. Ornaments seemed to twitch, tiny reflections catching in a rhythm that did not belong to nature. Every step they took echoed too loudly in the hallway. The wooden floors creaked under the weight of unseen movement. Doors slammed quietly in other rooms, though no one touched them. At first, the disturbances were small. Chairs nudged themselves. The sofa slid slightly from its spot. Cabinets opened and closed without warning. Drawers cracked halfway open, then slammed shut with muffled thuds. The Christmas tree swayed as though a breeze passed through the house, yet the windows were closed. Lights dimmed in irregular pulses, casting the room in intermittent darkness. Shadows grew on the walls, long, twisting, merging. They didn't match the shapes of furniture or the figures moving below. They stretched and crawled like liquid. Then came the sounds. Not footsteps, not breathing, but whispers. A low murmur at first, then rising, sharper. Words could not be understood, yet they carried accusation, threat, and hunger. Objects resisted. Cups slid across the table. The rug shifted underfoot. The air grew thick, almost viscous. Every movement felt like pushing through water. In the corners, shadows flickered independently. Figures appeared and vanished before eyes could focus. Each time the children turned, the space was empty, yet the feeling of presence remained, pressing against their skin. Doors locked themselves. The temperature dropped sharply. Frost appeared on window edges, forming thin, blackened patterns like veins. The smell of decay, faint but distinct, hovered near the fireplace. Shadows converged on the father. One rolled over him, dark and fluid, entering his body as if swallowing his soul. His movements jerked unnaturally. Eyes once warm now reflected a void. The children shrieked and hid behind the table. Their mother lunged for him, but he resisted violently, almost a puppet moved by another will. The furniture convulsed. Tables twisted, chairs tipped and collided. Cabinets slammed violently. The fireplace sputtered. Flames vanished mid-flicker. Lamps blinked in a rhythm that wasn't human. A low voice emerged from the shadows. Words were incomprehensible, guttural, echoing unnaturally. Each syllable hit like a hammer to the chest. The darkness spread. It filled corners, crept along ceilings, pooled beneath the tree. Doors locked with finality. Escape became impossible. Attempts to intervene failed. The father's hands lifted by themselves. His scream was hollow, distorted, alien. Ornaments shattered as the tree shook violently. Glass scattered across the floor, tiny shards reflecting the flickering shadows. The sound was deafening, yet strangely quiet, like screams swallowed by distance. The children huddled together. The mother tried to drag the father down, but he writhed unnaturally, stiff yet fluid, a puppet in a dark master's hand. A faint reflection in a nearby mirror showed a second face behind the father, a black, shifting silhouette with empty eyes. Midnight approached. The father collapsed. The shadows vanished as suddenly as they had appeared, leaving a heavy silence in their place. Motionless, cold, still. The children wept quietly, clutching each other. Their mother sank to the floor, staring at the darkened fireplace, frozen. When morning arrived, the father's body lay unnaturally still on the living room floor, features subtly distorted, a shadow-like residue clinging to the walls. No natural cause of death. The house stood silent. Windows stared like black eyes. Doors refused to open for hours. A faint wind whispered through the cracks, carrying murmurs that sounded almost human. The family fled. They never returned. The house went back on the market, pristine to any outsider, perfectly normal if seen during daylight. But during Christmas, the house awakens. Shadows move, objects defy logic, voices whisper, doors slam without cause. The air turns thick, cold, almost alive. Those who enter during the holiday sometimes do not leave the same. This is all that remains. Beyond this, only silence.
One of my subscribers sent me a story that's been haunting me ever since I read it. She told me she hasn't slept normally for months because every time she closes her eyes, she wakes up wrong. She asked me to tell it exactly as she experienced it, and she wanted to warn others because what's happening to her feels less like a dream and more like something learning how to reach her. This is her story. She said it started on a normal Tuesday morning. She woke up suddenly, breathing fast, heart pounding, the kind of panic you get after a nightmare, even if you don't remember it. The room looked normal, but not normal. The sunlight was too still. Her phone screen wouldn't turn on no matter how long she held the button. And her alarm clock, a digital one she had used for years, was frozen on 4:03 a.m., even though she could see daylight outside. She walked into the hallway and called out to her roommate. Her roommate answered from the kitchen. "You overslept." But the voice sounded like it was coming through a speaker, not a human mouth, like someone repeating the right words without understanding them. Her stomach twisted. She told me she knew, right then, she wasn't fully awake. So she did the only thing she could think of. She laid on the couch, closed her eyes, and tried to fall asleep. She blinked and woke up in her bed again. For a moment, she thought she had snapped out of the weirdness, but then she noticed her bedroom door. It was on the wrong side of the wall, not moved slightly, not half open, reversed, like her entire room had been mirrored while she slept. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand, finally working.
She grabbed it and looked at the screen, but the message notification made her drop it. It said, "Wake up, you're already awake." No number, no name, just that sentence. Her hands started shaking. She told me she tried to speak, but her voice sounded delayed, like it echoed a half-second behind her, repeating her words back to her in a whisper. She panicked